Chapter 472. The tip of the saber created countless sparks on the ground. Xiaochen charged at Xie Ziwen and faced the palm strike aimed at his chest. Xiaochen did not dodge or retreat at all. It was like he was letting Jiang Zimo hit him. What is he doing? His chest is full of openings. One palm strike is enough to decide victory. When the spectating contestants saw this, they all shook their heads in confusion. However, Jiang Zimo's expression changed slightly. Just as the palm strike was about to land on Xiaochen's chest, he pushed off the ground. Xiaochen retreated quickly, leaving behind several afterimages. When he reached the edge of the arena, he stopped and scattered the palm energy. He smiled bitterly and said, "You win, I admit defeat." What's going on? Jiang Zimo won the moment he landed that palm strike. Why did he admit defeat for no reason? I don't understand. What the hell is going on? I don't understand either. What exactly is going on? Can anyone tell me how he won with just one charge? Jiang Zimo's moves are too strange. When the crowd saw Jiang Zimo suddenly admit defeat, they could not figure it out. They could not understand what was going on. Up on the high platform, Shi Hailong smiled and nodded gently. The few old men beside him also nodded to themselves. There were some things that could not be seen on the surface without reaching a certain level of cultivation. Shi Hailong smiled gently and said, "Of these two, one is courageous and dares to go all out. The other knows when to advance and when to retreat. He does not pursue victory on purpose. There are so many geniuses. Actually, this is why they stand out from the rest." An old man at the side nodded and said, "In terms of techniques, it is hard to tell who is superior. Xiaochen's saber techniques and Jiang Zimo's palm techniques, neither can do anything to the other. If they want to win, they can only fight beyond techniques. They have to use strategy and their specialties to tilt the scales in their favor." Another person continued, "Jiang Zimo's specialty is his endurance in combat. Thus, we need to delay the battle as much as possible. When the other party's essence chi weakens, we can truly deal a heavy blow to decide the victor. Xiaochen's specialty is his strong physical body and explosive essence. However, if he continues, he will exhaust too much of his essence. Thus, he used an internecine situation to force Jiang Zimo to decide the victor in one move. Even if he is severely injured, he does not care." Shi Hailong smiled gently and said, "These two are geniuses. I really look forward to the ancient desolate tower. I wonder how far they can go. Perhaps they will shock us." When the martial monarch experts on the stage explained the simple battle, the crowd below was flabbergasted. They did not expect that this seemingly ordinary move would have so many tricks to it. All of them fell into deep thought and started to comprehend it. Xiaochen scattered the blue dragon chi on his left hand. He looked at Jiang Zimo, who had retreated to the edge of the arena, and said, "Actually, you can take a gamble. After I am severely injured, my body will definitely weaken. I might not be able to defeat you." Jiang Zimo shook his head and smiled, "There is no need to be humble. I will not gamble without a 70% chance of victory. You win this match. Let's see who can go further in the ancient desolate tower." Geniuses naturally had the confidence of geniuses. Although Jiang Zimo had lost this match, he did not doubt that he would get one of the 20 spots. Xiaochen nodded and said, "In that case, let's meet again in the ancient desolate tower." The arena battles continued. Xiaochen felt somewhat helpless. Aside from Jiang Zimo, his opponents for the next few rounds all gave up before they even fought. After the 15th round of drawing lots ended, Xiaochen drew a blue wooden token with the number 8. When he walked to the arena with the number 8, he found an interesting person. Xiaochen discovered that his opponent was a rather interesting person. It was the Holy Fire Manor's young manor lord, Leng Yun, whose extreme Yin Flame's origin flame had been stolen by Xiaochen. When Leng Yun saw Xiaochen leap into the arena, his lips could not help but twitch. He clenched his fist tightly, nearly releasing his killing chi. Leng Yun calmed himself down and his expression returned to normal. He said, "I am not comparable to you. I admit defeat." However, Xiaochen did not want to let him off. He smiled faintly and said, "Why admit defeat? Don't you want your origin flame back?" When Leng Yun, who was preparing to enter the arena, heard this, his expression immediately turned cold. The suppressed rage in his heart erupted. He clenched his fists tightly and cracked them. Leng Yun had cultivated the extreme Yin flame origin flame for 10 years before it was barely the size of an infant's fist. 10 years of hard work had been snatched away by Xiaoqin. This was worse than killing him. Leng Yun closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. Then he said in a cold voice, "It's fine. Keep it safe for now. When the time comes, I will take it back with interest." As Xiaoqin watched Leng Yun leave, he frowned slightly. This fellow's temperament is indeed calm. Even after receiving such a shock, he can still remain calm and not do anything rash. Xiaoqian's plan to cripple Leng Yun openly in the arena ended in failure. After the battle ended, Xiaoqin returned to the area below the Tianwu Emperor's statue. Then he and the others started to pay attention to the battles. This Chu Chaoyun is really low profile. Unexpectedly, he won 15 matches in a row without anyone noticing. Even Pei Xiaoxian lost to him. The most important thing is that I have not seen him draw the sword on his back. I did not expect the great Qin nation to have such a powerful person aside from Xiaoqin. I underestimated them in the past. That Duanmuking seems to have won 10 matches as well. His strength is not to be underestimated either. The contestants who were not fighting or had already finished their matches started discussing in soft voices as they watched the crowd in the arena. Xiaoqin felt excited. He followed the crowd's gaze and looked over. Chu Chaoyun's opponent was a swordsman from the great Chu nation. Chu Chaoyun carried a sword on his back and always had a calm expression on his face. It did not look deliberate or pretentious. It was like this was how he should be, everything was very natural. After not seeing him for half a year and parting at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Chu Chaoyun was still the same as when Xiaoqin first met him. There was no change in him at all. Xiaoqin never doubted Chu Chaoyun's strength. Even though Chu Chaoyun had improved rapidly and defeated countless geniuses from the various nations, Xiaoqin still felt that he could not see through Chu Chaoyun. He was like an old well. The more he thought about it, the more unfathomable it became. He won again. This fellow has won 15 matches in a row. Like Zhou Mo, Xiaoqin, and the others, he has not lost a single match. He is really a dark horse. This is too shocking. Chu Chaoyun's match ended. After putting in some effort, he defeated this swordsman from the great Chu nation. Then he walked off the arena silently. After a few days, no one would dare to underestimate Xiaoqin anymore. Even the expressions of peak people like Jiang Zimo, Chu Mu, and Xia Xian changed when they looked at him. Night slowly fell. The first day of the arena battles ended just like that. Some people rejoiced and some people worried. Those who were lucky were very pleased. They said that they had not met any powerful people in the previous matches. They had easily dealt with their opponents and obtained most of their victories. Those who were unlucky could not stop complaining. Most of their 15 matches had been against people of Zhou Mo's level. This resulted in them losing most of their matches, placing them at the bottom. Of course, these were only the minority. Most of them had good or bad luck. There were strong and weak opponents. They had relied on their strength to fight their way up. Shi Hailong stood on the tall platform and said loudly, "Don't leave. We will spend the night in the plaza. When the results of the matches are out tomorrow, we will immediately activate the ancient desolate tower. The ancient desolate tower has to be activated before dusk." When the crowd heard this, they did not have much of a reaction. They were just going to spend the night in the plaza. There was no pressure at all. Everyone found a place and sat down cross-legged. Then, they started to regulate their breathing or cultivate. Xiaoqin found a place with fewer people. He did not hesitate and sat down cross-legged. Then, he closed his eyes and started to cultivate. Early the next morning, when the sun shone down, the cultivators sitting cross-legged opened their eyes and started to loosen their muscles and bones, preparing for the next day's matches. The first round of drawing lots started. Xiaoqin obtained a red wooden token with the number 23 written on it. After the first 18 contestants finished their matches, he would draw lots. After the first 18 contestants finished their matches, Xiaoqin found an arena and hung up his wooden token. Then he quietly waited for his opponent. I hope there will not be another cultivator who cowers before the fight. That would be nothing, Xiaochen thought helplessly. Xiao. Just as Xiaochen was muttering to himself, a familiar figure leaped onto the arena. That person looked at Xiaochen and smiled faintly. Your luck is quite bad. Unexpectedly, you drew the feared white-robed bladesman. Xiaochen squinted his eyes and looked at this person with a grave expression. He said, Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, there is no need to reminisce about the past. Just like before, we will each make a move. We will decide the victor in one move. Xiaochen placed his right hand on his saber hilt and said, Sure. I am very curious as well. Is your sword as sharp as before? The two stood 100 meters apart and stared at each other. Their auras continued to gather as they stared at each other in the air. It was like a clash between a saber and a sword. There was a faint clanging sound. The air around the arena spun rapidly. The two's clothes and hair fluttered in the wind. At some point in time, Chu Chaoyun's right hand had already moved to the hilt of the sword on his back. On his handsome face, the usual calmness slowly dissipated and was replaced by a dignified expression hanging on the corner of his mouth. Xiaochen's gaze turned cautious. As he gathered his aura, the state of thunder and state of massacre also started to circulate and merge quickly. Xiaochen had never been confident of defeating Chu Chaoyun. The first time they fought, he lost miserably in just half a move. The second time they fought in the fiery sect remnant in the Ink Forest. Due to the interference of others, they were forced to stop fighting. Ever since Xiaochen made his debut, all the people who had stepped on him, suppressed him, and defeated him, no matter who it was, were all overtaken by Xiaochen in the end. After that, Xiaochen left them far behind, leaving behind an insurmountable chasm that they could never surpass. Only Chu Chaoyun had been unfathomable from the start. Even though Xiaochen had many fortuitous encounters and spent all his time cultivating, he still could not see through Chu Chaoyun. However, Xiaochen had never feared a challenge. Long ago, when he was only a martial master, he already dared to fight with Chu Chaoyun. Now, the gap between them was shrinking. He was no longer the Xiaochen of the past. Why would he not dare? A lofty aspiration rose in Xiaochen's heart. His gaze became even sharper. His gaze seemed solid, as sharp as a saber's edge. Chapter 473. Look, Chu Chaoyun looks like he is about to draw his sword. In the arena battles, no one paid much attention to Xiaochen's duels. This was because they were boring. Most of his opponents chose to admit defeat. However, once he encountered an opponent of the same level, he would immediately attract everyone's attention, and their attention would be focused on him. In the first round of selections, Chu Chaoyun took the initiative to give up after obtaining 60 consecutive victories. Even after 60 consecutive victories, he did not draw his sword. However, at that time, Chu Chaoyun and Zuemo had been assigned to the same wrestling ring. Zuemo had covered up all the glory, so no one had noticed him. However, in the second round of selections, Chu Chaoyun had fought 15 matches on the first day, and he had not lost a single match. He still did not draw his sword. Even when facing Pei Shaoxian, no one saw Chu Chaoyun draw his sword. It was like his sword was just a decoration. The more this was so, the more curious the crowd became. They wanted to see if this person was like Xiaochen. They were both cultivators from the great Qin nation. After they drew their swords, they wanted to see how graceful they would be. Among the crowd, Hua Yunfei and the others looked at Xiaochen and Chu Chaoyun in the arena. They looked at each other speechlessly, feeling very depressed in their hearts. Not long ago, these two people were just as famous as them. Today, just one Xiaochen was enough to deal them a blow. Who knew, another Chu Chaoyun would appear. The disappointment of this group of outstanding talents from the great Qin nation could be easily imagined. As the two's auras clashed intensely in the arena, the whirlwind that rose from the ground became even more ferocious. It slowly spread outside the arena. The whirlwind kicked up some dust on the ground and made everyone's vision blur. They could not help but squint and look carefully. Xiao! The surging strong wind suddenly stopped. Kasi. Two crisp sounds of weapons being unsheathed rang out. Chu Chaoyun and Xiaochen made their moves at the same time. Behind Chu Chaoyun, A golden shadow suddenly lit up. The golden light was dazzling and dazzling, so much so that everyone felt a stinging pain in their eyes. State of light. Chu Chaoyun actually comprehended the strongest state of light among the elemental states. Everyone's hearts jolted and they were extremely shocked. Xiao. Amidst the golden light that filled the sky, a sword light that was even more dazzling than the golden light shot out. The sword intent was vast and boundless, stabbing at Xiao Chen with lightning speed. The instant the golden light appeared, Xiao Chen released the state of thunder and state of massacre that he had been suppressing. Purple light spread out behind Xiao Chen. Lightning flickered, accompanied by a boundless state of massacre. The red light of the state of massacre merged with the boundless lightning. Bang bang bang. As soon as the fight began, the states of both sides began to compete. The sky was filled with resplendent golden light and the strange and boundless purple-red light collided with each other in the arena. A series of intense explosions resounded in the arena. The stone slabs on the surface of the arena shattered into pieces and rapidly floated into the air. Xiao! Amidst the chaotic arena, two figures flashed by amidst the lights of various colors. They were so fast that the eyes of the onlookers could not keep up with them. The situation in the arena was very chaotic. Lights of various colors flickered and countless shattered stone slabs flew everywhere. The crowd could not clearly see how this extremely fast move happened. Pu Si. Two streams of blood shot through the air. The surrounding floor was immediately dyed scarlet. However, even Jiang Zimo and the others could not be sure whose wound it was that spurted out blood. The full power of the two's attack was simply too fast. Furthermore, the arena was filled with all sorts of chaotic lights and scattered states. It was hard to see clearly. At the two corners of the arena, Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun had their backs to each other. Drops of blood slowly dripped from the tips of their sabers and swords. Is it a draw? The crowd below said doubtfully when they saw this scene. The sabers were already stained with blood. That meant that they struck each other at the same time. The two arrows of blood came from Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun. It was too fast. I did not see it clearly at all. Unexpectedly, it ended in a draw. Furthermore, it was a little chaotic. I did not see how the two made their moves at all. Seeing that the result was already decided, the crowd shook their heads and sighed. This move was too fast. Although it was startling to watch, they could not understand it at all. Xiao. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun turned around at the same time. A golden light and a purplish-red light filled the air and poured into their weapons. The crowd's expressions could not help but change. They muttered, "Why is it not over yet? There was such a huge commotion earlier. Could it be that they have not made their moves yet?" Chu Chaoyun's sword left his hand and stopped in midair. Then it spun quickly. Chu Chaoyun's hands quickly formed hand seals. As he formed the hand seals, a golden light appeared on Chu Chaoyun's jade-white palms. Xiao Chen remained expressionless. The lunar shadow saber drew on a strange energy. Dark clouds churned in the sky, and thunder roared without end. When the golden light was at its most resplendent, Chu Chaoyun parted his hands. His left hand, which was flickering with golden light, looked like he was touching a mirror in the air. With the spinning sword as the center, he quickly drew a circle. As Chu Chaoyun's hand moved down, a golden sword image appeared. When the circle was complete, a circle of sword light appeared. Life-extinguishing blood-reversing sword. Chu Chaoyun shouted. The instant the circle of sword light formed, his right palm struck the spinning sword hilt in the middle of the circle. The sword immediately turned into a beam of golden light. It carried an aura of destruction as it flew at Xiao Chen. Everywhere it passed, the golden light gathered and did not scatter. It formed a piercing, slender pillar of light. Xiao Chen pointed his saber at the sky. He instantly formed his strongest move, Wuxia moves heaven. Boom, boom, boom. The sky trembled. A scarlet divine Wuxia tree descended from the sky, carrying the might of thunder. Boundless scarlet lightning appeared in the sky. Aside from being tyrannical, this Wuxia moves heaven infused with the state of massacre also had a strange demonic aura to it. Bang! The scarlet divine Wuxia tree landed in front of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen sent out a palm strike as well. The divine tree moved on the ground and crashed into the golden sword light. In the arena, the sword shining with a golden light and the scarlet divine Wuxia tree arrived at each other very quickly. There was a crisp sound as the sword pierced through the divine Wuxia tree, leaving a hole in the trunk. Cracks spread out from the entrance of the cave. The entire skeleton of the divine Wuxia tree seemed to start cracking. The long sword that was overflowing with golden light wasn't completely unscathed either. The originally dazzling radiance had dimmed a lot. However, the speed of the two did not slow down. Their bodies and souls were still present. Their might was only reduced by 50%. Ding, bang. There were two intense sounds of collisions. Chu Chaoyun's hands glowed with light as he struck the rapidly approaching divine Wuxia tree. The state of thunder and state of massacre exploded, turning into an overwhelming scarlet shockwave as it surged towards Chu Chaoyun. On the other side, the sword, which had dimmed significantly, arrived before Xiao Chen the moment the divine Wuxia tree knocked down Chu Chaoyun. Xiao Chen shifted his feet and held his saber across his chest, blocking the tip of the sword. The surging energy of the sword immediately surged forward. Boom! Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun missed. The remnant martial technique of their opponent knocked them to the ground at the same time. Blood leaked out of the corner of their mouths. According to the rules, falling out of the arena meant defeat. However, the two of them fell to the ground at the same time. This could only be considered a draw. Xiao. Chu Chaoyun withdrew his palm, and the sword returned to the sword on his back with a ka sound. After not seeing you for half a year, you are already able to force me to such a state. I hope you will still be this lucky after half a year. Chu Chaoyun wiped off the blood from the corner of his lips. He ignored the shocked gazes of the crowd and walked to the side. Then he closed his eyes and treated his injuries. Xiao Chen muttered to himself for a while. He did not show much dismay on his face. Although he did not completely defeat his opponent, Xiao Chen had already probed his opponent's strength. He was not afraid of his opponent being strong. He was only afraid of his opponent being unfathomable. He would not have a chance to understand him. On the path of cultivation, it was not a bad thing for Xiao Chen to have an opponent like Chu Chaoyun. At the very least, it would be more exciting. Incredible! Unexpectedly, the Great Qin nation has two peak geniuses. This is unbelievable. The spiritual energy in that place is very sparse. With these two people around, the cultivators of the Great Qin nation will not dare to make irresponsible remarks when they go out. When the crowd saw the two of them sitting cross-legged and treating their injuries, they discussed in soft voices. Xiao Chen's strength was clear for all to see. Now that Chu Chaoyun and Xiao Chen fought to a draw, everyone had a clear understanding of Xiao Chen's strength. The arena continued, and soon, the second round of drawing lots began. Xiao Chen obtained the red token for number 17. He was in the first batch of competitors again. His opponent was a cultivator from the Great Xia nation. That person knew that Xiao Chen had suffered significant internal injuries in his fight with Chu Chaoyun. It was impossible for him to recover so quickly. After hesitating for a while, he chose to fight to the death, to see if he could obtain a victory for himself. Even if he could not obtain a victory, a draw was entirely possible. That would still be a point. However, the results disappointed him. Xiao Chen had just consumed the medicinal pill for treating injuries that Shi Hailong had given him. The effects were unexpectedly good. The internal injuries that Chu Chaoyun suffered from that sword strike had mostly healed. Although his combat prowess had not recovered completely, he had recovered at least 90% of it. Bang! After 10 moves, Xiao Chen forced his opponent back with his saber. Then he immediately pressed forward and executed the dragon claw fist with his left hand. He took advantage of his opponent's opening and knocked him off the arena. Thank you for letting me win. Xiao Chen calmly walked off the arena under his opponent's depressed gaze. The arena battles continued in batches. A few more people wanted to gamble and chose to fight with Xiao Chen. Unsurprisingly, they all lost within 50 moves. After seeing Xiao Chen display his strong combat prowess once again, the next opponents, they had already verified that Xiao Chen's injuries were completely healed. When they met Xiao Chen, they immediately forfeited without hesitation. As the number of matches decreased, they could no longer afford to make any mistakes. As the sun set in the west and dusk approached, Xiaochen ascended the arena once again, feeling somewhat bored. This was the last match of his 30 matches. The results of the previous 29 matches had already guaranteed him one of the 20 spots. The outcome of this last match did not have much to do with the overall situation. Regardless of who won or lost, Xiaochen would be able to enter the ancient desolate tower. Chapter 474. Xiao. As Xiaochen waited, his final opponent appeared. When Xiaochen saw his opponent's face, his eyes could not help but light up. He had not expected his final opponent to be Zuemo. It looked like this duel would not be as simple as he had imagined. There was going to be a lot of fighting. However, Zuemo smiled bitterly across Xiaochen. He said, "I know you find this boring. However, it is unfortunate that I have to forfeit as well. I already have enough points to rank in the top 20. There is no need to continue this pointless fight. Let's meet at the ancient desolate tower." Xiaochen smiled gently and said, "It will be difficult for me to fight. Let's meet at the ancient desolate tower. Let's consider this a draw. We have not determined a victor between us yet. Sooner or later we will have to fight." Zuemo nodded and said, "There is still 1.5 years before the next 5-nation youth competition begins. At that time, we will inevitably meet and have a good fight." The two of them shook hands and walked off the arena. They started to watch the battles in the other arenas, waiting for the second round to end. The matches slowly came to an end. Xianxia walked over to Xiaochen with a smile on her face. Clearly, she was very confident in her results. "How was it? There should not be any problems, right?" Xiaochen asked. Xianxia nodded and said, "I lost 2 matches and drew 1. There should not be any problems. However, we still need to see the final results." After the final match in the arena ended, everyone started to wait anxiously. The Heavenly Extermination Union had people in charge of the results of the various participants. Furthermore, these people were the brains of the various powers. They supervised each other and ensured the fairness of the results. The results were quickly tabulated. After Shi Hailong and the others looked through them, he instructed someone to read them out slowly. The results are out. First place, Chu Chaoyun. 30 matches. 1 draw. Winning the rest is a total of 59 points. Second place, Xiaochen. 2 draws. Winning the rest is a total of 58 points. Third place, Ding Fengqiu. 3 draws. Winning the rest is a total of 57 points. There were no surprises. Aside from Chu Chaoyun, the people in the top 10 were all peak characters from the previous gathering: Jiang Zimo, Mu Xinya, Zuemo, Chu Mu, Ding Fengqiu, Xiaoxian, and the others. The expressions on everyone's faces were still relatively calm. It was only when the names of all the top geniuses and above were announced that they started to feel nervous. At this time, it was their turn. Although it was said that there were 20 spots, the truth was that they could only fight for the remaining 10 spots. When the old man finished reading the list, Shi Hailong said sternly, "Those whose names have not been read, step back. Those whose names have been read, step forward." Expressions of pity flashed across the faces of the outstanding talents that failed to be selected. After sighing softly, they started to retreat. She looked enviously at Xiaochen and the others who had stepped forward. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness. They knew that the gap between them and these people might be something that they would never be able to catch up to for the rest of their lives. Shi Hailong swept his gaze across the crowd. Then he flicked his finger, and jade pendants with mysterious talisman scripts landed in everyone's hands. "Without these jade pendants, you will not be able to enter the ancient desolate tower. I have given you the opportunity. How far you can go will depend on yourselves," Shi Hailong said expressionlessly. "Open the tower." Xiaochen shouted the order, and the 4 old men behind him started to form hand seals in front of the Tianwu Emperor's statue. Pure essence flowed from Xiaochen's arm into the statue. The Tianwu Emperor's statue started to glow with a golden light from bottom to top. When the golden light covered the entire statue, the sword in the Tianwu Emperor's hand immediately gave off a boundless sword qi and soared into the sky. 1. A majestic and grand formation appeared in the sky above. Countless lines flickered, forming an extremely profound scene. The golden sword Qi rushed to the center of the formation. Hu Qi! When the sword Qi reached the center of the formation, it immediately spread out. All the lines turned golden. When the golden light descended, it reflected on the plaza. It was a huge ancient formation. Sensing the vast spiritual energy in the formation, Xiaochen could feel it. Everyone, including Xiaochen, was astonished. At this moment, they felt incredibly insignificant. In the distance, the ancient tower that Xiaochen had seen before disappeared. The buildings in front of him looked like they were being stripped of clothes. When the ancient desolate tower appeared before everyone's eyes, they were all astonished. It turned out that the ancient desolate tower was in the Tianwu Plaza. However, due to some formations forming a concealment spell, it was hard for people to find the ancient desolate tower. Boom! The stone door at the bottom of the ancient desolate tower opened. Shi Hailong said, "Let's go in." After the ancient desolate tower appeared, Xiaochen and the others hung their jade pendants on their chests. Then, they immediately headed for the door to the first floor. Although the stone door was open, there was a layer of faint blue energy membrane flickering with a faint blue light. At the front of the group, 4 or 5 impatient, outstanding talents from various places rushed in ahead of everyone else. Just as their fingers touched the Dao membrane, when they touched the energy membrane, the jade pendants with the mysterious talisman scripts on them immediately lit up, and they disappeared in a flash. It looked like the blue energy membrane had the ability to differentiate between people. Without the jade pendants, they would not be able to enter the ancient desolate tower by force. Xiaochen was not in a rush to enter the ancient desolate tower. He stood at the foot of the tower and looked around. The tower was more than 400 meters tall and had 9 floors. Spiritual energy surrounded the foot of the tower, forming an overwhelming aura that soared into the clouds. When standing at the foot of the tower, one could feel an ancient aura coming from it, giving off a sense of pressure. Back then, the Thunder King only managed to reach the 7th floor. What exactly was in this ancient desolate tower? It filled one with anticipation and anxiety. Xiaochen did not know how many floors he could reach. Xiaochen took a deep breath and walked to the door. Then, he stretched out his right hand towards the energy membrane. Xiao! Xiaochen's figure flashed, and it was like he passed through a layer of water. Then, he appeared on the first floor of the ancient desolate tower. Boom! The moment Xiaochen landed on the ground, he felt a huge pressure. It was a psychological pressure. Instead, it was a formless pressure from the air. It was like a pair of huge hands pressing down on his shoulders, trying to push his entire body down. Caught off guard, Xiaochen stumbled. He was nearly pushed to the ground by this pressure. After he reacted, Xiaochen circulated his vital qi throughout his body. He straightened his back and allowed the pressure to hit him. He did not move his body at all. This is not much pressure, Xiaochen thought to himself. As long as I do not get pressed to the ground in an instant, I will be able to resist it easily. Xiaochen looked around. The first floor was very spacious. There were many portraits of people from the past carved on the walls. Many pairs of eyes watched the challengers. Looking up, Xiaochen saw a layer of light. It was like a ceiling separating the first and second floors. Several cultivators flew into the air, resisting the air resistance as they slowly made their way to the light screen above their heads. Normally, they would only need a few breaths to reach that height. However, at this moment, it was extremely difficult for them to move even 1 meter. The air currents in the air seemed very viscous. The pressure they exerted was extremely huge. Who can help me up? Help me up. An unlucky fellow lay sprawled on the ground about 1 meter in front of Xiaochen. He used his hands to support himself. This person wanted to stand up again. However, after a long time, it was to no avail. He could not help but cry out for help. The pressure on the first floor was not so strong that one could not resist it. However, if one let down their guard at the start and got pressed down, it would be extremely difficult. If one wanted to stand up by themselves, it would be extremely difficult. The surrounding cultivators were all climbing nervously. No one cared about him. Even if they heard him, They pretended not to hear him. They were all competitors here. It was hard to guarantee that if they helped him today, he would not try to bully them in the future. Xiaochen shook his head. It was not easy to enter this ancient desolate tower. It would be a pity to give up just like that. Bang! Xiaochen stomped heavily on the ground, and a huge force bounced off the ground. Using this force, Xiaochen slowly flew up. The cultivator on the ground also bent his back due to the force of Xiaochen's stomp. He looked at Xiaochen, who was in the air, and quickly thanked him. Boo! Boo! Xiaochen's body broke through the solid air pressure and slowly rose. At first, he was rather slow. Eventually, he got used to the air pressure. Chapter 475. Xiaochen's speed gradually increased. He overtook the cultivators who had started earlier and slowly flew to the front. Does this fellow not feel any pressure at all? Ding Fengqiu, who was at the side, said with an unsightly expression when he saw Xiaochen slowly overtake him. Zuomo also had an astonished expression on his face. The pressure here caused cultivators to circulate their essence very slowly. He did not know how Xiaochen did it. When the others saw that Xiaochen was about to touch the layer of light above him, they were all astonished. They could not help but increase their speed. Xiaochen thought for a while and understood the crux of the matter. The pressure from the pagoda actually came from the outside. It entered the cultivator's body and pressed down on the essence in the cultivator's meridians. At this moment, the body was like the outermost layer of defense. With a strong physical body, the pressure that penetrated through the skin into the body was naturally reduced. If the physical body was not strong, it would not be able to withstand much of the pressure. As a result, most of the pressure would enter the body. Xiaochen's physical body was stronger than most of the cultivators here. Even though he started later, he arrived first. Naturally, he was in front. When Xiaochen's palm touched the strange layer of light, mottled energy ripples immediately appeared on the light. In an instant, all the pressure vanished. Xiaochen felt very relaxed as he slowly passed through the layer of light. Xiao! 5 seconds later, Xiaochen's feet trembled as he landed firmly on the ground. He opened his eyes and felt that the essence in his body was purer and more powerful than before. Xiaochen closed his eyes again and sank his consciousness into the purple qi whirlpool. He discovered drops of purple essence liquid dripping down the qi whirlpool. This speed was several times faster than when Xiaochen cultivated normally. He was astonished and even showed signs of breaking through to peak superior grade martial king. Strange, I clearly didn't cultivate, nor did I absorb any heaven and earth spiritual qi, so why did this purple yuan qi liquid appear out of nowhere? Could it be because of that layer of light? Xiaochen guessed. Aside from this, there was no other explanation. Xiao! After 5 seconds, the primal qi liquid stopped dripping. Xiaochen opened his eyes and stopped thinking about it. In the end, it was a good thing and there was no harm in it. Let's see what's so strange about this floor. Outside the ancient desolate tower, Shi Hailong and a few other members of the Heavenly Extermination Union's upper echelon looked nervously at the ancient desolate tower below the martial emperor statue. Inside the ancient desolate tower, the jade pendants on everyone's chests were like bright spots. Even though the walls were in the way, others could see them clearly. Suddenly, an elder said, "Elder Shi, someone seems to have entered the second level." Shi Hailong's eyes narrowed. Indeed, a speck of light had already appeared in the space of the second floor. He actually passed the first floor so quickly. The pressure of the first floor is at least 50,000 kilograms. I wonder who it is. Back then, not even the Thunder King was this fast. Does this mean that this person will be able to go further than the Thunder King? It's hard to say. This is just the first floor. The challenges of each subsequent floor are different. Perhaps he is just lucky. We can't come to a conclusion so early. Naturally, Xiaochen could not hear the discussions outside. At this moment, he felt somewhat conflicted. In the second floor, there was still a faint layer of light above his head. There was no longer that pressure. However, when Xiaochen tried to take off, he discovered a horrifying suction force coming from the ground. However, he discovered that there was a terrifying suction force coming from the ground beneath his feet. No matter how hard he tried, his feet could not leave the ground at the same time. After trying for a while, Xiaochen still could not succeed. He could only give up and focus his gaze on the 20-odd statues in the middle. Aside from the lack of pressure, the greatest difference between the first and second floors of the ancient desolate tower was that there were many more statues. The statues were the same size as a real person. There were men and women, fist masters, bladesmen, swordsmen, spearmen, and even pure cultivators. Xiaochen walked forward and looked at the statues one by one. Finally, he stopped before a bladesman. That bladesman wore light blue battle armor and carried a dragon-tooth saber on his back. He had an amiable expression on his face, but his gaze was strangely resolute. No one dared to look at him directly. As Xiaochen stood before that bladesman, he looked at the distinct lines on the statue's face. The expression on the statue was very realistic. It was like he was facing a bladesman with a life of his own. There was no such thing as an unsolvable puzzle in the ancient desolate tower. There had to be a way to get to the third floor. The answer might lie in these additional statues. I might as well give it a try. Xiaochen stretched out his finger and pointed at the forehead of the statue. Ha! Not bad, you have good eyes. You chose me. In that case, let me see your strength. Suddenly, a hearty laughter resounded in Xiaochen's ears. Under Xiaochen's astonished gaze, the eyes of the statue immediately lit up. The bladesman waved his left hand and knocked Xiaochen's hand to the side. Then, his right hand moved at lightning speed and pressed against Xiaochen's forehead. This startled Xiaochen and he quickly retreated. His figure flashed, leaving behind afterimages in the air. When Xiaochen landed, he discovered that he was in a chaotic space. A bladesman wearing light blue battle armor smiled at Xiaochen. This was the statue of the bladesman that Xiaochen saw earlier. Now, it appeared alive in this space. Winds blew and clouds churned in the chaotic space. Thunder roared, and there was nothing in the surroundings. Xiaochen placed his right hand on his saber hilt and stared at this person. How did you come back to life? What is this place? The moment Xiaochen spoke, he felt that something was wrong. The other party was a statue in the first place. There was no concept of life or death. The blue-robed bladesman muttered, I am just a strand of soul. How can there be such a thing as life or death? What you see is just a statue of my will. My name is Bai Shueha, a saber sage of the great Jin nations Bai clan. 7,000 years ago, the Alliance chief invited me to leave a strand of my will on the second floor. Xiaochen understood. Rumor had it that when one became a martial sage, one's mental energy would be extremely strong. One could leave a strand of will behind for 100 years. Emperor Wu's will could be passed down for 1,000 years. The reason why the saber sages' will could survive for 1,000 years was probably because of the ancient desolate tower. My current cultivation is about the same as yours. If you can last 10 moves against me, you will pass the test of the second floor. If you cannot, your path will end here. The blue-robed bladesman said indifferently as he slowly drew the dragon-tooth saber from his back and pointed it at Xiaochen. When Xiaochen heard that, his expression could not help but turn grave. Although the other party's cultivation was the same as his, the other party's cultivation was still the same as his. Although the other party's cultivation was about the same as his, he was still a martial sage. He still had his combat techniques and experience. It would be extremely difficult for him to last 10 moves. Bai Shueha looked at Xiaochen and smiled faintly. Just do your best. Don't overthink. Just don't leave any regrets. First move. Xiao. A hazy saber intent spread out from the dragon-tooth saber. Bai Shueha took 6 steps in the air and raised his saber, attacking Xiaochen's left hand, which was holding the scabbard. With the support of Bai Shueha's saber intent, this simple and ordinary move became extremely sharp and awe-inspiring in his hands. This is a feint. His true goal should be to raise his saber and knock my weapon out of my hand the instant I draw it. Xiaochen's eyes lit up. When the other party made his move, his heart was as calm as still water. The other party was no longer a saber sage but an ordinary opponent. There was no such thing as 10 moves. What Xiaochen wanted was to defeat this opponent who had the same cultivation as him. Xiaochen guessed the other party's goal. Although he was not completely confident, he was at least 70% sure. He could take the gamble. Xiao Chen released the saber hilt with his right hand and made an extremely dangerous move. He did not draw his saber to block the other party's attack. Instead, he quickly moved his left hand to his back. The saber hilt appeared behind Xiao Chen's right shoulder. At this moment, the other party's saber had already arrived at Xiao Chen's lower waist. If Bai Shuehe did not dodge and casually swung to the right, he would be able to severely injure Xiao Chen's waist. The situation was extremely dangerous. However, Xiao Chen's expression was strangely calm. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he grabbed the saber hilt behind his shoulder with his right hand. Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed and executed drawing the saber from top to bottom. The saber turned into a ferocious lightning flood dragon as it hacked at Bai Shuehe's face. If the other party still wanted to severely injure Xiao Chen, he would definitely be chopped in half by this saber strike. Exchanging heavy injuries for his own death was not worth it. Retreat. Bai Shuehe was extremely decisive. The moment the thought of retreating appeared in his mind, his body had already retreated several dozen meters. This caused Xiao Chen's ferocious tiger-like saber strike to hit nothing but air. The electric light scattered and turned into strands of electric light flowing everywhere. What a fast reaction speed! Xiao Chen was slightly startled. According to his expectations, even if the other party wanted to retreat, he would not be able to escape the range of his saber technique. He would definitely not be able to escape from the range of his saber momentum. After that, he would completely seize the initiative, and the violent attacks would pour down like a torrential storm. However, Bai Shuehe's reaction speed was like he did not need to use his brain. In an instant, he made the appropriate response. This was a kind of memory of the body. Only after experiencing thousands, tens of thousands of battles would one be able to achieve such experience. Bai Shuehe looked at Xiao Chen and the corner of his mouth curled up in a smile of praise. He said, "Not bad. You have good judgment, courage, and ambition. You are able to determine the purpose of my move and have the courage to gamble. In the end, you still want to defeat me. For you to have such accomplishments at such a young age, it is really rare. However, it will not be that easy for your saber technique to catch me. You'd better think of how to block 10 moves first." Spring water flows slowly, suddenly warm then cold. Bai Shuehe did not say anything. The dragon-tooth saber in his hand started to tremble, twisting and turning continuously. Layers of water appeared in the surroundings. A warm feeling spread out in the air. Bai Shuehe rode the waves through the water, heading quickly for Xiao Chen. The spring water had already melted and was so clear that one could see the bottom. However, while the water looked warm, the cold qi did not dissipate. Bai Shuehe's saber technique displayed this state to its fullest. The moment it arrived, the two different saber techniques quickly switched. Whether it was warm or cold, there were different ways to deal with them. The principle was somewhat similar to Xiao Chen's dragon claw fist. Whether it was a claw or a fist, there were different ways to deal with them. However, the difference in cultivation was much higher. One was still in form, while the other surpassed form. It focused on intent, making it even harder to figure out. If Xiao Chen made a mistake and attacked blindly, he would immediately get hit and lose. Chapter 476. Xiao Chen quickly thought of a countermeasure. He became more focused than he had ever been before. The saber sage was a saber sage, a sage of sabers. Even though their cultivations were similar, the difference was clear. The water of spring had just started to melt. The so-called warmth was only compared to winter. However, compared to normal, it was still cold. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He finally figured out the trick to this. What, suddenly warm but then cold? It was just a trick to confuse people. Cold was cold, not cold was not cold. No matter how warm the water was in spring, how could it compare to summer? Xiao Chen smiled gently. After he figured out the trick, the confusion on his face disappeared. A fierce purple flame appeared on his sword. The qi whirlpool in Xiao Chen's body continued to spin. Pure lightning-attributed essence poured endlessly into the sword, causing the purple thunder true fire to burn ferociously. Break! When Xiao Chen swung his saber, the blazing purple thunder true fire broke through the water barrier in front of him. The sound of water boiling resounded in the air, and white steam rose up. Dang! The purple fire broke through all the cold qi. With the help of Xiao Chen's fierce purple fire, it completely suppressed his opponent's state of ice. Bai Shuehe was knocked back by Xiao Chen's move. Autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Another move was broken by Xiao Chen. However, the smile on Bai Shuehe's face became even wider. He spun his saber and quickly executed his third move. A desolate intent blew a strong wind at Xiao Chen. In the wind, Bai Shuehe's saber contained a sharp intent as it clashed with Xiao Chen's saber strike. This move was very ferocious. Although it was launched later, it arrived first. The unblockable aura of the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves allowed Bai Shuehe's saber strike to turn defeat into victory. In terms of aura, Bai Shuehe's saber strike surpassed Xiao Chen's. If he could not defeat Xiao Chen, he would not clash head-on. Xiao Chen decisively retreated. His figure wavered as he executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations. He turned into 9 cool breezes and flew backward. Good lad, decisive enough. In a situation where he had the upper hand, he immediately retreated when he saw that the situation wasn't right. He wasn't rash at all. Bai Shuehe praised Xiao Chen inwardly once more. With his advantage in experience, he was able to see through Xiao Chen's true form with a single glance. Moreover, he was able to guess Xiao Chen's next move. Taking a step forward, Zhang Xian launched a feint attack toward where the other party's true body had gone. Swoosh! The figure flickered, and that figure quickly merged with the 9th figure on the left. The number of clones quickly decreased. Bai Shuehe thought to himself, although this young man is smart, he is still lacking in experience. This illusory move did not have much force behind it. Bai Shuehe's saber spun around at lightning speed and headed for the merging figure. The summer sky burned in all directions. How powerful was the blazing sun in summer? It was the hottest flame in the world, and it could even dry up a river. It was also the most tyrannical flame in the world. Under the illumination of the sun, it could be found no matter where one hid. When this state was infused into the saber technique, one could imagine how powerful it would be. The merging figure would probably be blasted to smithereens the moment it landed. Bang! As Bai Shuehe expected, a look of shock flashed on the merging figure's face. It barely managed to block with its saber before it was blasted into smithereens by this incomparably mighty saber strike. Seeing the disappearing figure, Bai Shuehe revealed a somewhat desolate expression. He said, "In the end, it still ended. However, I gained too much of an advantage by using my experience to defeat this youth." "Uncle, it is not over yet." Suddenly, Xiao Chen's faint laughter came from behind him. Bai Shuehe's expression changed slightly as he quickly turned his head to take a look. A divine Wuxia tree flickering with scarlet lightning pressed down on him with tens of thousands of tons of force. At the place where Bai Shuehe's true body was, the white-robed Xiao Chen held his saber with both hands, guiding the scarlet lightning divine Wuxia tree. Bai Shuehe reacted in an instant. Before he could think, he had already dodged to the side. Xiao Chen had expected this long ago. The scarlet divine Wuxia tree tilted slightly and fell. The 200-meter-tall tree fell just like that. The tip of the tree was less than a meter away from Bai Shuehe. Xiao Chen did not stop moving. He shouted, "Explode!" Boom! The surging scarlet lightning exploded in an instant. Waves of lightning surged out, attacking a large area indiscriminately. At such a close distance, no matter how fast one's reaction speed was, one would still be struck by the shock wave. Bang! 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 Bai Shuehe took 3 steps back. His current cultivation was the same as Xiao Chen's, an inferior-grade martial king. He could not ignore such a strong move. Bai Shuehe received a powerful move head-on. His battle armor was blasted into a sorry state. Blood leaked out of the corner of his lips. However, he did not show much anger on his face. Boom! Boom! As Bai Shuehe swung his saber, he swept away all the remaining shock waves. Bai Shuehe looked straight at Xiao Chen and revealed a look of admiration. He smiled and said, "Interesting. You knew that I could see through your clones, so you beat me at my own game. The figures that merged back together were fake. Your true body never moved from the start." To think that when I was your age, I was not as accomplished as you are. With just these 4 moves, you have already passed my test. Now, let me ask you, do you still want to continue? Xiaochen smiled calmly and said, why not? It is not easy to meet a true bladesman. It would be too much of a pity to stop here. Bai Shuehe wiped off the blood on the corner of his lips. The smile on his face became wider as he said, have you thought it through? If you cannot last 10 moves, you will not be able to proceed to the later floors of the ancient desolate tower. Xiao Chen thrust his saber forward and revealed a faint smile. He felt very proud in his heart. As you said, I will not leave behind any regrets. He, you are made to be a swordsman. Let's play a few more moves then. Bai Shuehe laughed loudly and took a step forward. He spun his saber and sent out another sharp saber technique at Xiaochen. Boom boom boom. In the chaotic space, the two of them once again started a battle of wits, courage, and strength. Every single move was extremely dangerous, and every single move was incomparably brilliant. As they fought back and forth, they were having so much fun that it was as if they had forgotten that this was a so-called test. Bai Shuehe's cultivation was restricted, and he was the same as Xiaochen. If he wanted to defeat Xiaochen, he could only rely on his experience and combat techniques to achieve his goal. However, Xiaochen's ability to react on the spot far surpassed Bai Shuehe's expectations. Xiaochen's exquisite saber technique and exquisite state greatly surpassed his expectations. Xiaochen was always able to decisively break it at the last moment. If he really couldn't break it, he would try his best to avoid the vital parts. While Xiaochen endured the saber techniques, he did his best to leave wounds of various sizes on Bai Shuehe's body. Bai Shuehe forgot about the flow of time and his initial goal. The smile on his face grew wider. When he attacked, it was not to defeat Xiaochen. This was like a senior swordsman teaching a junior. During the fight, Bai Shuehe would occasionally comment on the strengths and weaknesses of Xiaochen's saber techniques. Naturally, the value of the saber sage's comments went without saying. Xiaochen benefited a lot from this. Many of the problems that he could not figure out before were suddenly enlightened. Outside the ancient desolate tower, Shi Hailong watched the spots of light continuously appear on the second floor. However, his gaze remained fixed on the first spot that appeared. Xiaochen had a vague guess in his heart. He knew who the first person to reach the second floor was. However, he did not dare to be completely sure. Bang! Just at this moment, a figure was ejected from the wall of the second floor of the ancient desolate tower. He had a confused expression on his face. That was a sign that he had failed the challenge. He could not withstand 10 moves from the will statue and was ejected from the ancient desolate tower, losing the ability to advance further. Bang! Following that, another 3 people were ejected from the ancient desolate tower. Then, they returned to the statue with dispirited expressions. Together with the others, they paid attention to the spots of light in the ancient desolate tower. The people at the side who did not qualify to enter the tower quickly asked about the situation inside. These people could only smile bitterly and could not be bothered to explain. Shi Hailong revealed some doubt in his eyes. He said, "Strange, there are already 3 or 4 people who passed the test. However, that person has not. Could I be wrong?" An elder at the side smiled and said, "Old Shi, don't overthink this. That person might have passed the first floor so quickly because of luck. It is not as if there were no such people in the past. Indeed, it was too early for me to come to this conclusion. This is just the first floor, and I already compared this person to the Thunder King from back then." As they spoke, a few more people passed the will statue's test. The spots of light flickered and appeared on the 3rd floor. However, the first spot of light to enter the 2nd floor did not move at all. There were no signs of movement at all. Shi Hailong shook his head and smiled at the people beside him. "It looks like I was overthinking. Let's continue watching." For so many people to break through to the 3rd floor, they are much stronger than the previous batches. On the 2nd floor of the ancient desolate tower, in the primal chaos space where Xiaochen was, unknowingly, Bai Shuehe's body had turned from solid to faint. Xiao! 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 Xiaochen broke Bai Shuehe's saber technique again. Wuxia breaks the heavens and Wuxia moves heaven struck by Xueha's body continuously, inflicting severe damage. Puxia. Bai Xueha vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. The blue battle armor on his body was already tattered. His figure was in a sorry state. However, he still appeared very excited. Xiaochen was in an even worse state than Bai Xueha. His complexion was pale, devoid of blood. His white clear windrobes were tattered beyond recognition. Countless wounds of various sizes covered Bai Xueha's body. Blood flowed out slowly, dyeing his clothes red. He looked like a person made of blood. It has been several thousand years, and no one has been able to force me to such a state. In the end, I am just a lonely spirit. I cannot last for long. You win, Bai Xueha said with a bitter smile as he casually tossed his saber aside. He revealed a desolate expression. When Xiaochen heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was almost at his limits. He had already used all his trump cards several times. If the other party made a few more moves, Xiaochen would be at his wit's end. He would probably die in this primal chaos space. Bai Xueha smiled and said, "Everyone who passes the test will receive a reward. For the past 7,000 years, I have given away all the good stuff. What do you want? I will do my best to satisfy you." Chapter 477. Xiaochen muttered to himself for a while before saying, "I want to know how you infused the changes of the 4 seasons into your saber technique." When Bai Xueha heard this, he smiled and said, "You are extraordinarily greedy. This is the Bai clan's inherited martial technique. However, you are the only one who could force me to this point in 1,000 years. As you wish, remember not to teach it to anyone else." Bai Xueha flicked his finger, and a spot of light flashed on his fingertip. Then, it quickly entered Xiaochen's forehead. Suddenly, Xiaochen felt like many things had appeared in his mind. Before Xiaochen could think, space shattered. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered that he was on the 2nd floor of the ancient desolate tower. Xiaochen's fingertip touched the forehead of Bai Xueha's statue. There was an explosion, and Bai Xueha's statue suddenly shattered. A formless will spread out from the 2nd floor of the ancient desolate tower. Soon, it penetrated the walls and radiated into the surroundings of the ancient desolate tower. Bai Xueha's final bit of will exploded. All the cultivators within a kilometer felt like they had suffered a heavy blow to their chests. They could not resist at all. They vomited a large mouthful of blood, and their complexions turned incredibly pale. Shi Hailong and the others also felt a dull thud in their chests. They did their best to suppress their surging blood and only managed to refine it after a long time. They all had grave expressions. After a long time, someone asked in a trembling voice, "Someone defeated the will statue of a martial sage." Although the will statue was as strong as the challenger, the experience and techniques of the martial sage were not inferior to the challenger at all. The only weakness of the will statue was that it could not exist for long. However, it would not be a problem for it to last at least a few hundred moves. It was almost impossible to defeat such a person. Being able to last 10 moves was already very rare. Such a person could be considered an outstanding talent. In the future, they would at least become a martial monarch. In the thousands of years of the trial of the ancient desolate tower, aside from the Thunder King, no one had ever broken the will statue of a challenger. However, such a thing had actually happened right before their eyes. How could they not be shocked? Shi Hailong's expression was grave as he stared at the speck of light that flew to the 3rd floor. He muttered, "It can't be wrong, it can't be wrong, it can't be wrong. It must be him, the first cultivator to enter the 2nd floor." The moment the statue shattered, Xiaochen's body automatically rose into the air and flew towards the halo above his head. The moment he passed through the halo, Xiaochen paid attention to the changes in the cyclone in his body. As he had expected, as his body slowly passed through the halo, drops of pure purple liquid quickly dripped down from the chi whirlpool in his body. Tick-tock, tick-tock. This time, it took them a full 10 seconds to pass through the halo, twice as long as the previous level. Xiaochen was pleasantly surprised to find that it took him 10 seconds to get through the halo. Xiaochen's bottleneck to inferior grade martial king was quickly loosening. His essence surged, showing signs of breaking through to medial-grade martial king at any moment. No wonder everyone said that the ancient desolate tower was incomparably miraculous. They all fought to the death for a spot. Just the speed at which Xiao Chen's essence increased was equivalent to a year of bitter cultivation. To those peak geniuses, 1 year was sufficient to leave their opponents in the dust. Xiao Chen landed firmly on the ground and quickly scanned the third floor with his gaze. Compared to the second floor, the third floor was slightly smaller. The walls still had many carvings of the predecessors. However, there was no external force on them. There was no resistance from above, nor was there any suction from below. The halo above their heads was still there, but no one flew into the air to try to pass through it. Zhou Emo and the others, who had arrived earlier, all had unsightly expressions as they looked at the tombstones in the middle. "Look, there is another tombstone," someone shouted. Everyone immediately looked over and saw that the tombstone clearly said, "Here lies the great Qin nation's white-robed bladesman, Xiao Chen." The others quickly turned their heads to take a look. When they discovered Xiao Chen, they revealed an expression that said, "You too." Xiao Chen felt suspicious as he walked forward. He discovered that the tombstones all had the names of the outstanding talents who had arrived here. It looked very strange. Behind the tombstone, there was an ancient stone coffin. A serene atmosphere slowly spread from the tombstone to the entire space. Xiao Chen's name was carved on it as well. He was clearly a living person, yet he had to face his own tombstone. This feeling was indescribably strange. Xiao Chen asked Xiaxian, who was beside him, "What's going on?" Xiaxian had a grave expression as she said, "I'm not sure." The moment everyone came up, there would be a tombstone and a stone coffin. Some people have tried to pass through the halo above them, but they could not. It is completely different from the previous floors. Xiao Chen nodded gently and focused his gaze on his own tombstone again. He said, "In that case, the test of this floor is in this tombstone." "That should be the case," Xiaxian said uncertainly. Suddenly she saw what Xiao Chen was doing. She exclaimed in astonishment, "What are you doing?" Xiaxian saw that Xiao Chen had already walked to the stone coffin behind his tombstone. His right hand rested on the lid of the coffin as he tried to open it. Xiao Chen's actions startled everyone. They quickly retreated. There were too many strange places in this ancient desolate tower. If Xiao Chen opened the stone coffin so recklessly and met with some unknown danger, he would be in big trouble. Zhou Emo advised, "Brother Xiao, why don't you study it a little longer before making a decision? It is too risky to open the stone coffin now." Jiang Zimo also felt that doing so was inappropriate. "Brother Xiao, let's keep looking. Who knows, we might discover something else." Xiao Chen shook his head and rejected. "The answer is obvious. It is in this stone coffin. You all should move back first." Seeing that Xiao Chen had already made up his mind, the others did not say anything more. Actually, they were also curious about what was in this stone coffin. However, they were not as decisive as Xiao Chen. Bang! Xiao Chen sent out a palm strike and quickly took a step back. His right hand grasped the hilt of his saber tightly. The stone coffin lid immediately flew up. Xiao Chen looked down and saw the interior of the stone coffin. His expression slowly turned doubtful as his right hand released the hilt of his saber. When the others saw this, they quickly gathered around. They discovered that the stone coffin was empty. There was nothing inside. Strange, why is there nothing inside? What are you thinking? It would be strange if there was really something inside, someone else immediately retorted. Bang, bang, bang. The other stone coffins were opened one after another. They were all empty, there was nothing inside. Everyone felt that it was a false alarm and heaved a sigh of relief. However, when they thought about how they were in the ancient desolate tower, they had to think of a way to break through this floor and reach a higher level. Only then would they be able to obtain more benefits. The cultivators who successfully challenged the will statue would obtain a gift from the will statue. There were secret treasures, battle armor, spirit weapons, and cultivation techniques. These were all good things that were hard to come by. Even if there was nothing inside, just the increase in strength from breaking through the light barrier was enough to attract people. Thus, the crux of the matter was not whether there was anything in the stone coffin but how to break through this floor and reach a higher level. Xiao Chen's gaze wandered between the stone coffin and the gravestone. Gravestone, and the empty stone coffin. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of something. He sank into deep thought and his expression slowly turned grave. Xiao Chen, how should we break through the third floor? What do you think? Zhua Imo, Jiang Zimo, and the others asked as they walked over. They thought for a long time but could not think of anything. So they asked Xiao Chen for his opinion. Xiao Chen's expression was calm as he said softly, "It is clear that this is a grave. There is a gravestone and a stone coffin. What do you think is missing?" The answer is very obvious. When everyone heard this, they muttered to themselves for a while. After a while, their expressions could not help but change. There was a grave, a gravestone, and a stone coffin. What was missing? Naturally, it was missing a real corpse. How could a tomb without a corpse be a complete tomb? Damn it. Could it be that we have to kill ourselves and sleep in this stone coffin before we can truly pass the test of this floor? A cultivator cursed in a low voice, feeling frustrated in his heart. Naturally, the benefits of the fourth floor were very tempting. However, if everyone died, what was the point of all that? Chu Chaoyun smiled leisurely and said, "Perhaps it is not necessary to have our own corpses." When everyone heard this, they could not help but show startled expressions. A swordsman from the great Chu nation said angrily, "Chu Chaoyun, what do you mean?" Chu Chaoyun's expression did not change. He looked at that swordsman and said, "Whether it is true or false, we just need to find someone to test it on. For example, the bastard." That swordsman cursed angrily and wanted to attack. However, when he thought of Chu Chaoyun's strength, he felt fear in his heart. He quickly controlled his emotions and took a few steps back. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, "Is that all you have?" Chu Chaoyun's words sounded harsh. However, when everyone thought about it, they felt that it made sense. Xiao Chen was indeed right. Whether it was true or false, they just needed to find someone to test it on. If that person died, they immediately passed through the light barrier of the third floor. Furthermore, that person managed to revive. This meant that this idea was feasible. Everyone could do the same. If that person died and did not revive, it meant that this idea was not right. They had to think of another way. However, no matter what, it was important to note that the person being tested could not be themselves. Shio. The atmosphere immediately turned strange. It was so quiet that not a single sound could be heard. Together with the 10-odd graves, the place looked sinister and incomparably horrifying. Some of the people who felt that they were stronger started to scan the crowd, searching for a suitable person. The atmosphere in the tower was very strange. Everyone's nerves were tense as they grasped their weapons. Only the heavy breathing of the crowd could be heard in the dark atmosphere. They guarded against each other and kept their guard up. There was no way to determine who was a friend or an enemy. Perhaps a former friend might launch a sneak attack in order to protect himself, making him the first subject of the experiment. A former enemy would only be harder to deal with than before. They might launch a sneak attack or frame you for no reason, making you the target of everyone. Chapter 478. At this moment, just a small collision would result in a huge explosion. Everyone would probably start a chaotic battle immediately, killing each other. Xiao Chen looked at Chu Chaoyun. This was the person who caused the situation. This person was currently looking around with interest, appearing very relaxed. For the sake of a conclusion that had not been confirmed, Chu Chaoyun's words caused such a commotion. The human heart was really hard to predict. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and ignored this group of people. Then he walked back to the stone coffin. As Xiao Chen looked at the empty stone coffin, he thought hard. There was no such thing as an unsolvable situation in this world. Since the people before him could pass the test and reach the fourth floor, it proved that there was a solution to the situation of the third floor. However, what exactly was this test? It was hard to determine. Xiao Chen already had a guess in his heart, but he did not dare to be certain. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and entered deep thought. After a while, he opened his eyes. The confusion and hesitation in the depths of his eyes were gone, replaced with determination and decisiveness. After Xiaochen made up his mind, while the group of people were still in a stalemate or discussing who to experiment on, Xiaochen stepped into the stone coffin. Xiaochen placed the lunar shadow saber at the side and lay down calmly. After he closed the lid of the stone coffin, he immediately closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Bang! The sound of the stone coffin moving reverberated in the dark space. This caused the hearts of the anxious people to race. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the stone coffin was like an ignition. When the sound rang out, several people immediately attacked the targets they had already decided on. The scene instantly turned chaotic. No one wanted to be the first target to be experimented on, so they did their best to protect themselves. Soon, someone was injured. Red blood drifted in the air, stimulating the bloodlust of the crowd and increasing the intensity of the battle. When Xiaoxian saw someone charging at her, she felt very depressed. She used her sword to block the other party's attack and tried to extricate herself. However, someone else immediately attacked her, either intentionally or unintentionally. This made her sink deeper and deeper. She retreated to the edge of the battlefield a few times, but every time, she got dragged back in. How could there be any true weaklings among the outstanding talents who could obtain 20 spots and reach the third level of the earth? The gap between them wasn't that obvious. Even if Xiaochen were to fight any one of them, he wouldn't be able to guarantee victory within 100 moves. Why bother? It would be difficult for Xiaoxian to rely on her own strength to escape. Like Xiaoxian, Jiang Zimo, Zue Mo, and the others wanted to extricate themselves. However, they were trapped and did not dare to use their trump cards. If he were to seriously injure someone, the situation at the scene would become even more chaotic. He had no idea what to do at the moment, so he could only protect himself. Bang, bang. The sounds of weapons clashing and the sounds of killing rang out incessantly. Chu Chaoyun weaved through the crowd easily. Occasionally, he would send out a strand of sword qi to disrupt the situation. From a spectator's point of view, when Xia Xian and the others retreated to the edge, the attack came from Chu Chaoyun. Bang! After 1 hour, an intense explosion suddenly resounded in the third floor of the ancient desolate tower. A deafening shockwave surged out. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, suppressing all the sounds of fighting. Everyone quickly turned their heads to take a look. They saw that the tombstone that Xiaochen was in had already shattered. The stone coffin behind it slowly sank into the ground. After a while, a white figure flew into the air. Before everyone's astonished gazes, this white figure flew towards the light barrier and slowly passed through it. There was no obstruction at all. Xiaochen passed through the barrier of the third floor and arrived at the fourth floor. Everyone stopped what they were doing. They stared blankly at Xiaochen, who had passed through the barrier of the third floor. How can it be? How did he pass through? I did not see him do anything. Could it be that the barrier's blocking effect has already disappeared? Someone felt suspicious. He stomped heavily on the ground and crashed into the light barrier. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. That person bounced back as fast as he arrived. The swelling on his forehead was very obvious. He grimaced in pain. Who said that I can pass through it freely? It is simply impossible. It looks like Xiaochen has indeed found a way to clear this floor's test. Earlier, I seem to have seen him seal himself in the stone coffin. Could it be related to this? One of the cultivators asked, feeling confused. At this time, no one was thinking about who to use for the experiment. After everyone calmed down and thought about the earlier situation, they realized that something was wrong. That's enough. Whether it is real or fake, we will know after we test it. Pei Shaoxin roared and headed for his stone coffin. The others no longer hesitated. They all ran over to test it out. After all, they had Xiaochen's successful experience. Pei Shaoxin closed the lid of the stone coffin first. Then he lay quietly under it. When the stone coffin was completely closed, all Pei Shaoxin could see was darkness. He could not help but close his eyes. Soon, all the sounds disappeared. Pei Shaoxin felt like he was in boundless darkness. He could only hear his own heartbeat. Fear appeared for no reason. Slowly, his heartbeat slowed down, and his breathing became heavier. The fear in his heart became even more intense, and he could not get rid of it. The thumping sound of his heartbeat also became weaker and softer. Am I going to die? Pei Xiaoxian thought in horror. Why is it like this? My heartbeat is about to disappear. Even my breathing is extremely weak. That earlier fear became very real. That was the fear of death. If he stayed here for even a moment longer, he would die. It's over. My heartbeat is almost gone. I can't breathe. The shadow of death already occupied Pei Xiaoxuan's heart. That kind of fear could no longer be described with words. It reached the depths of his soul. Pei Xiaoxian wanted to open his eyes. However, he discovered that his eyelids were extremely heavy. No matter how hard he tried, he could not open them. No, I cannot die. I have outstanding talent and strength. Even if I cannot clear this ancient desolate tower, I will still be an outstanding talent in the great Tang nation. My future will be limitless. I am only 22 years old. I am still young. I cannot die. I cannot die in this ancient desolate tower. Such thoughts resounded in Pei Xiaoxuan's mind. Finally, he could not endure it any longer. He used his palm to open the heavy stone coffin. Fresh air blew into Pei Xiaoxuan's face. He sat up and panted heavily. His clothes were already drenched in sweat. He felt like he had just passed by the gates of hell. He rejoiced in his heart. It was better to be alive. Bang! Before Pei Xiaoxian could get up, a huge force came from the stone coffin. This force tossed him out. Pei Xiaoxuan's body passed through the wall and landed outside the ancient desolate tower. He stopped at the third floor. Puqi! A few other outstanding talents could not withstand the fear of death. They were tossed out one after another, losing the qualifications to continue. In this lifetime, they would stop at the third floor. Shi Hailong looked at the 7 or 8 cultivators that fell out of the tower. He shook his head slightly and sighed. The third floor is the easiest but also the most difficult. When death approaches, if you can still maintain your calm and maintain the desire to go to the next floor, you will be able to make it up easily. An old man at the side smiled and said, "It's easier said than done. That kind of death is no different from a real death. In such a situation, it would be difficult for most cultivators to maintain their composure. In the past, only 3 or 4 people passed this floor at most. I remember there was a previous batch where many people killed each other. In the end, not a single person passed. The third floor tested a cultivator's attitude toward life and death, as well as their determination. In other words, it tested a cultivator's mental state. If one's mental state was not strong enough, they could forget about going to the 4th floor. Shi Hailong counted the number of lights that reached the 3rd floor. He muttered to himself, "Fortunately, 6 people went up. This is the best result in the past few years." Old Stone, that person only took 10 minutes to reach the 4th floor. I'm guessing that he's the martial artist who broke the wool statue. As invigilators, they had already experienced the trial of the ancient desolate tower several times. They clearly knew how realistic the fear of death was. This person was able to maintain his calm and break through in 10 minutes. Since ancient times, very few people could do that. Shi Hailong's eyes narrowed as he smiled. That's him. My gaze never left him. Just watch. This person will definitely give us a pleasant surprise. The 4th, 5th, and 6th floors will not be able to stop him. Who is this person? Is it Chu Chaoyun, Xiao Chen, Zhua Mo, Ding Fengqiu, or Jiang Zimo? The few of them discussed among themselves. However, until the very last moment, they could not be sure who had such ability. Dita. Xiao Chen's body slowly passed through the 3rd layer of light. This time, he passed through it for a total of 20 seconds. However, this time, it was twice as much as the 3rd floor. Pure purple essence liquid fell like rain. When Xiao Chen landed on the ground, the purple chi whirlpool suddenly exploded. An abundant energy filled his body. Xiao Chen felt his blood surge and his strength soar. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy. He muttered, "I finally broke through to medial grade martial king." Xiao Chen had been cultivating a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Furthermore, when he broke through to martial king, he had absorbed too many spirit herbs. As a result, Xiao Chen's foundation was much stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. It was much more difficult for him to advance. This was a good thing. Being able to defeat a superior grade martial king when he was an inferior grade martial king was naturally a good thing. However, this was also a bad thing. The difficulty of raising one's cultivation would severely affect a cultivator's mental state, making it hard for them to calm down and cultivate. It might even result in a feeling of disgust. No matter how hard one cultivated, one's progress would be slow. In that case, what was the point of cultivating? Xiao Chen's mental state was strong. He would not have such thoughts. The only drawback was that his progress was too slow. It would be problematic if he was left behind by others of the same generation. It did not matter if they were all martial kings or even half-step martial monarchs. However, the problem was that once the other party advanced to martial monarch, their essence would undergo a qualitative change. Chapter 479. Essence would evolve into quintessence. A strand of quintessence would be able to block 10 times more essence. As long as one became a martial monarch, one would be able to execute a quintessence shield. Even if one's essence cultivation was heaven-defying, one would not be able to break through it. It was like the difference between a wooden sword and a steel shield. No matter how thick and long a wooden sword was, how could it break a steel shield? Wood was wood, hardness was hardness. This was the difference between essence and quintessence. However, the strange light of the ancient desolate tower gave Xiao Chen an opportunity. As long as he continued to advance and surpass others, he would leave everyone behind. He would reach a height that no one could match. In terms of cultivation, not only would he catch up to the peak geniuses of the same generation, but it would also give him a chance to surpass them. The test of the third floor was as Xiao Chen had guessed. The tombstones, coffins, and tombstones all represented death. Xiao Chen would have to face the test of death. The feeling of his heart stopping, his breathing stopping, and the pressure of death slowly pressed down on him. With the addition of the sarcophagus, it gave people the feeling that they were there. In other words, it was a real death. How to overcome fear was the key to clearing the third floor. Fortunately, Xiao Chen had a strong will. His desire for the ancient desolate tower was higher than anyone else's. Xiao Chen knew that his cultivation was weak. If he wanted to catch up, climbing the ancient desolate tower was his only chance to do so. As long as he could overcome the fear of death, he would be able to break through the test and make a breakthrough. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen stopped thinking about his experiences in the third floor. There was nothing much to think about when death approached him step by step. Xiao Chen started to look around the fourth floor. The fourth floor was rather spacious, and the walls did not look any different. Ancient scrolls floated in the air. When the scrolls unfurled, they depicted various dangerous places in the world. This is the Scarlet Blood Flame Prison, the 10,000 Poison Ice Cave, the 10 Layers of Purgatory, the Deep Sea Battlefield, the Ink Forest. When Xiao Chen saw the scenes depicted in the scrolls, his expression slowly changed. It looked like this floor truly tested a cultivator's combat prowess. Ding Fengqiu, Jiang Zimo, Xia Xian, Zhua Mo, Mu Xinya, Chu Chaoyun, and Chu Mu appeared on the ground. The test of death on the third floor had eliminated most of the cultivators with weak wills. Now there were only 8 people left, including Xiao Chen. Suddenly, Ding Fengqiu's body paused. He looked at Xiao Chen and exclaimed, "You broke through." The others did not understand what was going on. They all looked at Xiao Chen as well, and their expressions changed. Before entering the ancient desolate tower, Xiao Chen was merely an inferior grade martial king. Although he had reached the pinnacle, there was still a long way to go before he could break through. Even the best geniuses would need 2 months to break through after cultivating a top-tier Earth-class cultivation technique with the help of miraculous elixirs. However, Xiao Chen managed to break through to medial-grade martial king in less than half a day. It was impossible not to be shocked. Xiao Chen nodded. "Yes, I just broke through." Doubt appeared in Jiang Zimo's eyes. He said, "Strange, our cultivation also increased. However, why are we not as fast as you?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not dwell on this topic. He had a guess in his heart: whoever broke through first would gain the most benefits. Of the 3 floors, Xiao Chen was the first to break through. Naturally, he would gain more than the others. The 8 of them did not say anything more. They focused their attention on the paintings and started to discuss them in detail. The places in these paintings are all forbidden lands in the Tianwu continent. Could it be that we have to pass through these forbidden lands to break through to this floor? Zhuo Mo pointed to one of the paintings and said, "That painting shows the great Tang nation's demonic beast cave. Even peak martial monarchs would not dare to say that they can do as they please there." Xianxia said, "I believe the test of this floor comes from these paintings. The places in the paintings should be less dangerous. Otherwise, there would be no point in them existing. They would just chase us out." Xiu Chaoyun waved his hand and put away the painting of the 10,000 poison ice cave. He stared at the painting for a while before he turned into a beam of dim light and entered it. The others also started to carefully choose the dangerous lands that they were good at. After everyone made their choices, Xiaoqun made his own decision. The Scarlet Blood Prison painting was sucked over. As Xiaoqun stared at it, a huge suction force came from the painting, as though it wanted to pull in one's soul. Xiaoqun did not use his spiritual sense to resist. He allowed it to pull him in. After that, he turned into a beam of dim light and entered the painting. Boom! As Xiaoqun's figure moved, he found himself in a desolate space. When he looked up, the sky was scarlet. Strands of scarlet flaming clouds drifted around continuously. In the center of his head, a giant blood-colored lotus flame was blooming in an incomparably enchanting manner, appearing very strange. The surroundings were very sinister and cold. When Xiaoqun looked up, he saw scarlet pillars supporting the sky at the farthest ends of the horizon. The scarlet pillars were connected to the clouds. They looked like a huge cage wrapping up the surroundings. It looked very grand. Xiaoqun muttered, "This should be the Scarlet Blood Prison. It is made of the Scarlet Blood Frost Flame. There is a Blood Flame Beast King guarding each of the 4 scarlet pillars. As long as Xiaoqun killed these 4 Blood Flame Beast Kings and broke the cage, he should be able to clear this stage." As for the Scarlet Blood Frost Flame, it was an extremely monstrous flame. Xiaoqun would not be able to resist it. The designer of the ancient desolate tower would not be so stupid as to ask Xiaoqun to subdue the Scarlet Blood Frost Flame. That would really be chasing him away. The Scarlet Blood Frost Flame was a strange flame that drifted in the world. Rumor had it that it was a demonic flame that a martial emperor of the ancient era refined. After that martial emperor fell, the Scarlet Blood Frost Flame did not extinguish. It drifted around uncontrollably. Wherever they went, they were invincible and unstoppable. Cities and empires could be completely destroyed. It killed countless people and gathered countless aggrieved spirits. At the same time, these aggrieved spirits strengthened the Scarlet Blood Frost Flame. The Blood Flame Beast was a monster formed by the aggrieved spirits and the flame. It was neither human nor beast, neither fiend nor demon. Its strength was extremely horrifying. The remaining Emperor-level powerhouses tried several times to refine it or destroy it, but to no avail. However, the Scarlet Blood Frost Flame had absorbed too many aggrieved spirits. It already had a basic level of intelligence. Furthermore, it was extremely strong. Ordinary martial emperor experts were not a match for it. The last surviving martial emperor could only helplessly seal it under the Great Jin Nation's heavenly boat mountain, forming the strange Scarlet Blood Prison. As Xiaoqun pondered, the scarlet lotus above his head suddenly shook. Countless petals made of scarlet flames drifted down to the ground. The flames were like fresh blood, glistening and alluring. It looked like a rain of scarlet petals. It was very demonic. This was a strange sight. However, Xiaoqun's expression changed. His figure flickered as he quickly retreated. Xiu! 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 After the scarlet petals landed on the ground, they wriggled continuously and formed 2-meter-tall humanoid blood flame beasts. When Xiaoqun looked around, there were at least 200 blood flame beasts. After they landed, they immediately charged at Xiaoqun. Xiaoqun narrowed his eyes. He felt the aura of the blood flame beasts. They were equivalent to human superior-grade martial kings. A true blood flame beast was at least a half-step martial monarch. It looked like this painting gave the challenger a chance of survival. It was not too exaggerated. The blood flame beasts were made of scarlet attributed flames. Their eyes were 2 black holes, and a fist-sized white light flickered on their chests. That was the sole imprint of the aggrieved spirit. The aggrieved spirit did not have any memories, but it retained its combat experience. As Xiaochen retreated, he looked at the blood flame beasts drifting about. He muttered, "It retains its combat experience. It is indeed difficult to deal with. However, in the end, it is a yin-attributed flame. My purple thunder true fire should be able to restrain it." One of the reasons why Xiaochen chose the Scarlet Blood Prison was because the Scarlet Blood Frost Flame was a yin-attributed flame. The yang-attributed purple thunder true fire countered it. However, when it came to restraining each other, it was like water and fire. Water could extinguish fire, and fire could extinguish water. In the end, they restrained each other. Whoever was stronger would be able to deal a fatal blow to the other party, and the damage would be higher. Xiaochen sheathed the lunar shadow saber at his waist and moved his 10 fingers. Purple flames appeared on his fingertips. As his essence was exhausted, the 10 strands of flames started to spread out. Xiaochen quickly formed hand seals with his 10 fingers. As his fingers danced, the 10 strands of flames floating in front of him started to condense, turning into short swords. When the hand seals were completed, the short swords formed by the purple thunder true fire took shape. The lines on the swords looked very realistic, like a dagger giving off purple flames. Life bestowal spell. Xiaochen shouted and raised his right hand. The short swords immediately shot out, and a significant amount of the mental energy in his sea of consciousness was instantly drained. The target of the short swords was very clear, the white light on the blood flame beast's chest. Once the mark of the aggrieved spirit was destroyed, the blood flame beast would automatically break free. Regular weapons would not have much of an effect on the mental energy mark. However, these flaming weapons merged with Xiaochen's spiritual sense, and the life bestowal spell were the bane of this thing. Under the control of Xiaochen's spiritual sense, the 10 short swords instantly struck their target, stabbing into the white light. Strands of black smoke came out from the blood flame beast's head. Asterisk roar. Asterisk the 10 blood flame beasts that had been struck let out heart-wrenching screams. They tried to pull out the purple flame daggers with their hands, but to no avail. Bang! The white specks of light were completely whittled away by the dagger, and the blood flame beast immediately turned into countless blood-red flames, dissipating into the surroundings. It is indeed effective, Xiaochen's face lit up in joy. Although using the purple thunder true fire to execute the life bestowal spell exhausted a lot of mental energy, it was not as effective as before. However, compared to the lethality of the attack, it was not worth mentioning at all. A single hit would kill the target without a doubt. Such an effect was definitely worth it. Xiaochen gently pushed off the ground and activated the blood flame shoe's secret technique. His speed reached Mach 4. As he retreated, the pursuing blood flame beasts managed to widen the distance between them. Chapter 480. Xiao. After summoning 10 clumps of flames, Xiaochen quickly executed the life bestowal spell again. As the short sword flew out, 10 blood flame beasts immediately died. Just like that, Xiaochen used his advantage in speed to prevent the blood flame beasts from surrounding him. On the other hand, Xiaochen's hands danced around, forming hand seals continuously as he executed the life bestowal spell. The number of 200 blood flame beasts started to decrease. However, Xiaochen was not in a rush. As he killed the blood flame beasts, he familiarized himself with the life bestowal spell with the purple thunder true fire. This was also a form of cultivation. It was not a waste of time. Furthermore, it was stable and would not make any mistakes. After 2 hours, not a single blood flame beast could be seen on the ground. When Xiaochen stopped, he felt slightly dizzy. This was the side effect of exhausting his mental energy. However, it was still within his control. After resting for a while, Xiaochen opened his eyes again, feeling much better. Hu Qi! The scarlet flower petals rained down from the sky once again. This time, Xiaochen would not give the blood flame beast a chance to land on the ground and change its form. Roaming Dragon's 9 Transformations. Xiaochen shouted and executed the Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. His figure soared into the sky and he drew the lunar shadow saber with a ka sound. Purple pure yang flames dyed the saber blade. 9 figures danced around in the air. Saber lights flickered and chopped the flower petals into sparks before they landed on the ground. Merge! The 9 figures merged back together, and Xiaochen landed on the ground. When he saw the scarlet sparks filling the sky, he revealed a faint smile. This made things much easier. Xiaochen withdrew his gaze and quickly headed for the scarlet pillars in the west. Every scarlet pillar had a blood flame beast king. These were the strong blood flame beasts that the scarlet blood frost flame used to deal with the seal. As long as Xiaochen killed these 4 blood flame beasts, the scarlet blood prison would break on its own. At that time, the power of the seal would completely suppress the scarlet blood frost flame. In terms of combat prowess, a blood flame beast king could rival a peak martial monarch. However, it was unknown how much weaker this painting was. Moving like a bolt of lightning, Xiaochen strode forward in this blood-red world. After a few breaths, the towering blood-red pillar was right in front of him. Shio! At this moment, a scarlet flower petal rapidly fell from the sky above. The lotus-shaped flame in the sky flickered. He seemed to know what Xiaochen was going to do and was very anxious. Xiaochen smiled faintly and slowly drew his lunar shadow saber. He said, "It is the same move. If it is useless the second time, it will be even more useless the third time." Xiaochen pushed off the ground and soared into the air. He split into 9 clones and executed Wuxia transforms to Qi, trying to chop all the flower petals into sparks. Bang bang bang. However, the petals that were about to form blood flame beasts suddenly exploded, forming blood flame beasts in the air. However, they were much smaller than the first batch of blood flame beasts. Their auras were also much weaker. Xiaochen's smile faded and his expression turned grave again. It looked like the rumors of this scarlet blood frost flame gaining some consciousness were true. It actually knew how to reduce its might and shorten the time it took for the blood flame beasts to form to delay him. Bang, bang, bang. There were too many blood flame beasts. In the blink of an eye, several of Xiaochen's clones were burned to nothing by the surging flames. I have to think of a way to break out of this encirclement. There are more than 200 blood flame beasts, too many. Xiaochen focused and a fierce flame started burning in his right eye. Bang! The huge clump of flames infused with the purple thunder true fire's origin flame surged forward. Under the ferocious attacks of this pure yang attributed flame, the purple thunder true fire's origin flame was unable to withstand it. Under the ferocious attacks of this pure yang flame, the large number of blood flame beasts in front of Xiaochen were immediately blasted into nothingness. Xiaochen successfully broke out of the encirclement. When Xiaochen landed on the ground, he sheathed his saber and repeated the same move. Broken swords made of purple thunder true fire started to attack the blood flame beasts. Shio! Shio! As Xiaochen became more familiar with the life bestowal spell, he made the blood flame beasts on the ground disappear one by one. The blood flame beasts, which gave others a headache, were unable to cause much trouble at Xiaochen's hands. After Xiaochen dealt with this batch of blood flame beasts, the scarlet blood frost flame in the sky moved again. A boundless scarlet rain descended, and another large group of blood flame beasts descended. Xiaochen did not show any impatience on his face. He smiled gently and said, "You want to compete in patience? In that case, you are looking for the wrong person. Let's see who can last longer." As the scarlet rain fell, another few hundred blood flame beasts formed. Xiaochen squinted and moved his 10 fingers, summoning 20-odd clumps of flames in one breath. The flames quickly turned corporeal, turning into many short swords with the help of the life bestowal spell. With the help of the life bestowal spell, every sword was a killing move. Xiaochen dealt with a blood flame beast with every sword strike. The scarlet blood frost flame was just using an endless barrage of attacks to wear down Xiaochen's patience. If Xiaochen panicked before the battle started, he would not be able to remain calm when he reached the top of the towering scarlet pillar. Naturally, his combat prowess would drop by several levels. However, the scarlet blood frost flame had found the wrong person. Xiaochen's mental state was much higher than that of his peers. He treated the scarlet blood frost flame's attacks as a whetstone for practicing the life bestowal spell. He continuously tempered himself, using the Purple Thunder True Fire to practice the Life Bestowal spell. Furthermore, Xiaochen believed that the Scarlet Blood Frost Flame's energy could not be used indefinitely. There would be a time when it would run out or when it would need to stop. Time slowly went by. Xiaochen was already able to control only 10 short swords at the start. Now, he could control 50 short swords at the same time. Furthermore, the number of short swords continued to increase. His improvement was godly. After destroying another group of blood flame beasts, Xiaochen's smile widened. He said, "Such a good place to cultivate. I really cannot find another place like this." Xiaochen's spiritual sense was incredibly strong, comparable to that of a martial monarch. As long as he did not exhaust all of his mental energy in one go, he would be able to defeat Xiaochen easily. As long as he did not exhaust all his mental energy, he could take advantage of the time when the blood rain fell to the ground and rest for a while. That way, he would be able to replenish most of his exhausted mental energy. 1. After finishing off the last batch of blood flame beasts, Xiaochen closed his eyes again and waited for a while. Xiaochen's mental energy had already completely recovered. However, he still had not sensed the blood rain falling. So, Xiaochen opened his eyes. He looked at the scarlet blood frost flame in the sky, which had already dimmed significantly. He smiled faintly and said, "How unfortunate. I was so close to learning how to control 100 short swords at the same time." If this scarlet blood frost flame really had the 7 emotions and 6 desires of a human, it would have vomited blood when it heard this. Xiaochen treated its killing move like a tonic and even complained that it was too little. Then, Xiaochen pushed off the ground and rushed towards the towering scarlet pillar. After a few breaths, he finally reached the top of the 2,000-meter-tall pillar. There was a vast platform at the top of the pillar. It seemed to be stuck to the clouds. A blood flame beast king stood on the platform. It looked like a real person. 2 spots of white light floated in its eyes as it looked coldly and emotionlessly at Xiaochen, who was slowly approaching. Xiaochen looked at the chest of the blood flame beast king. He saw a round, hard, scarlet lump on its chest. It was like a breastplate protecting the blood flame beast king's only weakness. Xiaochen could not help but frown. Given this, Xiaochen's moves, which worked on other blood flame beasts, might not work on this blood flame beast king. However, based on the blood flame beast king's aura, it had only reached the level of a peak martial king. It was not to the point where it could not put up a fight. Xiaochen landed firmly on the towering scarlet pillar. The clouds made of scarlet flames above his head were as smooth as a mirror. As he pressed tightly against the towering scarlet pillar, Xiaochen only needed to jump up gently and he would be able to touch the mirror-like scarlet clouds. Xiao! The instant Xiaochen landed, the blood flame beast king turned into a red afterimage and charged at Xiaochen. The blood flame beast king waved its hand, and a clump of scarlet flames shot at Xiaochen. Kasi! Xiaochen drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. He did not hesitate at all. Countless pure yang attributed flames soared up from the saber. Bang! Boo! Xiaochen swung his saber at lightning speed. The expected situation of the scarlet flames splitting in half did not happen. Instead, they exploded and turned into surging shockwaves. The so-called yin and yang restraining each other was only relative. When 2 sides were equal in strength, the so-called restraining effect was the same for both sides. Pa! Xiaochen ruthlessly smashed his right palm against the shockwaves and knocked them back. The shockwaves surged towards the rapidly moving blood flame beast. The blood flame beast king paused for a moment. Originally, it wanted to cause some trouble for Xiaochen and wait for an opportunity to make a move. However, it knew that Xiaochen would actually knock this problem back to itself. Xiao! 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 The red afterimage stopped and punched. The purple thunder true fire and the scarlet blood frost flame formed a chaotic clump of energy. The purple and red alternated as they spun rapidly in the air. Then, they flew at Xiaochen again. On the towering scarlet pillar, Xiaochen and the blood flame beast king moved back and forth. The 2 flames of completely different attributes formed a mass of primal chaos that rapidly rolled between the man and the beast. Every time the 2 of them knocked back the clump of energy, they would infuse some energy into it. As time passed, The energy contained in the clump of energy reached a horrifying level. Under the influence of the energy, the pure scarlet clouds in the sky started to fluctuate, spreading out like ripples on water. Xianxia had a cautious expression. He did not dare to be careless. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits. His figure moved with the clump of energy, occasionally sending all sorts of saber techniques at the attacking blood flame beast. Bang! 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 Xianxia and the blood flame beast king stood in the air above the clump of chaotic energy. They both executed their techniques to attack the other's vital points. Arc-light chop! Xianxia shouted and his saber moved in an elegant arc. A purple flame burned on the arc. This caught the blood flame beast king off guard, which wanted to attack Xianxia from the side. The blood flame beast king had not expected that the saber chi that was clearly coming from the front would extend to the side. Wuxia. The purple flame wrapped around the blood flame beast king and chopped off the right hand of the blood flame beast king. The blood flame beast roared in pain. However, it did not stop moving. It opened its left hand and 5 scarlet fingers grabbed at Xianxia's left shoulder. You are seeking death. Xianxia snorted coldly and turned his left hand into a claw. He quickly executed the dragon claw fist and an azure dragon claw appeared, clashing with the blood flame beast king. Chapter 481. Kasi. The dragon claw latched onto the blood flame beast king's fingers. Then, Xianxia grabbed and twisted. A huge force spread out and tore off the blood flame beast king's arm. The blood flame beast king's arms were broken, and it fell to the ground. It let out an ear-piercing roar of pain. Wuxia. Sparks spread out, and the blood flame beast king's arm actually grew back at a visible rate. Xianxia's expression did not change. He knew that unless he attacked the blood flame beast king's vital point, which was the soul imprint, he would not be able to cause any substantial damage. Xianxia landed on the ground at lightning speed, and a fierce purple flame started to spread in his right eye. Finally, to burst out. The flame whirlpool infused with the purple thunder true fire's origin flame merged with the surging primal chaos chi in the air. Then, it carried surging energy as it headed for the blood flame beast. The primal chaos chi, which was already reaching its limits, started to crack when it received such a vast and pure young attributed flame. A small hole appeared in the surging scarlet clouds above, and a strand of resplendent golden light fell from it. When the blood flame beast king saw the surging primal chaos chi with a surging aura, its expression changed greatly. This primal chaos chi was no longer something it could block. It had already wasted some time trying to regrow its arm. Now it was too late to dodge. The blood flame beast king could only grit its teeth and wave its palms. A scarlet flame shield formed in front of it, ready to fight to the death. Xianxia did not even want to give the blood flame beast king one last chance. He released the saber hilt and sent out a palm strike. Xiao. The palm sword immediately shot out and turned into a beam of dim light. It disappeared in a flash and tore a small hole in the scarlet flame shield. Boom. The primal chaos chi arrived, and the shield, which already had a small hole in it, could no longer block it. The primal chaos chi shattered it. A horrifying energy instantly exploded. The blood flame beast king was blasted into a sorry state. The glow on its body dimmed, and the most important thing was that a crack appeared on its chest. Looking through the crack, one could clearly see a white brilliance pulsating continuously. Xianxia's gaze turned cold. He instantly sheathed the lunar shadow saber and summoned out a clump of purple flames. Then he quickly formed hand seals. Life bestowal spell. Xiao. The short sword, which was surrounded by purple flames, instantly pierced through the crack. The king-grade blood flame beast roared angrily, and its body, which had already lost its luster, started to crack. In the end, it completely turned into wisps of flames that scattered into the sky. As the king-level blood flame beast died, Xianxia finally let out a sigh of relief. This king-level blood flame beast was no weaker than him. Furthermore, Xianxia's body was completely composed of flames, making it extremely troublesome to deal with him. If not for the life bestowal spell formed by the purple flames, the explosion of the ball of chi at the end would not have been able to deal any fatal damage to him. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous the situation would be for Xiaochen. Kacha. The mirror-like clouds above the blood pillar started to crack. The strand of golden light grew larger and larger. Finally, it turned into a golden pillar of light and descended. Bang bang bang. Under the illumination of the golden light, the blood pillar started to rumble continuously. Finally, it shattered, and the 1,000-meter-tall blood pillar collapsed. Xiaochen landed back on the ground and said indifferently, "There are still 3 more spots. The combat prowess of the Blood Flame Beast King is weaker than mine. However, its recovery rate is much faster than mine. So, I have to end this quickly. Even if I have to use all my trump cards, I will not hesitate." Xiaochen closed his eyes and analyzed the earlier battle. When he opened his eyes, he only came to one conclusion. It was a quick battle. He had to think of a way to break through the hard block in front of the Blood Flame Beast King's chest. Even if he was injured, he had to do it. Then he would use the short sword made of purple flames. This was the best way to deal with the Blood Flame Beast King. 6 hours later, Xiaochen killed the last Blood Flame Beast King in the Scarlet Blood Cage. Another hole appeared in the scarlet clouds. The golden pillar of light descended, and the blood pillar collapsed. Xiaochen landed on the ground. His white robes were already dyed red. Countless wounds of various sizes covered his body. He was clearly mentally fatigued. Panting slightly, Xiaochen stuffed a medicinal pill into his mouth. Then he sat down cross-legged and circulated his energy to heal the wounds on his body. Cha. As the 4 blood pillars collapsed, the scarlet clouds above started to shatter. The cage collapsed on its own, just as Xiaochen had expected. When all the blood clouds disappeared, a dazzling golden light shone down from the sky. The cold chi in the entire space disappeared completely. Pa! A huge golden palm appeared in the golden light, occupying half of the sky. The lines on the huge palm were very clear. It carried a supreme might as it grabbed the strange lotus-shaped flame and pulled it out. Xiaochen vaguely saw the scarlet blood frost flame and the huge palm fighting intensely. He wondered if it had been pulled out of the golden light. However, Xiaochen did not know. He had already turned into a beam of dim light and flew out of the painting. When Xiaochen looked around, the familiar environment of the ancient desolate tower appeared before him. He looked at the paintings that the other 7 had chosen. They were all still there. He should be the first to come out. Xiaochen withdrew his gaze and focused on the painting in his hand. He slowly unfurled the painting, and a new scene appeared before him. The scarlet blood prison that had been supporting the sky was no longer there. The picture in the painting turned into a golden palm slowly holding up a lotus made of scarlet flames. Xiaochen thought to himself, "This painting is really strange. It can absorb the projection of the real world. In the future, if I meet an enemy that I cannot deal with, I can open this painting and lock them up. I wonder if I can bring it out?" Xiaochen tried to place it in his universe ring. However, he discovered a formless resistance. He could not succeed. Xiaochen could only place it in his embrace. There were many wounds on his body. His external injuries were horrifying, and his internal injuries were not good either. The yin flame of the blood flame beast had entered his body and burned his meridians. He had to recover before he could enter the next floor. Xiaochen closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged, continuing to treat his injuries. Xiao! After a while, there was the sound of wind. Xiaochen checked with his spiritual sense and discovered that Xiaxian had failed her challenge. She had been ejected out of the ancient desolate tower. Xiaochen felt it was a pity. Then, he continued to focus on treating his injuries. Soon, another dim light flashed. Xianxia had failed her challenge as well. Every now and then, another dim light would flash. Jiang Zimo and Chu Mu had both failed their challenges. They were all ejected out of the ancient desolate tower. Xiaochen thought to himself, "How lucky I am. If I did not have the purple thunder true fire, I would not have been able to clear the scarlet blood prisons so smoothly. Otherwise, I would not have ended up much better than these people. The chances of me failing would have been very high." After a while, with the nourishment of essence and medicinal pills, Xiaochen's internal injuries were significantly better. The wounds on his body had already healed completely, There were no longer any visible injuries. Xiaochen opened his eyes and stood up. I can only do this. If I want to recover completely, I will need at least half a day. I cannot afford to wait that long. Bang! Just at this moment, one of the paintings shattered, turning into countless pieces of paper flying through the air. Chu Chaoyun stood on the ground in a sorry state. Frost covered his entire body, and his lips were frighteningly black. It looked like Chu Chaoyun had met with some trouble in the 10,000 poison ice cave. However, he had managed to get out. Bang! Bang! There were two more crisp sounds and the two paintings exploded at the same time. Zhou Mo and Ding Fengqiu had passed the test of the paintings. The two of them were in a sorry state. After they came out, they did not say anything. They only looked at Xiaochen with some astonishment before they started to treat their injuries with Chu Chaoyun. Xiaochen noticed that when they came out, the painting had already exploded into pieces. However, his painting was as good as new. There had to be some unknown reason behind this. However, this was not the time to think about this. Xiaochen gently pushed off the ground. Xiaochen quickly flew towards the halo above his head. There were no obstructions as he successfully broke through the layer of light. Dida, dida, dida. The pure essence liquid fell unceasingly. This time, it took a full 80 seconds for Xiaochen to completely pass through the barrier of the halo. Xiaochen opened his eyes. He could clearly feel the overflowing energy in his body. Not only had he completely replenished the essence he exhausted earlier, but the size of the qi whirlpool had also increased. A smile appeared on Xiaochen's face. This layer of light was sufficient to last him for 2 months of bitter cultivation. Looking up, Xiaochen started to size up the environment of the 5th floor. There was a mysterious door of light flashing in front of him. Aside from that, there was nothing else in the 5th floor. The door flickered with light, and Xiaochen's figure appeared in front of it. In that blurry light, Xiaochen wore long white robes. 18 blue dragons revolved around him as he stood on the summit of a boundlessly tall mountain. Below the mountain summit, there was a crowd of people looking up at the person on the summit with reverent gazes. Xiaochen was slightly startled. However, he still calmly analyzed the situation in his heart. It seems like it can see a certain part of a person's desires. Standing at the peak, receiving the respect of millions of people, immortalized for thousands of years. This was Xiaochen's goal in pursuing the martial Dao. This test should be the test of desire. It was the same as the test of death on the 3rd floor. This was the temptation of life, a test of desire. Some people's hearts were as firm as a rock. Even when facing the pressure of death, they would not waver. However, on the path of a cultivator, what was worse than death was desire. Death was a hard pressure, but desire was a soft knife to grind. Without one realizing it, one would sink into it and be unable to advance any further. This was even scarier than death. No matter what, I have to face it calmly. Being able to reach this floor is already pretty good. Xiaochen had a cautious expression on his face. He could not guarantee that he could face the desire calmly. He could only take it one step at a time. After taking a deep breath, Xiaochen raised his leg and stepped into the light. Xiao! After Xiaochen entered the light, Chu Chaoyun, Zhou Mo, and Ding Fengqiu appeared on the 5th floor. These people must have been rather anxious. When they saw that Xiaochen had entered the 5th floor ahead of time and had only recovered from a small portion of his internal injuries, they rushed up. Chapter 482. It is actually the door of desire. The three of them studied the light for a long time before they finally understood what this light was. Their expressions could not help but change, and they became very cautious. The three of them were able to obtain the qualifications to participate in the selection from tens of thousands of cultivators. Then, they obtained 20 spots from a group filled with geniuses. In the end, they had put in a lot of effort before they reached this step. All of them were dragons and phoenixes among men. They had their own unique understandings of the martial way. Naturally, they knew the difficulty of desire and what it meant to cultivators. Ding Fengqiu revealed a bitter smile on his face. He sighed. I did not expect that the test of the 5th floor would be this door of desire. Desire. To not sink into desire. Difficult. Ding Fengqiu said the word difficult 3 times in one breath. His emotions were very complicated. In reality, it was hard to calm one's desires. In the door of desire, those desires would be magnified several times over. It would be even more difficult to calmly walk through it. If one could not walk out, they might sink into desire forever, forever trapped in the door of desire. Zhuomo's expression was also uncertain. He did not know what to do. Clearly, he did not have the confidence to clear this door of desire. Just as the two of them were silent, Chu Chaoyan, who was at the side, slowly entered the door of light with a calm expression. Then he disappeared from the two's sight. Zhuomo's expression froze. He wanted to follow after Chu Chaoyan. However, his rationality overcame his impulse. Zhuomo clenched his fist tightly and said with some dissatisfaction, "It was not easy to reach the 5th floor. I did not expect that I would have to take the initiative to give up. I am really not resigned to this." Ding Fengqiu looked at Zhuomo, this old rival of his for many years. He sighed softly, "Stop feeling conflicted. Knowing when to give up might be a form of improvement." Originally, Ding Fengqiu thought that the main character of this trial of the ancient desolate tower would be between the two of them. He did not expect that in the end, Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyan would snatch away all the glory. Most peak geniuses would be able to calmly make their decisions. Ding Fengqiu and Zhuomo were such people. After they sighed, they quickly recovered. Zhuomo shifted his gaze to Ding Fengqiu and said softly, "In the previous 5-nation youth competition, I defeated you by 1 move. After that, we did not fight seriously for the next 2 years. After this parting at the ancient desolate tower, we will probably have to wait until the next 5-nation youth competition to fight again. Right here, right now, how about we fight one more time?" Ding Fengqiu grasped the sword hilt tightly with his right hand and smiled faintly. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "That is exactly what I was thinking. Let me see your improvement over the past year." In the vast space, the glowing door of desire was thrown to the side by the two of them, and they began to fight just like that. With such a state of mind, they were able to calmly make choices in the face of their desires. Regardless of whether they had experienced it or not, the cultivation of their state of mind had taken a big step forward. Even if he didn't reach a higher level with this attitude, he might be able to reach the peak of the martial path. The instant Xiao Chen stepped into the ring of light, his mind turned chaotic. Many things appeared in his mind. It was like he had forgotten some things and remembered even more. Xiao Chen was the white-robed bladesman. After the Thunder King, he was the only person to become a martial sage before the age of 30. Furthermore, he had established his own sect, the 10,000 Saber sect. He was the sect master and had tens of thousands of disciples. Now, not only was Xiao Chen at the peak of the great Qin nation, but with the help of the 10,000 Saber sect, even the royal court did not dare challenge him. Xiao Chen even seemed to suppress the royal court, showing signs of replacing them at any moment. However, he also felt like he had forgotten something that seemed important and unimportant at the same time. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes, he discovered that he was standing on the summit of a mountain. When he looked up, he saw that the clouds in the sky were within reach. The winds and clouds churned, creating a huge scene. Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with confusion. After a while, he used 2 fingers as a sword and pointed at the sky. Boom! Xiao Chen's aura burst forth. It was like a stagnant waterfall that had been suppressed for a long time. At this moment, it suddenly burst forth and crashed down. When Xiao Chen pointed, the clouds churned and instantly tore a large hole. The formless energy was like a sharp divine weapon. After it tore through the clouds, its momentum did not decrease. Finally, it tore through the sky and left behind a pitch-black hole. Then, it headed for the boundless and mysterious world outside the sky. After breaking through the clouds did not gather for a long time. Xiao Chen stood upright with his hands behind his back. As he looked at the mysterious phenomenon in the sky, he muttered, "No matter what, this strength is the most practical. If I have forgotten something, then forget it." Xiao Chen clenched his fists tightly. The confusion in his eyes disappeared and turned incredibly cold. On the path of a cultivator, only strength was the most practical. Everything else was fabricated, just temptations, trivial matters of the mortal world. He had to cut them all off. Cut. Withdraw. Xiaoqun narrowed his eyes and clasped his fingers together. Instantly, it seemed like he grasped the laws of heaven and earth. Under the influence of the laws, the large hole in the sky slowly mended. The clouds churned and the winds and clouds changed, returning to normal. Xiao! A figure quickly flashed below the mountain. That person wore blue robes with a slender lunar shadow saber embroidered on his chest. That was the symbol of the 10,000 Saber sect. The symbol of this blue-robed youth was different from the others. There was a golden scabbard embroidered beside the lunar shadow saber. This person was Lan Chou, the personal disciple of the 10,000 Saber sect's sect master, Xiaoqun. When he saw this scene, the respect in his eyes intensified. Xiaoqun's figure flashed and arrived before this person. He asked expressionlessly, "How did it go?" Lan Chou knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Reporting to Master, the Misty Sword sect has been completely destroyed. From now on, the Great Qin nation will never hear the words Misty Sword sect again. The sect master was killed, and Chu Chaoyun's whereabouts are unknown." Xiaoqun paused for a moment and said coldly, "Hand over the things." Lan Chou nodded and stood up. He took out rows of boxes from his spatial ring. The boxes were all neatly arranged with piles of medial-grade spirit stones. There were at least 30,000 boxes densely packed together. Dense spiritual energy flowed out of the boxes, filling the entire mountain peak with a sticky spiritual energy. Xiaoqun glanced at them and frowned. There are exactly 10 million medial-grade spirit stones. Is that all the Misty Sword sect's 10,000 years of accumulation? Lan Chou's chest tightened. He knew that Xiaoqun was starting to suspect him. He quickly said, "I guess that Chu Chaoyun took at least half of it. That's why there are so few. However, there are still 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones and hundreds of 3,000-year-old spirit herbs." Not daring to be slow, Lan Chou took out all the Misty Sword sect's wealth. Xiaoqun's expression turned grave and stern. He nodded and said, "Never mind, I'll make do." Bang! 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 With a thought, the 30,000 boxes containing medial-grade spirit stones exploded. The spirit stones shattered as well. The 10 million medial-grade spirit stones turned into a sticky liquid drifting in the air. Xiaoqun's expression did not change. He stood upright with one hand and grabbed forward with his right hand. Poof, poof. The sticky liquid covering the entire mountain formed a whirlpool that spun continuously. Xiaoqun slowly removed the impurities of the medial-grade spirit stones. Finally, Xiaoqun refined the essence of the 10 million medial-grade spirit stones into a small medicinal pill. He opened his mouth and inhaled. The medicinal pill melted when it entered his mouth, turning into surging essence and returning to his dantian. Xiaoqun closed his eyes and slowly absorbed the essence. After a long time, he opened his eyes. There was some dissatisfaction on his stern face. 10 million medial-grade spirit stones can only reduce my time by 3 years. The amount of energy required to advance to martial sage is too great. Lan Chou swallowed hard in his heart. Only this person in front of him would dare to say such bold words. That was 10 million medial-grade spirit stones, the accumulation of the Misty Sword sect for 10,000 years. Yet he swallowed it just like that. Unexpectedly, he was still dissatisfied. Lan Chou suggested in a soft voice, "Master, the Night Spirit Palace is destroyed, and the Misty Sword sect is destroyed as well. Now, only the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is left in the Great Qin nation. When should we make a move? We will wait for Master's instructions." Lan Chou was very clear that Xiaoqun had established the 10,000 Sabers sect only for the sake of gathering more resources. He had never cared about the authority of the secular world. This was also the reason why Lan Chou had sworn to follow Xiaoqun to the death. Xiaoqun did not care about authority, but Lan Chou did, destroying the 3 great sects and pressuring the royal court. That way, the 10,000 Saber sect's authority would reach its peak. Lan Chou could not help but get excited just thinking about it. Heavenly Saber Pavilion? The image of a girl appeared in Xiaoqun's mind. He shook his head and said, "There is no need. You can go first." After I enter closed-door cultivation for 3 days, I will send my troops to the imperial capital and destroy the great Qin nation's royal court. Xiao. Xiao. Xiao Chen stretched out a finger and quickly tapped the air. With every tap, a superior-grade spirit stone appeared. Under Xiao Chen's command, 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones formed a huge peak-grade spirit-gathering formation floating above the 10,000 saber sect. Xiao Chen's body floated up and he sat firmly in the center of the formation. All the lines on the spirit-gathering formation immediately lit up. Rumble. The clouds churned and drops of pure spiritual energy slowly fell on the formation. Finally, they all returned to Xiao Chen, who was in the center of the formation. Inside the ancient desolate tower, Ding Fengqiu and Zuomo's battle had reached a crucial moment. Bang! The palm wind and sword qi clashed. The two of them each took half a step back, and blood leaked out of the corner of their lips. However, they were evenly matched. However, if one looked carefully, Zuo had more injuries than Ding Fengqiu. In the overall battle, he was at a disadvantage. Zuo said softly, "You win." Kasu. Ding Fengqiu withdrew his sword and shook his head. He smiled bitterly and said, "The space here is narrow. It limits your strength. Let's consider it a draw." Zuo smiled faintly and did not deny it. He looked at the door of desire and said, "You really do not intend to give it a try, right?" Ding Fengqiu had a deep gaze as he looked at the flickering door of desire. He shook his head and said, "There's no need. Desire is hard to bear. I will not be able to walk through this door before the age of 30. I will only sink into it forever." "Who do you think is most likely to walk through this door of desire?" Zuo asked. After thinking for a while, Ding Fengqiu said, "Chu Chaoyun. Xiao Chen's desire is too obvious. This is the path to the peak of cultivation. When one's desire reaches its peak, one will sink deeper and deeper. In the end, one will completely lose oneself." Zuo smiled faintly and said, "We will see. However, I truly hope that he can walk out of it. Over the years, the 5th floor has always been a hurdle. If he can walk out of it, he will definitely experience a qualitative improvement." Chapter 483. The two did not say anything more. They each removed the jade pendants on their chests. They needed to have the jade pendants to remain in the ancient desolate tower. If they destroyed their jade pendants, they would be sent out of the ancient desolate tower. Hua! The two crushed their jade pendants at the same time and turned into beams of dim light shooting out of the ancient desolate tower. At the foot of the Tianwu Emperor, Shi Hailong watched Zuo and Ding Fengqiu forfeit. The light in his eyes intensified. Only Chu Chaoyun and Xiao Chen remain. We will know who that person is soon. An elder at the side added, "It has been a few years already, and no one has been able to clear the 4th floor. This time, 2 people appeared. Furthermore, they are trying to clear the 5th floor. This is quite rare." Li Xiuzhu, who had been silent all this while, smiled coldly. "The 5th floor is the door of desire. If you do not come out within an hour, you will sink into oblivion." Li Xiuzhu's heart turned cold. He had not expected that the brat he did not think highly of would be able to continue. First, Xiao Chen obtained 100 consecutive victories, obtaining one of the 20 spots. Now, he cleared 4 floors and reached the 5th floor. If he allowed Xiao Chen to continue, he would have nowhere to hide. Li Xiuzhu thought about how he had made things difficult for Xiao Chen back then. At that time, he would have nowhere to hide his old face. "Damn brat, you better sink into oblivion," Li Xiuzhu cursed in his heart. Inside the door of desire, at the main peak of the 10,000 saber sect, it had been raining for 3 days and 3 nights already. Every night, the spiritual rain with motes of light in the air was a spectacle of the 10,000 saber sect. It could be seen clearly from the foot of the mountain. However, the 10,000 saber sect disciples were not surprised by this. Every time they destroyed a large sect, such a situation would occur. They knew that the sect master, Xiao Chen, was using the ancient formation to cultivate. Furthermore, after he came out of closed-door cultivation, he would start another expedition. Now, the 10,000 saber sect could be said to be unbridled in the great Qin nation. Practically no one could stop them. Even the Imperial Dragon Legion of the royal court had to retreat, not daring to clash with them. Everyone knew that the current Xiaochen was the Thunder King of the past. Sooner or later, he would step into the threshold of martial emperor and become a true peak expert. The 10,000 Saber sect had countless small and large forces coming to join them every day. I wonder which target he will choose after he comes out of closed-door cultivation. Right now, the Great Qin nation only has the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and the royal court. I feel that it will be the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. After all, the royal clan still has their accumulations. Princess Yingyu's strength is close to the sect masters. It will be hard to deal with them. However, I heard that the sect master came from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion back then. Why would he make a move against the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? After all, are there still any feelings? So what if you have feelings? After reaching Martial Sage, the resources you need to cultivate will reach an astronomical figure. If you do not plunder those large sects, how can you guarantee a fast cultivation speed? At the foot of the mountain, a few patrolling core disciples of the 10,000 Saber sect were chatting about Xiao Chen's next target. Assemble. At this moment, the bell in the hall on the mountainside began to ring. It rang a total of 12 times. The patrolling disciples immediately revealed excited expressions. They stopped chatting and headed for the entrance of the hall. The thousands of core disciples of the 10,000 Saber sect had all gathered in front of the huge hall. Lan Cho, who was on a high platform, looked at the crowd below with a pleased expression. We will rest for the night. Tomorrow morning, we will advance to the imperial capital. Lan Cho waved his hand, and his resonant voice resounded throughout the entire mountain. The well-trained core disciples didn't say anything and immediately scattered in all directions to begin their final preparations. The essence of the 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones in the spirit gathering formation was completely exhausted. A strand of spiritual fire came out from under Xiaochen and spread throughout the entire formation. Xiao. As the spiritual fire burned, all the materials were burned away. Xiaochen stood in the air with a bright light in his eyes. Indeed, superior-grade spirit stones are more effective. However, this rank 9 spirit gathering formation exhausted too many superior-grade spirit stones. I have to go to the royal court, Xiaochen said resolutely as he looked in the direction of the imperial capital. Early the next morning, hundreds of warships hovered in the air above the 10,000 Saber sect. Banners fluttered in the wind from the bows of the warships. Xiaochen stood on the summit and watched all this with a cold expression. He had no feelings for the sect under him. Everything was just a pawn for him to gather resources. The authority of the mundane world was just mundane in his eyes. It was the shackles of a cultivator, a desire, an emotion that had to be severed. Xiao. With a thought, a scarlet light flickered on Xiaochen's forehead, and a scarlet throne appeared from nowhere. Xiaochen sat on the throne, holding the lunar shadow saber in his right hand and holding it to the bottom of the throne. Riding on the continuous blood clouds under the throne, Xiaochen arrived in front of the fleet in a flash. He raised his left hand slightly and flew forward without saying anything. On the flagship, when Lan Cho saw Xiaochen's gesture, he quickly shouted, "Depart!" Leading all the elites of the 10,000 Saber sect, Xiaochen leaned on the scarlet throne. He supported his chin with his right hand and held the lunar shadow saber with his left. He closed his eyes lazily and rested. Even though his eyes were closed, he did not emit any aura. However, on the throne, Xiaochen still gave off the impression of being unparalleled, looking down on the world. The aura of a supreme king spread out. The cultivators passing by did not hesitate to give way. Furthermore, they retreated silently. They were afraid that they would startle Xiaochen and invite a great disaster upon themselves. The scarlet mark on Xiaochen's forehead started to flicker continuously. He opened his eyes, and a faint expression flashed on his somewhat charming and fair face. About 10 kilometers in front, there were many golden warships. They were the Great Qin nation's Imperial Dragon Legion. On the flagship, an old man wearing golden battle armor looked at Xiaochen with a grave expression. There was some anxiety in his eyes. The old man's qi and blood surged, and a strong aura soared into the sky. People could clearly feel it from 10 kilometers away. On the throne, Xiaochen straightened his body and muttered, "Nangong Lai? What can a half-step martial sage do?" Xiao. The throne doubled its speed and flashed forward. In the blink of an eye, Xiaochen arrived in front of the Imperial Dragon Legion on a red cloud. Xiaochen is here. Seeing the red cloud in the sky, the people on the warships panicked. Everyone had nervous expressions. "Xiaochen, do you really want to destroy the Great Qi nation that much?" Nangong Lai shouted angrily as he looked at Xiaochen from the flagship. Xiaochen replied expressionlessly, "I don't want to. I only need resources. All I seek is the peak of the martial way." Nangong Lai scolded, "Sophistry. How is this any different from destroying the Great Qi nation?" Xiaochen said calmly, "Destroying the nation is just a means, not the end. I only have one goal from start to end." "How stubborn. Don't think that you can cover the Great Qi nation with one hand." Nangong Lai shouted, and his figure flickered in the air. He threw a palm strike, and a scorching palm wind smashed at Xiaochen. A strong wind blew, and the force of this palm strike caused the air to boil. Boundless flames surged out. Xiaochen shook his head and said, "After so many years, you are still stuck at half-step martial sage. You are not strong enough." Bang! Xiaochen pointed at Nangong Lai from afar, and a huge azure finger appeared. Then, it struck Nangong Lai's chest, and there was a loud sound. Nangong Lai vomited a mouthful of blood and flew back. His figure spun around. Nangong Lai's figure flickered, and an inferno saber appeared in his hand. Flames gathered on the saber, forming a resplendent saber light. Boom! The saber light chopped down ferociously, and the space above Xiaochen's head was chopped in half, leaving behind a pitch-black spatial tear. Xiaochen sat on the scarlet throne. He could not even be bothered to draw his lunar shadow saber. He stretched out a finger above his head and gently blocked this saber strike. Nangong Lai did not give up. His saber gave off a 200-meter-long saber light. His figure flickered, and he surrounded Xiaochen, sending out countless saber images in all directions. Bang! 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 Xiaochen stretched out a finger and moved it up and down, blocking the overwhelming saber light 1 meter in front of him. Sparks exploded on the saber light. However, it was useless against Xiaochen's quintessence shield. Xiaochen looked at the feudal Nangong Lai, who continued to work hard. He said, "Your talent is not bad, and you became famous at a young age. Do you know why your progress is so slow? Why are you still stuck at half-step martial sage after so many years? You do not have resources. If you could consume 10 million medial-grade spirit stones in one go, you would be able to break through immediately. Unfortunately, you do not have the courage to do so. So, you can scram now." Xiaochen's gaze turned cold, and he formed a claw with his right hand. An azure-colored dragon claw instantly appeared, and a resonant dragon roar resounded. The dragon claw pressed forward, and the laws of the world changed. Nangong Lai, who was a kilometer away, appeared uncontrollably in front of Xiaochen. Scram! Xiaochen swung the back of his right hand, and the dragon claw moved with it. Nangong Lai's internal organs were injured, and he fell to the ground like a broken kite. Fire! He just used the laws of the world. He cannot use the power of the world for now. Nangong Lai shouted with all his might after he landed. Dang! Ding! Ding! The strengthened ancient demonic energy cannons on the Imperial Dragon Legion's warships instantly fired. Thousands of sharp cannonballs flew at Xiaochen. The cannonballs formed a resplendent and magnificent scene in the air. If thousands of ancient demonic energy cannons struck Xiaochen at the same time, even a martial sage who could not circulate the laws of the world would suffer. Xiaochen looked coldly at the descending Nangong Lai. A murderous intent rose in Xiaochen's heart. His original intention of sparing Nangong Lai's life vanished. An azure-colored finger appeared at lightning speed and tapped Nangong Lai's forehead. Pu Si. A bloody hole instantly appeared. After doing all this, Xiaochen circulated his quintessence and started to block the incoming ancient demonic energy cannons. Bang! Thousands of energy beams that could shatter mountains struck Xiaochen's quintessence shield. The quintessence shield only lasted for half a second before shattering. Put, 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 put. The beams of light struck Xiao Chen's body continuously. Xiao Chen allowed his body to churn and his internal organs to move. However, his expression did not change at all. However, it seemed even colder. When the beam of light stopped completely, Xiao Chen wiped the blood off his lips and looked at the Imperial Dragon Legion indifferently. He said coldly, "Scram." All Xiao Chen wanted was the resources of the royal court. He did not hate this group of people. If Nangong Lai had not schemed against him at the last moment, he would not have killed them. Chapter 484. It was not that he was soft-hearted, he just could not be bothered to waste his energy. The vice commander on the flagship suppressed the horror in his heart and said, "Don't be frightened. He must be suffering from internal injuries. He will not last much longer. Continue charging the cannons and prepare to fire." Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly as he suddenly stood up from his throne. The people on the fleet immediately felt like a tall mountain had suddenly soared up. Their breathing became somewhat labored, and they felt pressure. Their movements of charging spirit stones became sluggish. Reckless fool. Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered in the wind as he placed his right hand on his saber's hilt. Rage surged in Xiao Chen's heart. A power that could destroy the world instantly filled his entire body. As long as Xiao Chen drew his saber, even if he could not use the laws of heaven and earth, he could destroy 10-odd warships in an instant. The elites of the Imperial Dragon Legion on the warships would die as well. No matter if they were superior-grade martial kings or half-step martial monarchs, they would all vanish with one saber strike. A horrifying killing chi immediately spread throughout the entire fleet. The cultivators charging the ancient demonic energy cannons with superior-grade spirit stones felt their movements stiffen. It was like their limbs were not listening to them. Just as Xiao Chen was about to draw his saber, his gaze paused. He looked into the distance and saw a golden figure flying over like a meteor. When Xiao Chen saw who it was, he released his grip on his saber and sat back down on his throne. Everyone on the deck immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The huge mountain pressing down on them finally vanished. Their hearts pounded heavily as they felt a chill run down their spines. Xiao Chen remained expressionless. His gaze turned cold as he said in a frosty voice, "I'll say it again, scram." The vice commander on the flagship hesitated. He did not know what to do. They had received orders to stop the invasion of the 10,000 Saber sect. However, in a few moves, Xiao Chen killed their commander. He did not even draw his saber. Thousands of ancient demonic energy cannons struck the other party. Although it looked very mighty, the other party only suffered minor injuries. The pressure on them did not decrease at all. "You guys go first. I'll talk to him." That resplendent golden meteor-like figure finally arrived at the crucial moment. The cultivators on the fleet immediately smiled and exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "First princess!" The person who came was the royal clan of the Great Qin Empire, the once-in-a-thousand-years genius Princess Yingyu. She was also the war god that everyone in the Imperial Dragon Legion worshipped. Yingyu wore golden battle armor and held the grand imperial spear in her hand. Golden flames burned in her eyes. She looked as noble and glorious as before, exuding an otherworldly beauty. Upon hearing Yingyu's words, the vice commander of the flagship heaved a sigh of relief. Then he directed the Imperial Dragon Fleet to retreat into the distance. On the Scarlet Throne, Xiao Chen looked at Yingyu and nodded slightly. "Not bad. After not seeing you for 3 years, you finally broke through to martial sage. You truly live up to your reputation as a genius. Unfortunately, you are still too slow. Yingyu looked at the calm and stern Xiao Chen, who was seated on the Scarlet Throne. His appearance had not changed at all, but the feeling he gave her was very unfamiliar, very distant. Every time Yingyu saw Xiao Chen's current appearance, she could not help but feel a dull pain in her heart. It was like being stabbed by needles and knives. It was very unbearable. Yingyu suppressed the melancholy in her heart and said coldly, "So what? I will not be like you, frantically plundering and going to extremes for the sake of cultivation." Xiao Chen's heart was as calm as still water, unperturbed. He shook his head and said, "You do not understand. This is the nature of this world. The strong prey on the weak, the survival of the fittest. I am just doing what those people want to do but do not dare to do. Now is the age of geniuses. Without a grand spirit, how can one stand in this age? This is the great Tao. It is just a matter of reaching the peak. All I need to do is maintain my calm." Ing Yu laughed involuntarily. "Maintain your calm? You still dare to say calm? If you still have a calm mind, why did you not let go of the Shao clans and the Feng clan's resources? You used your saber to kill everyone from the two clans." Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He muttered, "I already repaid what I owed them. All I need are resources. As long as they do not block my path, I will naturally spare their lives and give them an opportunity." A pained expression appeared on Ing Yu's beautiful face. She bit her red lips, causing blood to flow out. Her voice trembled as she asked, "In that case, now that I am in your way, will you kill me as well?" A cold wind blew, gently ruffling the hair on Xiao Chen's forehead. No emotions could be seen on his fair and charming face. On the scarlet throne, Xiao Chen muttered to himself for a while. Then, he said softly, "There is no need to say anything more. Make your move. I will give you 3 moves. There is no need to say anything more. What a good, there is no need to say anything more. In his heart, I can only make him give me 3 moves." Ing Yu smiled bitterly to herself and completely severed the ripples in her heart. "As you wish. If you want to fight, I will accompany you to the end." Ing Yu shouted and thrust the grand imperial spear forward. A boundless dragon roar resounded behind her. This was the dragon qi that had been passed down in the great Qi nation for 10,000 years. Shio. A boundless aura suddenly condensed. The instant the spear tip was thrust forward, the entire space seemed to freeze. All the aura gathered on the spear tip. Xiao Chen's eyelids drooped slightly. He focused his gaze on Ing Yu, who was a kilometer away. Then, he held the lunar shadow saber horizontally across his chest. Ing Yu, who was a kilometer away, appeared in front of Xiao Chen in the next instant. She did not even change her posture as she pressed her spear against the lunar shadow saber's scabbard. Such a scene happened in an instant. If one did not know what had happened, it would look like Xiao Chen had placed his saber horizontally across his chest and Ing Yu purposely struck that spot. Ding. A clear and loud sound of collision resounded through the world. As the loud sound waves spread out, the world instantly changed color and became extremely dark. An earth-shattering force surged out from the spear tip. The scarlet clouds below the throne churned continuously. In the end, the scarlet throne Xiao Chen sat on did not move at all. Bang! Xiao Chen pushed his left hand forward. After knocking Ing Yu back, Xiao Chen said softly, "One move." Ing Yu's expression changed. She swung the grand imperial spear in the air like a staff, hacking down at Xiao Chen. Countless golden dragon images appeared behind Ing Yu. The grand imperial spear seemed to have 10,000 dragon images circling it. It carried a supreme dragon might as it descended on Xiao Chen. Seeing the boundless dragon images, Xiao Chen had a thought. The 18 blue dragon tattoos on his body surged. All 360 acupoints on his body burst open. Azure-colored dragon qi spread throughout his body, roaring endlessly. Its might was no weaker than the dragon qi passed down in the great Qi nation for 10,000 years. Ding. Xiao Chen held the lunar shadow saber in his left hand and struck the throne with the tip of the scabbard. The 18 blue dragons immediately left his body. It circled above Xiao Chen's head, blocking Ing Yu's spear strike, which contained a vast dragon might and raging endlessly. Xiao Chen said calmly, 2 moves. Ing Yu clenched her teeth, and a golden flame started burning in the depths of her eyes. A dragon-shaped flame quickly circled around the grand imperial spear. The spear trembled, and a golden dragon-shaped flame spewed out. This was one of the famous 4 great dragon flames. In Xiao Chen's eyes, the purple pure yang attributed flame in his right eye and the purple thunder true fire started burning fiercely. The pale white lunar true fire in his left eye also started burning slowly. 2 flames of opposing attributes appeared from nowhere, carrying an origin flame. Yin and yang merged together. The The two flames formed a taiji diagram in front of Xiao Chen. Under Xiao Chen's exquisite control, the two extreme yin and yang flames merged naturally and smoothly. There were no obstructions at all. Boom! The two flames in the taiji yin-yang diagram were like U's, flowing quickly. When the tyrannical dragon flames crashed into them, they did not cause any ripples. Xiao Chen pushed his right hand forward, and the taiji yin-yang flame diagram immediately gave off a bright light. A surging energy surged out and blasted the golden dragon flames into countless sparks. Under the dark sky, the golden sparks were like fireflies scattering in the air. It was very beautiful. When the dragon flame was broken, Yu vomited blood from a corner of her mouth. Her beautiful face immediately turned pale. She looked very sad and beautiful in the sky full of golden fireflies. 3 moves are over, Xiao Chen said calmly. He waved his right hand, and the two Yu's swimming speed in the taiji yin-yang flame diagram suddenly increased explosively. Go! Xiao Chen shouted, and the taiji yin-yang flame diagram flickered in the air. Then, it arrived before Yu. Yu brandished her spear and created an impenetrable barrier of light before her chest. Bang! 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 Before the taiji yin-yang flame diagram, the barrier of light only lasted for a moment before shattering. The battle armor on Yu's body instantly cracked, and a small item flew out. Yu vomited another large mouthful of blood as she looked at the item falling from the air. Shock flashed on Yu's pale face. Ignoring her severely injured body, she quickly flew towards that item. Xiao Chen shook his head and sighed. How can you be so distracted during a duel? Ignorant. After resting for a while, he could use the laws of heaven and earth again. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand just as Yu was about to touch that item. The formless and irresistible laws of heaven and earth pulled Yu's body back to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen pointed at Yu's dantian and crippled her cultivation. Finally, he sealed all her meridians, preventing her from moving. Pooh, pooh. The 10,000 saber sects fleet had already flown over. Lan Chou arrived before Xiao Chen first. When he saw the blood on Xiao Chen's lips, he exclaimed, "Master, are you injured?" Xiao Chen did not answer the other party's question. He tossed Yu to him and said, "Send someone to watch her. The 2 experts of the royal court have already been crippled. I'll leave the remaining soldiers to you. I'll wait for your news before night falls." Lan Chou quickly said respectfully, "I swear I will not disappoint you." After the 10,000 saber sects fleet flew far away, Xiao Chen opened his hand and sucked the small item that Yu had been chasing after before she was defeated into his palm. The huge statue of the founding emperor stood in the vast drill ground of the great Qin nation's imperial palace. The statue was a kilometer tall and looked very majestic. Chapter 485. The first emperor, Ying, held the grand imperial spear in his hand. His aura swallowed the mountains and rivers as he pointed it at the sky. As Xiao Chen stood on the head of the sculpture, he had a complicated expression. It was unknown what he was thinking. Xiao Chen did not know when it started, but he had gotten used to the feeling of standing at the peak. He was used to the power that allowed him to stand at the peak. However, at this moment he had some doubts. Xiao Chen held a wooden sculpture in his hand. The sculpture depicted a girl with a faint smile on her face. She wore a red floral tutu, looking like a little girl. The person who carved this sculpture was the first princess, Yu. However, something had flattened the sensitive area of her chest. A good sculpture had been destroyed just like that. Xiao Chen vaguely remembered that many years ago, when he offended Yu in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he had to carve a sculpture for her every month. Every month, they had to carve a statue for each other. Furthermore, they had to dress up differently. They were not allowed to be lazy or slack off, and they were not allowed to be half-hearted. During that period of time, cultivation was extremely tight. However, Xiao Chen did his best to take time to complete this somewhat difficult task. Xiao Chen carved a total of 10 sculptures. Every one of them was much better than the one in his hand. However, he did not know why Yu was so fond of this sculpture. The sculpture lay flat on his palm. With just a thought, Xiao Chen could easily shatter it. Xiao Chen's previously resolute eyes showed some confusion. He felt like his mind was in chaos. It seemed like he had forgotten something very important. A figure flickered in the distance, quickly flying towards Xiaochen. Xiaochen narrowed his eyes and turned incomparably grave and stern again. Then, he opened his hand and placed the wooden sculpture in his sleeve. "Master, we have finished counting all the natural treasures in the palace. We have also seized the accumulations of some of the large clans in the imperial capital." Lan Chou stood below Xiaochen as he spoke with an excited expression. It looked like the harvest this time was not small. Xiaochen said calmly, "Report the number." "We have obtained a total of 50 million medial-grade spirit stones and 200,000 superior-grade spirit stones. There are also some medicinal pills and spirit herbs. There are countless of them." Xiaochen nodded and said, "Well done. Hand them over." Without any hesitation, Lan Chou took out 10 space rings and handed them over respectfully. There were simply too many treasures. A good space ring could not hold them all. 10 space rings were barely enough. There were also some miscellaneous items that could not be included. 10 spatial rings floated quietly in front of Xiaochen. Lan Chou knew that he shouldn't stay here, so he quickly took his leave. With a thought from Xiaochen's spiritual sense, he immediately drew out all the 50 million medial-grade spirit stones in his spatial ring. Instantly, the sky was filled with medial-grade spirit stones. "Shatter!" Xiaochen shouted, and 50 million medial-grade spirit stones exploded at the same time, turning into viscous spiritual liquid that filled the air. Standing on the head of the statue of Yingzheng, Xiaochen spread his palms slightly, and the energy that blotted the sky turned into a huge whirlpool, starting to refine and purify them. The huge spiritual liquid whirlpool stirred in the air, and the surging spiritual energy fluctuations caused the heaven and earth to change color. In the sky above the imperial capital, the clouds for 5 kilometers around churned continuously, spitting out a great scene. The winds and clouds changed, looking like the sky would collapse at any moment. Xiu! The change in the sky lasted for a long time before it finally ended. Xiaochen refined the 50 million medial-grade spirit stones into a small, exquisite medicinal pill. Opening his mouth, Xiaochen directly swallowed the medicinal pill. The medicinal pill melted in his mouth and flowed into his dantian like a vast sea. Xiaochen closed his eyes and started to refine this energy. A strong aura surged around him. A strong wind howled without end, and lightning flashed continuously. After 15 minutes, Xiaochen opened his eyes, and a bright light shone from them. "I am just a step away from obtaining Emperor Wu. After I use the spirit gathering formation, I should be able to reach that threshold." He was only one step away from becoming the youngest Emperor Wu in history. Even the Thunder King back then could not compare to him. Not to mention the great Qi nation's first emperor below him. Xiaochen gently tapped with his finger, and 200,000 superior-grade spirit stones formed a huge spirit-gathering formation under Xiaochen's control. Xiaochen sat cross-legged in the center of the formation, and the formation markings gave off a bright light. Immediately, spiritual rain fell from the sky. After the large formation is exhausted, the scattered doors should open for me. Outside the ancient desolate tower, a dim light suddenly flashed in the 5th floor. Everyone's gazes paused and they quickly looked carefully. It was Chu Chaoyun crushing his jade pendant at the last moment. He had given up on the test in the Door of Desire and was directly ejected. It was unknown what Chu Chaoyun experienced in the Door of Desire, but his expression was sullen. After he landed, he ignored everyone and left the Tianwu Plaza without looking back. Shi Hailong frowned slightly and said, "There is only one person left. It looks like that person is really Xiaochen. However, there are only 7 or 8 minutes left. If he does not come out soon, he will be completely trapped in there." Someone at the side said, "There is still a chance. After all, the time in the Door of Desire is different from the time in reality. 15 minutes for us might be several days for him." Shi Hailong nodded gently and smiled. "That's true. There is still a chance. I hope he can comprehend it and dare to let it go. As long as he really lets it go, he can turn back immediately." Li Xiuzhu, who was at the side, smiled coldly and said, "How can it be that easy to let it go? His obsession with power is so deep. He can summon the wind and summon the rain in there, unrivaled. How can he let go of the feeling of having power in his hands so easily? The calmer he is, the deeper he will sink in there. I believe that he might be trying to break through to Emperor Wu in there. That is a cultivator's lifelong goal. He is just one step away from it. Will he give up? Li Xiuzhu's words were very unpleasant to hear. However, everyone knew that he was right. The feeling of having power in his hands was not something that could be let go easily. Just wait and see. In another 15 minutes, this brat will not be able to come out. He is destined to sink in there forever, Li Xiuzhu continued, smiling coldly. Hearing this, the cultivators who were on good terms with Xiaochen all showed worried expressions. In the space of desire, the spiritual rain poured down for 5 days and 5 nights before it slowly stopped. A spiritual fire descended from Xiaochen's body. The entire formation immediately burned up, turning into nothing. Suddenly, a golden light lit up on Xiaochen's body. At first, this golden light was not very obvious. However, towards the end, it became increasingly resplendent. His clothes, skin, hair, every strand of his body was dyed golden, dazzling and resplendent. Xiaochen opened his eyes. His black pupils turned golden as well. He gazed into the boundless sky. At the end of the horizon, an open door appeared. Sing. Steps slowly appeared under the door, extending to a meter in front of Xiaochen. This was the path of a martial emperor. At the end of the path was the peak of cultivators. As long as Xiaochen pushed open that door, he would be able to stand above the peak of cultivators. Looking at the shining golden door, a fiery light appeared in Xiaochen's eyes. He got up and walked up the stairs. Clang! Suddenly, the wooden sculpture in Xiaochen's sleeve fell out and landed on the stairs. It swayed for a long time before it slowly came to a stop. Xiaochen's gaze paused for a moment, and he slowly retracted his foot. Given his cultivation realm, it was impossible for this sculpture to fall out of his sleeve. The only possibility was that Xiaochen's heart had become unstable. That was how it could have happened. How can this be? My heart is focused on the great Tao. It is as firm as a rock. I have waited for this moment for more than 10 years. Now that my goal is before me, why is my heart still fluctuating? Am I unable to forget in the end? All this while, Xiaochen knew that he had forgotten something very important. However, for the sake of the great Tao in his heart, even though he knew that it was very important, he was not willing to think about it. This was because if he thought about it, he might lose the power to destroy the world. He could not afford to gamble on it, nor was he willing to gamble on it. However, no matter how he lied to himself, Xiaochen told himself that he actually cared a lot about the things he had forgotten. After seeing Yingyu's sculpture, this care had unknowingly seeped into the depths of his heart. Xiaochen closed his eyes, and there was a huge battle in his mind. If he stepped on this path to heaven, he would be able to ascend to the great Tao and truly stand at the peak of cultivation. However, once he stepped on it, he would never be able to remember the things he had forgotten. Leave no regrets. Suddenly, Xiaochen heard these 4 words in his mind. He did not know where that voice came from, but he suddenly remembered it. Leave no regrets, leave no regrets. Xiaochen muttered these 4 words twice in his heart. Then, he suddenly felt enlightened, and a smile appeared on his face. If I really forget some important things, even if I ascend to the great Tao, it will be a lifelong regret. With regrets, my mental state will never be perfect. If my mental state is not perfect, I will never be able to climb to the limits of martial emperors. I cannot leave any regrets in my heart. Xiaochen suddenly opened his eyes, and the golden light in them immediately vanished. His eyes became clear, and the golden light on his body quickly vanished as well. In the end, all the golden light scattered. Xiaochen, dressed in white, regained his calm. Pa! The open door instantly closed, and the path to heaven shattered into pieces. Only the wooden sculpture remained, drifting down alone. Xiaochen grabbed the sculpture and leaped down. With a few flashes, he arrived in the room where Yingyu was locked in. Yingyu was very weak due to the seal. It was like a cool breeze could blow her away. When she saw Xiaochen outside, she said coldly, "Why are you not searching for your great Tao? Why are you here?" Xiaochen gently tossed the wooden sculpture to Yingyu and replied, "The Great Tao is important. However, there are some things that are even more important than the Great Tao. For example, this." Yingyu caught the wooden sculpture and looked at Xiaochen in shock. She said, "You still remember this wooden sculpture?" Xiaochen smiled gently. The usually stern expression on his fair face now turned gentle. He said, "I remember. I will never forget it." At this moment, Xiaochen completely let go. Right after he spoke, his body turned into many afterimages and slowly vanished from this space of desire. Chapter 486. There are still 10 breaths of time. This fellow probably will not be able to come out. Elder Shi, I think we can announce the end of this trial of the ancient desolate tower. There is no need to wait any longer. Li Xiuzhu said to Shi Hailong with a faint smile. Shi Hailong looked coldly at Li Xiuzhu and said, "Li Xiuzhu, you seem to have a strong opinion of this Xiaochen. I heard that he once used an engraved card to participate in the selection. However, you obstructed him in every possible way and made things difficult for him. The trial of the ancient desolate land represents the luck of the heavenly extermination union. The higher it goes, the more luck the heavenly extermination union will have. The 5 lords are watching from the sky. You know what you've done. The lords can see it too." Li Xiuzhu's heart skipped a beat, but his expression did not change. He said disdainfully, Without any evidence, Elder Shi had better not say anything. Furthermore, he is someone who cannot even clear the 5th floor. What is there to look forward to? Elder Shi, that light dot seems to be coming out. An elder said in a trembling voice as he pointed to the 5th floor of the ancient desolate tower. Shi Hailong ignored Li Xiuzhu and quickly looked over. He saw a flickering spot of light on the 5th floor of the ancient desolate tower. If it was not the last person, who else could it be, Xiaochen? We have passed the 5th floor and reached the 6th floor. Regardless of the outcome, the heavenly extermination union's 100 years of luck will be preserved. Shi Hailong paused for a moment before laughing heartily. The ancient desolate tower had existed since the ancient era. No one knew who built it or why it was built. However, the ancient desolate tower that Xiaochen knew was the same as the Great Ji Nation's wind cloud platform. They were the most wondrous structures in the Tianwu continent. They controlled the illusory luck. The higher one went, the more luck that person would obtain. The reason the Heavenly Extermination Union organized the desolate ancient trial was to entrust their luck to that person. The higher they climbed, the more luck the Heavenly Extermination Union would obtain. As the leader of this trial, Shi Hailong would naturally receive more benefits. It has been close to 1,000 years since anyone has passed these 5 floors. Ever since the Thunder King and his group, the world of martial artists has been on the decline. However, the peak of prosperity is bound to fall, and the peak of decline is bound to rise. This is the law of the Great Tao. Now that someone has finally passed the 5th level, it can be considered an important sign of the prosperity of the Great Tao. The group of elders excitedly discussed with each other. They were grinning from ear to ear. Only Li Xiuzhu's complexion was pale. His fingers trembled, and his lips quivered. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The 5 fingers of his right hand clenched tightly. How could this kid really pass the 5th level? Back then, she had humiliated him in public and mocked him for overestimating himself. But now, it had really happened in front of her eyes. An inferior-grade martial king that Xiaochen strongly opposed had overcome all obstacles and obtained 100 consecutive victories, defeating many experts and obtaining one of the 20 spots. Now, he had reached a height that no one had been able to reach in the past 1,000 years. If his luck was a bit better, he would be able to pass a few more layers. It would not be impossible for him to reach the heights that the Thunder King achieved back then. When Li Xiuzhu thought of all this, he felt his scalp go numb. He no longer had the disdain he had earlier. He said in a trembling voice, "Elder Shi, I suddenly feel unwell. I intend to take my leave first." Shi Hailong revealed a playful smile. He turned his head and said, "Old Li, are you not going to keep watching? Who knows, you might be able to clear a few more layers." The people at the side also smiled and said, "Indeed, you are perfectly fine. Why do you feel unwell? Could it be that you have a guilty conscience? Li Xiuzhu's face flushed red. He said sternly, "Nonsense. This old man is magnanimous. Let's not talk about it. Goodbye." Shi Hailong's expression turned cold as he watched Li Xiuzhu leave. He said in a frosty voice, "Keep a close eye on him. If Xiaochen really reaches the 7th or 8th layer, immediately restrain him. Punish him for harming the Heavenly Extermination Union's luck and harboring malicious intent." The hearts of the people at the side trembled. The Heavenly Extermination Union's internal structure was very complicated. Elder Shi was probably going to make use of this opportunity to get rid of Li Xiuzhu. Right after Li Xiuzhu spoke, the elders of Shi Hailong's faction immediately followed him out silently. Below the platform, Ding Fengqiu looked at the speck of light in the 5th layer. He smiled bitterly to himself and sighed, "Desire is hard to break, as hard as ascending to heaven. We all shrink back at the sight of it." Chu Chaoyun was eliminated in a sorry state. I did not expect him to pass so quickly. In the future, the gap between us will only widen. Zuomo's expression was also very complicated. He smiled and said, "The trial of the ancient desolate tower for 20 people ended up being a one-man show for him. After this matter, his title as the strongest person of the 4 nations will be well-deserved." The participants who obtained a spot together looked at the flickering speck of light in the ancient desolate tower. They all had different expressions. Some were envious, some were jealous, and others were all different. There were also people who felt conflicted and hesitated. The Holy Fire Manor's Ling Yun was one of them. Back then, he already knew that I was the one who attacked him. Given his character, he will definitely not let things slide. He took my Holy Flame's origin flame. I have not settled this debt with him yet. I cannot wait for him to mature. I have to plan properly. Leng Yun's eyes flickered as he looked at the speck of light in the ancient desolate tower. A chill flashed in his eyes as he quietly left the crowd and headed for the Holy Fire Manor's branch in Desolate City. Inside the ancient desolate tower, Xiaochen stood in a daze before the door of desire. He closed his eyes and thought back to his earlier hazy experiences. As he stood before the door of light, he did not move for a long time. Is this the desire from the bottom of my heart? In order to become unscrupulous, cold, and emotionless, without any guts, I gambled everything on it. It is not worth it. Xiaochen opened his eyes and muttered, "It is not worth it. The great Tao is hard to seek, and the peak is hard to reach. What I seek is to not have any regrets. Be it the past, the present, or the future, I will not have any regrets. No matter what, I will not become like that." Xiaochen's expression turned grave as he drew his lunar shadow saber. Saber chi flew everywhere, and 4 large words appeared on the walls of the 5th floor. "Not leaving regrets." Xiaochen sheathed his saber and revealed a faint smile. He had not obtained any substantial benefits from this 5th floor. All he obtained were these 4 words. However, these 4 words were more important to Xiaochen than any cultivation technique, martial technique, or natural treasure. After Xiaochen destroyed his desire, his mental state would be completely perfected. From now on, he would not have to go astray on the path of cultivation. He had dealt with a heart demon in advance. After Xiaochen sorted out his emotions, he gently leaped up and passed through the light of the 5th floor, heading for the 6th floor. Ooh! The moment he landed, Xiaochen discovered himself in a vast snowy plain. A cold wind howled, cutting at him like a knife. How cold! Xiaochen's body trembled slightly. He quickly circulated his essence and forced out the cold qi that had seeped in. A snowstorm spread out in front. All he saw was white. In the boundless wind and snow, Xiaochen vaguely saw a tightly shut door. A voice appeared in Xiaochen's heart for no reason. "Walk over and open that door." The voice sank deep into his heart, preventing him from suspecting it. Xiaochen frowned slightly and muttered, "This cold qi does not seem to be able to hurt me. However, it is like a soft knife grinding on me. It will be a problem if I can endure it for a long time." This floor should be a test of a cultivator's willpower to see if they could persevere and open that door. Xiaochen stopped thinking about other problems and looked in the direction of the door. Then he slowly made his way forward. It was as Xiaochen expected. At the start, he moved very quickly, covering 5 kilometers in one breath. However, slowly, his legs became heavy. The cold qi penetrated his bones, and his lips turned pale. The resistance of his essence weakened. Every step he took became incredibly difficult. Xiaochen remained silent as he walked alone. He did not complain at all. There was only one belief in Xiaochen's heart. As long as he did not stop, no matter how slow he was, he would eventually finish the heavenly road. After some time, Xiaochen's eyes glazed over and his entire body stiffened. He was so cold that he did not have any temper at all. Suddenly, that door appeared in front of him. Pa! Without hesitation, Xiaochen pushed open the door. When he saw the scene behind the door, his originally relaxed expression turned bitter. I just passed the ice mountain, and now there is a sea of fire? The instant the door opened, a warm current surged over. Under the quick exchange of hot and cold, Xiaochen felt like his bones were about to shatter. Xiaochen's physical body was exceptionally strong. Even so, he felt this way. It was easy to imagine how an ordinary cultivator would react in such a situation. They would probably crush their jade pendant and give up on this test. A bright red land filled Xiaochen's vision. Cracks spread out on the ground, each one the length of an arm. As the hot air surged, lava gushed out. When Xiaochen looked ahead, he could vaguely see flames rising up. Without any hesitation, Xiaochen raised his leg and stepped in, heading forward without stopping. After walking for a while, the blood flame shoes burned like they were in a furnace. They were so hot that blisters appeared on Xiaochen's feet. Enduring the intense pain, Xiaochen frowned heavily. He appeared to be in extreme pain. He wished he could immediately throw off the shoes and walk barefoot. However, his rationality overcame his impulse. The blood flame shoes were medial-grade secret treasures. They could more or less block heat. If he threw them away and walked barefoot, he would suffer even more damage. Chapter 487. This place was the same as the snowy plains in front. He could not fly, he could only walk on foot. Sweat covered Xiaochen's entire body. He felt dizzy and his vision blurred. The heat was unbearable. The blisters on Xiaochen's feet had all burst, leaving only a layer of bloody skin. With every step Xiaochen took, the bloody skin rubbed against Xiaochen's shoes intensely. That kind of pain was even more torturous than being cut by a saber. It felt like thousands of ants were wriggling on Xiaochen's feet. The world was like a huge furnace. Xiaochen continued to walk alone. Even if he was in pain or tired, he did not stop. Xiaochen calmly analyzed the situation in his heart. He was certain that this place tested one's willpower. It would not be too dangerous for him to die, but it would not let him walk in peace either. It would continuously whip him, grind him, and bring him inhuman pain. It wanted him to stop, to give up. As Xiaochen walked, the blood in his shoes dripped on the ground. It made it look like he was leaving a trail of blood behind him. Xiaochen was like a pilgrim, walking forward with the faith in his heart. Everyone only had one chance to enter the ancient desolate tower. Xiaochen's fatal weakness was his low cultivation. Now that the opportunity was right before him, he could not leave any regrets. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Xiaochen lost all sense of time. Suddenly, a large door appeared in front of him. Xiaochen pushed the door open numbly and looked forward. He saw a mountain filled with sabers. A large door stood quietly at the top of the mountain. Xiaochen took heavy steps and entered. He smiled coldly and said, "A mountain of sabers, a sea of flames, a plain of absolute cold. I want to see what other inconceivable things there are that I cannot pass." Xiaochen could not fly through the air on the mountain filled with sabers. He could only rely on the strength of his physical body to climb up the sabers. Xiaochen's body, which was already in a sorry state, immediately became badly mutilated. It was a tragic sight, and the pain was unbearable. The test of this stage was very miraculous. No matter how it changed, there was only one thing that did not change. There would never be a situation where one would die. It would just continuously torture one, dampen one's spirit, and wear down one's willpower. As long as one did not stop, this torture would continue, forcing one to give up on the trial. After Xiaochen crossed the Saber Mountain with much difficulty, he pushed open the door. Like before, what awaited him was not victory but a swamp filled with poisonous gas. Dragging his battered body, Xiaochen relied on his strong willpower to continue on fearlessly. The poisonous gas spread out, rotting his body. Xiaochen's body looked as if it were a snake. He fell. He fell into the mud a few times. One step at a time, one footprint at a time. At this moment, Xiaochen was already in a daze. He could not even distinguish the path under his feet. He fell into the mud a few times. It took a lot of effort to climb out, and then continued on his journey. Xiaochen that as he go, Xiaochen as before, he was as he could as he wanted. Xiaochen Chen's face. After all these dangers, Xiaochen was already numb to them. He smiled bitterly and continued on his way. All sorts of dangers appeared continuously. Behind every door was an unimaginable danger. However, Xiaochen passed through them all. This continued until the 9th door. After Xiaochen pushed it open weakly, there was no danger waiting for him. A gentle light enveloped him. The holy white light was like immortal-grade spirit liquid. It quickly healed Xiaochen's wounds. All his fatigue was swept away, and his entire body felt indescribably comfortable. The sudden return of happiness after all the torture was intoxicating. He did not want to wake up for a long time. After the light faded, Xiaochen suddenly opened his eyes and clenched his fists tightly. After this ordeal, the strength of his physical body actually increased again. Looking at his new skin, Xiaochen revealed a joyful expression. He said softly, "Not only did my strength increase, but my physical body's defense also increased. Unfortunately, I do not have a chance to test it now." When the clouds parted, the moon shone brightly. Xiaochen's perseverance finally paid off. He did not mistreat Xiaochen. Xiaochen sized up his surroundings. This should be the 6th floor of the ancient desolate tower. There were statues that looked no different from real people in front of him. When he counted them, there were about 100 of them. When Xiaochen's gaze landed on the first statue in the row at the very front, his expression suddenly froze. That statue wore white robes and a blue strip of cloth on its head. Its gaze was cold, and there was a calm expression on its face. Its arms were crossed, and an ancient saber was casually held in front of its chest. Who else could it be if not him? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Xiaochen continued looking forward. He did not recognize many of the statues. However, the few that he did recognize were all legendary experts of the various nations. As Xiaochen looked further down, he even saw the statue of the Thunder King, Sang Mu, standing there quietly. Xiaochen muttered, "It looks like the people who passed the test of will on the 6th floor will leave behind a statue here. However, I did not expect that after thousands of years, only 100 people managed to pass the 6th floor." Outside the ancient desolate tower, Shi Hailong and the others on the tall platform had excited expressions on their faces. This was because Xiaochen had given them another pleasant surprise. He had cleared the 6th floor and was now heading to the 7th floor. Shi Hailong smiled happily and said, "After clearing the 6th floor, one can leave behind an ordinary will statue. That can be considered as carrying some of the ancient desolate tower's luck. This is the best reward for cultivators on this floor." He has already reached the 7th floor. As long as he goes up another floor, he will be able to reach the height of the Thunder King from 1,000 years ago. This fellow might really be able to create a legend. One of the Heavenly Extermination Union's elders said excitedly. When Shi Hailong heard this, his expression became much calmer. He smiled and said, "Don't overthink this. It is rare for someone like the Thunder King to appear in 10,000 years. In the end, Xiaochen is still a distance away. If he can reach the 7th floor, it will be a great help to the Heavenly Extermination Union." The 7th floor, that is filled with the will statues left behind by Emperor Wu. How could Emperor Wu's test be so easy to clear? Shi Hailong sighed softly. He felt that it was unfortunate that Xiaochen's cultivation was still too low. If he had another 2 years, he would definitely be stronger than Xiaochen. If he had another 2 years, he would be a half-step martial monarch. With his combat talent, he would have a 70% chance of clearing Emperor Wu's test. However, he had come too early. his chances were still very slim. Dita. Xiao Chen's body passed through the mysterious light of the ancient desolate tower. Drops of pure essence fell continuously from the purple qi whirlpool, which had already expanded by half. This lasted for 3 minutes. In these 3 minutes, Xiao Chen's cultivation had increased by half a year, stabilizing his cultivation as a medial-grade martial king. Xiao Chen landed firmly on the ground and appeared on the 7th floor of the ancient desolate tower. He could feel the vast energy in his body. Xiao Chen revealed a satisfied smile. It was worth the price he paid to climb up to the 7th floor. Just the increase in his cultivation from the 7th floor's light brought him boundless benefits. He had closed the gap between him and the genius cultivators of the same generation. I will go up and try to reach peak medial grade martial king. I only have one chance to come to this ancient desolate tower. I cannot waste it, Xiao Chen said resolutely in his heart. He wanted to see the scenery of the 8th floor. Back then, the Thunder King could reach the 8th floor. Xiao Chen could do the same. Xiao Chen looked around the 7th floor. Then, 10 human-sized statues appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. These statues were different from the statues on the 6th floor. With a cursory glance, Xiao Chen could feel the boundless aura contained in these statues. These statues were also different from the martial sage statues on the 2nd floor. The aura and bearing of these statues were far superior to the will statues of martial sages. As Xiao Chen stood before the statues, it was like the statues in front of him were real people. It was as if the people in front of them were real people. Their gazes were deep and distant, and they didn't dare to look at them directly. Xiao Chen thought for a while and said softly, "They should be will statues as well." However, will statues are divided into different grades. The statues on the 6th floor are the most ordinary will statues. The ones on the 2nd floor are the sage statues left by martial sages. The ones on the 7th floor are probably martial emperors. When Xiao Chen thought of this possibility, he could not help but feel a deep sense of respect when he looked at the statues again. Emperor, the pinnacle of martial cultivation, the peak of the great Tao. This was what all cultivators pursued their entire lives. It represented glory, represented the peak, and most importantly, represented strength. Every Emperor Wu was a legend. In the Tianwu continent for thousands of years, there had not been any news of anyone stepping into the realm of Emperor Wu. The legends of Emperor Wu were left behind by the older generation sages. However, the older generation Emperor Wu had already vanished from the Tianwu continent. After the Thunder King fell 1,000 years ago, there had been no more news of an emperor appearing. It was like all the martial emperors had disappeared. Now that Xiao Chen personally saw the will statues left by Emperor Wu, the fluctuations in Xiao Chen's heart could be easily imagined. As Xiao Chen carefully sized up the will statues, he suddenly gasped. His gaze stopped on the 4th statue from the left. Bai Shuehe. This statue wore blue battle armor and carried a dragon-tooth saber on its back. It looked exactly the same as Bai Shuehe on the 2nd floor. The only difference was that the pressure it gave Xiao Chen was on a completely different level. Xiao Chen's attitude toward Bai Shuehe could not help but rise to another level. The will of Bai Shuehe on the 2nd floor was like a great teacher. Rather than calling it a test, it was more like a senior bladesman giving pointers to his juniors. As they chatted, Xiao Chen benefited a lot. Unexpectedly, he saw Bai Shuehe's statue again on this floor. Such a heroic person with such a breadth of mind was able to reach the level of Emperor Wu. Xiao Chen felt gratified as well. He quickly stepped forward and pointed at the other party's forehead. "Brat, choose me. How is this by face attractive? I will show you what a true bladesman is." Just as Xiao Chen's finger was about to tap the statue's forehead, the thunderous voice of the first statue from the right, a man holding a thick saber, rang out. "Ha! Old Lei, don't be envious. With your looks, no one will choose you. Ha!" Chapter 488. Bai Shuehe, who was in front of Xiao Chen, seemed to come to life. He laughed loudly and pointed at Xiao Chen's forehead at lightning speed. Boom! Boom! The surroundings shook and Xiao Chen's vision turned blurry for a moment. After a while, he found himself in a chaotic space. With his previous experience, Xiao Chen was not too surprised. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, This junior Xiaochen greets senior again. Bai Shueha raised his eyebrows and a formless light flashed in his eyes. It was like he could see through everything about Xiaochen. There were no secrets at all. No wonder you chose me. It turns out that you already shattered my will statue on the second floor. Why do you want to shatter my will statue on this floor as well? Bai Shueha said calmly as he looked at Xiaochen with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Xiaochen said somewhat embarrassedly, "How could that be? I just wanted to ask senior for guidance. I hope that I can pass the test of this floor." Bai Shueha said somewhat angrily, "Young man, don't be so humble. You can be more confident. Since you can shatter my sage statue, you might be able to shatter my emperor statue. You don't even have this much confidence and you still want to go to the 8th floor? The 8th floor is filled with the will statues of king-grade martial emperors. I'll ask you one more time whether you are confident or not." Bai Shueha's tone suddenly turned heavier. He shouted his last sentence, causing Xiaochen to feel an inexplicable pressure in his heart. Xiaochen nearly blurted out the words. However, when the words reached his mouth, he suddenly realized it and was startled. The other party was the bona fide saber Emperor Wu. Xiaochen was just an insignificant martial king. If he said he was confident he could shatter the other party's statue, he would be overestimating himself. Xiaochen stopped speaking and said softly, "Senior, you must be joking. A few moves would suffice. Why would this junior think of shattering your statue?" Seeing that Xiaochen did not fall for his trap, the interest in Bai Shueha's eyes intensified. He smiled and said, "That's right. If you had really said that there were words, the number of moves you could exchange with me would have increased from 10 to 20. Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't say the word yes. Comparing 20 moves to 10 moves, it was twice as long. However, on account of the fact that you've shattered my saint statue, I've decided to give you 20 pointers. Bai Shueha changed the topic and smiled slyly. Xiaochen felt depressed in his heart. It turned out that Xiaochen was toying with him. His image of a martial emperor in his heart immediately fell to rock bottom. Who would have thought that Emperor Wu would have this kind of bad taste, toying with a junior? Bai Shueha frowned and said, "What's wrong? You look very happy. Add another 10 moves." Xiaochen's expression immediately became conflicted. He hurriedly said, "How am I happy? It's nothing." Bai Shueha nodded and said, "I, the great Emperor Wu, am here to give you pointers, yet you are still angry. Brat, you don't know what's good for you. Add another 10 moves." Xiaochen was utterly speechless. He did not say anything more. This Bai Shueha's character before and after he became a martial emperor was too different. When Bai Shueha saw Xiaochen's conflicted expression, he laughed loudly again. His face was filled with joy as he said, "Brat, I was just fooling you. The test of this stage is not about exchanging a few moves." "Then what is the test of this stage?" Xiaochen asked doubtfully. "There is a huge gap between Emperor Wu and a martial sage. As a bladesman, you choose me. 10 moves, 20 moves, or 1 move, there is no difference." Bai Shueha withdrew his smile and said seriously, "You only need to receive 1 saber strike from me. If you do not die, you will pass. Do you dare?" "Do I dare to receive Emperor Wu's saber strike?" Emperor Wu's saber strike? Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. He quickly thought about it. Although it was said to be Emperor Wu's saber strike, the other party would definitely not use a cultivation that surpassed Xiaochen's own. Otherwise, he would not even need to use 1 saber strike. With just a glance, the other party could use the natural laws to kill Xiaochen. Then there would be no need to talk about the test. However, this saber strike would definitely not be easy to receive. This was especially so when the other party said very clearly that he would pass if he did not die. What did he mean? Did he mean that Xiaochen would not be able to break this saber strike? At most, it would just be a matter of injury. Naturally, Xiaochen did not doubt the words of the peak Emperor Wu. However, he still asked uncertainly, "What if I die?" When Bai Shueha heard that, he could not help but laugh loudly. "What else can I do if I die? Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Naturally, everything will be over. So, think carefully before you make your decision. Don't ever think that giving up is a very embarrassing thing. The strength of my saber strike will not surpass your cultivation. However, the difference between us is not as simple as cultivation. One saber strike, just one saber strike. As long as he passed this saber strike, he would be able to reach the 8th floor. However, this saber strike would really kill him. Once he agreed, there would be no more chances to give up. He would have to face death. Xianxia could not help but hesitate. At the juncture of life and death, no matter who faced such a situation, they would hesitate. This was especially so when the other party was a bona fide Emperor Wu. If someone really agreed without thinking about anything, that person might really not be far from death. Back then, the Thunder King was only 21 years old. His cultivation was slightly higher than mine. What did he think when faced with such a situation? Xianxia could not help but look at the lunar shadow saber in his hand. If Ao Jiao were here, given her experience, she would be able to give him an answer very quickly. At this moment, Xianxia could not help but reminisce about Ao Jiao. Back then, she accompanied the Thunder King all the way to the 8th floor, which no one had reached in 10,000 years. Her understanding of this ancient desolate tower was much clearer than Xiaoqian's. Should I accept this saber strike or not? Xiaoqian hesitated for the first time in his heart. Idiot, why do you not dare to accept it? It is fine as long as you do not die. Why are you so afraid? Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out in Xiaoqian's mind. He immediately rejoiced and said, Ao Jiao, when did you wake up? Within the lunar shadow saber, Ao Jiao habitually mocked, stop speaking nonsense. I took some time out of my busy schedule to give a piece of trash like you some pointers. Stop saying meaningless words. Just agree to him directly. He is just a minor heavenly Emperor Wu and he dares to put on airs to scare people. Xiaoqian blushed with shame in his heart. Regardless of what Emperor Wu is, he is still Emperor Wu. You look down on him, but he can destroy me with just a finger. Bai Shuehe, who was in front, saw the strange expression on Xiaoqian's face. A look of doubt flashed in his eyes. After a while, he said, You who are hiding, come out. Xiaoqian stretched out his right hand and the lunar shadow saber in his hand started to tremble uncontrollably. It seemed like the lunar shadow saber would be drawn at any moment. Boom! Xiaoqian did his best, but it was to no avail. There was a melodious sound and Ao Jiao's image was pulled out. When Bai Shuehe saw Ao Jiao's appearance, his expression relaxed. He smiled and said, I was wondering why this fellow looked so familiar. So, you are the inheritor of Sang Mu. Little Ao Jiao, after not seeing you for a few thousand years, you dare to look down on me, a minor heavenly senior. You are ambitious, ambitious. However, Ao Jiao's expression was very unhappy. She looked at Bai Shuehe and said gloomily, You have wasted a year's worth of hard work. Later, I will have to swallow up the sword spirit again. Bai Shuehe smiled calmly and said, You have to pay a price for speaking ill of others behind their backs. Xiaoqian suddenly understood. Unexpectedly, the target of the Thunder King's challenge 3,000 years ago was Bai Shuehe as well. However, 3,000 years later, although the process was different, Xiaoqian was still stuck in Bai Shuehe's hands at the final hurdle. Bai Shuehe returned to Xiaoqian's side and said, Now, there is no one to disturb you. You can decide for yourself. Receive a saber strike from me. Do you dare or not? The instant Ao Jiao appeared, Xiaoqian had already made up his mind. When Bai Shuehe asked him again, Xiaoqian did not hesitate to nod and say, I dare. Bai Shuehe smiled gently and did not say anything more. He placed his right hand on the saber hilt on his back. His gaze was like 10,000 sabers piercing towards Xiaoqian. It was extremely sharp. Kasi. Xiaoqian did not think too much about it. He immediately drew the lunar shadow saber and held it horizontally in front of his chest. He stared at Bai Shuehe's right hand, which was holding the saber hilt. The nervousness that Xiaoqian expected did not appear. In the instant before the battle, all of Xiaoqian's hesitation were tossed aside. His state of mind was incomparably calm. When Ao Jiao saw this scene, her bright eyes narrowed into a crescent moon shape. She revealed a faint smile on her face. A person who can draw the Thunderwood sword is definitely not trash, Ao Jiao thought to herself. Xiao! Bai Shuihe's attack did not make Xiaochen wait for long. When he said he would use one attack, it was one attack. He did not use his aura to pressure Xiaochen, nor did he use his mental energy to destroy Xiaochen's state of mind. This attack was just an ordinary chop. There was nothing fancy about it. Bai Shuihe leaped into the air and chopped down with a saber light. It was so simple that Xiaochen found it inconceivable. This move is full of openings. I can break it with just a casual attack. Emperor Wu's attack is too laughable. That's not right. If it was so simple, why would there be a dead person? There must be some secret that I do not know. Let's continue watching. Xiaochen's thoughts raced like lightning. After he analyzed everything, he discovered some tricks. The other party is wide open. As long as I stab his heart, I can force him to withdraw his saber and defend. However, he is holding his saber with one hand. The angle of his grip is at a 90-degree angle to his chest. When I attack his chest, the tip of the saber will turn. Given the length of his dragon-tooth saber, he will definitely be able to injure me first. When he flies, he is only 1.5 body lengths higher than me. His feet are spread apart, and he can change direction at any time. No matter where I retreat to, I will not be able to dodge. The direction of his attack looks like it is from above. However, the angle of his body is 30 degrees forward. Actually, this attack can also be seen as coming from below. The more Xiaochen analyzed, the more tricks he found. The other party's attacks seemed to have considered all the problems that could be considered. It was simple and unadorned. This was probably the principle behind the Great Tao being the simplest. When Bai Shuihe was only a martial sage, the four-season saber technique was ever-changing. The various states and mysterious phenomena dazzled the eyes. However, at the crucial moment, Xiaochen could always think of a way to break it and even counterattack. However, now that the other party was at Emperor Wu's level, this simple attack gave one the feeling that it was unbreakable and unblockable. No wonder Xiaochen said earlier that at his level, there was no difference between one attack and 10 attacks. This attack contained more than 10 kinds of saber techniques. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it contained thousands of saber techniques. I can't use the roaming dragon's 9 transformations. He can see through my true body with one glance. If he attacks from above, he can chop me in half. Chapter 489. The Wuxia blossoms will not work either. The instant the flower buds combine, the saber light will reach my neck. The lightning evasion will take too long to execute. That will not work either. Thousands of thoughts flashed through Xiaochen's mind. In an instant faster than the blink of an eye, he thought of all the methods he could use to deal with this. However, he rejected all of them, none of them worked. Idiot, as long as I do not die, why would I not dare to receive it? When the saber light was 1 meter away from Xiaochen, Xiaochen remembered Ao Jiao's words. He suddenly felt enlightened and heaved a sigh of relief. I am really an idiot. There is no way I can dodge this saber strike, nor can I break it. Bai Shuihe had already made it clear long ago. As long as I do not die, it will be fine. In the end, before the battle, my thoughts were still the same as before, thinking about how to break it and how to dodge it. Xiaochen did not know that he could not dodge this saber strike. He did not need to try to break it, he only needed to survive. However, it was not that easy to survive. If Xiaochen tried to get lucky, he might end up dying even faster. However, this gave Xiaochen a direction. Xiao! At the last moment, Xiaochen did not advance. Instead, he retreated. He raised his saber and swung it at the opening in his opponent's chest. Bai Shuihe smiled faintly and thought to himself, I already told you to survive. Yet, you overestimate yourself and want to injure me. In that case, I can only send you on your way. Bai Shuihe turned his wrist unhurriedly and the saber moved downwards naturally, heading for Xiaochen's neck. He did not even see Xiaochen's attack. It is as I expected. This is not an opening. He does not even care about it. However, this is what I wanted. The throat is a vital point. If a regular cultivator gets hit by a saber strike, they will die. Naturally, Xiaochen was no exception. Since he wanted to survive, he had to know which vital point his opponent was attacking. Once he confirmed it, it would be easy to deal with it. Xiaochen let go of the lunar shadow saber and let it fall to the ground. He opened his right hand and smashed it against his opponent's saber. Pucci. The blade, which was only a centimeter away from his throat, was immediately pressed down by 3 centimeters. The saber radiance cut open a horrifying wound on his chest. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood immediately spurted out. When the saber light entered his body, it stirred up his internal organs. Xiaoqun felt something sweet in his throat, and he could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. His face was terrifyingly pale, but Xiaoqun's lips curled into a smile. He said, "Senior, this strike multiplied the power of the blade to its peak. It is worthy of being Emperor Wu's blade strike. But in the end I did not die." The expression on Bai Shuihe's face was slightly startled. The tip of his blade had clearly been a centimeter away from Xiaoqun's throat, but at the last moment, his opponent had forcibly pressed it down. "Look, that dot of light is going up again. Xiaoqun has reached the 8th floor." The few elders who had been paying attention to Xiaoqun said excitedly. The higher Xiaoqun climbed, the more luck the Heavenly Extermination Union would obtain. Naturally, the benefits they would receive would be greater as well. Shi Hailong rubbed his eyes hard. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, even though he had full confidence in Xiaoqun. Who would have thought that he would really be able to pass the test of the 7th floor and reach the 8th floor? Even the Thunder King back then was no more than this. He really made it to the 8th floor. Incredible! Back then, when the Thunder King reached the 8th floor, he was already 21 years old. I heard that this Xiaoqun is not even 20 years old. From this point of view, has Xiaoqun already surpassed the Thunder King? What did I say? What did I say? I said long ago when he jumped over the first level that Xiaoqun would definitely surpass the Thunder King. But you didn't believe me. Now you're dumbfounded, aren't you? Up on the high platform, the old man who made the prediction about Xiaoqun was the most excited. The few people at the side said disdainfully, "Old Ma, you were not so sure at that time. Now you only know how to be cocky." Shi Hailong withdrew his smile and nodded gently. "Old Ma, make your preparations. Bring my words over. You can take down Li Xiuzhu now." When the old man with the family name Ma heard this, he immediately said respectfully, "Elder Shi, rest assured. Leave it to me. That old man with the family name Li will definitely not be able to escape." Everyone could predict that after this experiential training, Shi Hailong's position in the Heavenly Extermination Union would definitely rise. This was a good opportunity to curry favor with Shi Hailong. The few elders at the side looked at Elder Ma, who had left to carry out his orders. They revealed envious gazes. This was a good job. "Elder Shi, do you have any instructions for us to carry out?" The few of them asked with smiles. Shi Hailong paused for a while before smiling. "It's fine. Just continue watching. This time, we managed to dig out a person like Xiaoqun because of everyone's hard work. I will make things clear to the 5 lords." The 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower was empty except for an ancient copper door in the center. It was unknown where the door led to. The copper door was tightly shut. Mysterious talisman scripts were embroidered on the door, giving off a faint spiritual light. Xiaoqun passed through the light of the 7th floor. Purple essence liquid dripped down for 10 minutes before stopping. When Xiaoqun landed, his cultivation had stabilized at peak medial grade Martial King. He could not help but reveal a wide smile. On this trip to the ancient desolate tower, he had finally closed the gap in his cultivation that he sought. When Xiaoqun's gaze fell on the copper door, he thought for a while before going over to take a look. Ao Jiao, who had followed Xiaoqun over, said, "Wait for a while. Recover from your injuries first. At the same time, try to comprehend Bai Shuihe's earlier saber strike. That saber strike contained all sorts of saber techniques. As long as you can comprehend a little, no one in the same generation will be able to block it." Xiaoqun stopped and thought about it. Bai Shuihe's move was definitely at the peak of the saber technique. Since there was not much time left, Xiaoqun should try to comprehend as much as he could. Xiaoqun sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to meditate. A purple qi whirlpool spun, and a vast amount of essence nourished the wound on his chest. As Ao Jiao looked at the ancient copper door on the 8th floor, her expression became somewhat complicated. In the end, she sighed gently, feeling melancholic. After a while, Xiaochen opened his eyes and looked at Ao Jiao. He said, "Ao Jiao, do you know what is behind the door?" Ao Jiao thought for a long time before saying, "Xiaochen, let's stop here. Don't go up." Xiaochen nodded and said, "All right, then I won't go up." When Ao Jiao saw that Xiaochen answered so straightforwardly, she asked, "You are not going to ask why?" Xiaochen smiled and said, "Why ask? If you want to tell me, you will naturally tell me. If you don't, it is pointless for me to ask. I just need to remember that you will not harm me. If you say no, then I won't go up." Ao Jiao felt warmth in her heart. She had not expected Xiaochen to resist the temptation of the 9th floor so firmly, choosing to trust her. "It is as you said. I will not harm you. You should have gained a lot from being able to reach the 8th floor." Xiaochen did not dwell on this matter anymore. Instead, he asked about something he was more concerned about. He asked, "Earlier, you said that you were going to swallow the weapon spirit again. What's going on?" When Ao Jiao heard this, she felt somewhat vexed. She said, "I still underestimated the skills of the Haotian sect. The weapon spirit in the lunar shadow saber was much stronger than I expected. Even after I swallowed it, it refused to merge with me. As a result, my progress in nourishing the divine weapon was extremely slow. Now, that person with the surname Bai pulled me out. That weapon spirit has broken free from my control again. I have to start over. However, don't worry. In the end, I am still in control." When Xiaochen heard this, he relaxed. The two of them had not seen each other for a long time, so they started chatting on the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower. When Ao Jiao arrived at the ancient desolate tower, she seemed to be in a good mood. She told Xiaochen about the Thunder King's experiences in the past. "In just 3 years, you went from a cultivator to where you are today. It is really hard to imagine." Ao Jiao looked at the current Xiaochen and thought about the Xiaochen from 3 years ago. Then she looked at the current him and sighed. Before Xiaochen could feel proud, Ao Jiao mocked him, "However, you are still too weak. You cannot even defeat your own weapon spirit. Do your best, trashy master." Smiling gently, Ao Jiao turned into a beam of white light and returned to the lunar shadow saber. Xiaochen shook his head and smiled bitterly. He glanced at the bronze doors and no longer lingered. Xiaochen took out the jade pendant on his chest and gently crushed it. The instant the jade pendant shattered, Xiaochen was immediately knocked out. Xiao! In the air, Xiaochen, dressed in white with a blue strip of cloth on his forehead, slowly floated down. Shi Hailong had a wide smile on his face as he jumped off the tall platform. He led a group of elders to part the crowd and walked towards Xiaochen with a smile. "Xiaochen, you have indeed not disappointed me. Since the Heavenly Extermination Union opened the trial of the ancient desolate tower, you are the second person to reach the 8th floor." Xiaochen said politely, "Many thanks to Elder Shi and the Heavenly Extermination Union for giving me this opportunity." As Xiaochen spoke, Xiaxian, Zuemo, Jiang Zimo, and the others all came over to congratulate Xiaochen. Xiaochen performed cupped fist salutes in return. At this moment, Shi Hailong appeared to be in high spirits, even more pleased than Xiaochen. He gathered everyone together and said, "I hereby announce that this trial of the ancient desolate tower has come to an end. I hope that everyone will not disappoint us 2 years from now and achieve even better results in the 5-nation youth competition." A bunch of trash. Do you really think that you are not trash after passing the ancient desolate tower? Xiaochen scram out here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Just at this moment, a discordant voice rang out. Everyone looked up and saw Xie Ziwen and his master breaking through the Heavenly Extermination Union's blockade and forcefully arriving before the crowd. Shi Hailong's face sank. He looked at the old man behind Xie Ziwen and said, "Gong Hao Yu, no matter how much your evil moon pavilion calls the shots in the Great Jin Nation, don't forget that this is the ancient desolate land. The Heavenly Extermination Union has the final say here." Shi Hailong was extremely frustrated. Xiaochen had just broken through to the 8th floor. This was a rare event that happened only once in 1,000 years. Unexpectedly, the two people that he did not want to see the most appeared before him. Gong Haoyu said coldly, "I am not here today to cause trouble. It is just a conflict between the younger generation. Don't use the Heavenly Extermination Union to pressure me. Even if your union chief is here, I will still be in the right. Shi Hailong frowned slightly and asked, "What are you trying to do?" Gong Haoyu looked coldly at Xiao Chen and said, "This brat caused my evil moon pavilion to lose the chance to compete for the ancient desolate tower. No matter what, I have to give him an explanation today." Xie Ziwen looked at Xiao Chen, who stood tall in the crowd. Hatred filled his eyes. If he had not been careless and lost to Xiao Chen, he would be the one enjoying such treatment now. "Xiao Chen, do you dare to fight me again?" Xie Ziwen shouted expressionlessly. Chapter 490. When Shi Hailong heard this, he was stunned. He immediately sent a voice projection to Xiao Chen, "Don't fall for his provocation. Your strength is about the same. He clearly knows that you became much stronger after entering the ancient desolate tower, yet he still challenged you. He must have some secret technique to increase his strength temporarily. The most important thing is that you just came out of the ancient desolate tower. You are blessed with great luck. If you lose, he will snatch away all the luck you accumulated in the ancient desolate tower. Don't fall for his provocation. In the future, when you grow stronger, you will be able to destroy him with just a flick of your finger." Shi Hailong's tone was very anxious. He said a lot in one breath, listing the pros and cons. He did his best to dissuade Xiao Chen from accepting the other party's challenge. However, Shi Hailong had no choice but to be cautious. If Xiao Chen lost, the Heavenly Extermination Union's luck would be damaged. If that happened, all his efforts would go to waste. The others, Xia Xian and Jiang Zimo, also advised, "Xiao Chen, don't accept him. This fellow definitely came prepared. He is just waiting for you to jump in." When Xie Ziwen saw the silent Xiao Chen, he mocked, "That is all the courage you have. To think that you dare to compete with the Thunder Emperor. Xiao Chen, you disappoint me." Xiao Chen took 2 steps forward and carefully sized up Xie Ziwen. Then he said, "As you wish. Get on the arena." Xie Ziwen laughed loudly and floated to the largest arena in the Tianwu Plaza. He put on an expression as though he already had Xiao Chen in the bag. He said, "Good, I was waiting for you to say that." When Shi Hailong heard this, he said anxiously, "Xiao Chen, don't be rash." Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, "Senior Shi, don't worry. I know what to do." Shi Hailong shook his head and sighed, not saying anything more. Xiao Chen's battle was very important. He wanted to stop Xiao Chen, but he could not do anything about it since Xiao Chen insisted on fighting. The trial of the ancient desolate tower was a major event in the entire ancient desolate land. Countless people had already gathered outside the Tianwu Plaza. However, the people of the Heavenly Extermination Union kept them outside. Now that the trial was over, in addition to the evil Moon Pavilion's interference, the order of the place became chaotic. Crowds of martial artists swarmed into the plaza. Xiao Chen stomped hard on the ground and his figure flashed, landing on the arena in an instant. "Is that person in white the one who reached the 8th level this year? Why is he only a medial grade martial king? Are you sure? That should be right. I saw him floating out from the outside." Cultivation is not the only thing that determines a cultivator. However, this Xie Ziwen is really vicious. The other party just came out of the ancient desolate tower. If he defeats this person, he will snatch away all of this person's luck. If he didn't have the confidence, he would never dare to challenge Xiao Chen at this time. This is going to be interesting. The crowd below discussed with each other. Some of the more discerning cultivators guessed Xie Ziwen's purpose in challenging Xiao Chen. The sun hung high in the sky, and the sunlight shone down. Up in the arena, Xie Ziwen looked at Xiao Chen and smiled coldly. "You really dare to come up? Those who hurt my Xie Ziwen's people have never had a good ending. I, Xie Ziwen, will be taking your luck today." "Xiao!" Right after Xie Ziwen spoke, he brought out his state of fire to its limits. This time, he would not be careless. He would not hold anything back. Xiao Chen sent out a palm strike, and a fierce sea of fire spread around him. It rose and fell like waves, layering over each other. The heat wave spread into the surroundings, and the temperature instantly soared. Shi Hailong's expression changed. He said, This fellow indeed came prepared. He has comprehended his state of fire to its limits. Kasu. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He placed his right hand on the hilt of the lunar shadow saber and drew it at lightning speed. Boom! Boom! Thunder roared as Xiao Chen leaped into the air. A purple saber light appeared, and he hacked down. This was the saber strike that Emperor Wu by Shuehe executed back then. As Xie Ziwen flew, he saw Xiao Chen's saber strike. A disdainful smile appeared on his face. You are full of openings, and you are not embarrassed to call yourself the white-robed bladesman. Get down here. Boom! A sea of fire surged around Xie Ziwen's body, and his palm gave off a bright red light. A huge flame rippled and formed a jade-like palm. As the flames surged, a huge flaming palm formed and pressed toward Xiao Chen's open chest. Xiao Chen recalled the charm of Bai Shuehe's saber strike. He tilted his body slightly, and the huge flaming palm brushed past his shoulder. Xiao Chen twisted his wrist, and the saber moved from top to bottom, naturally thrusting forward. Puxia. Xiao Chen landed on the ground, and the tip of his saber stabbed in by 1 centimeter. It happened to be stuck in Xie Ziwen's chest, and blood immediately spurted out. Everything was going according to plan, there were no deviations. Xiao Chen looked at Xie Ziwen calmly and said, "You have lost." The disdainful smile on Xie Ziwen's face did not even have time to disappear. Just as he sent out a palm strike, Xiao Chen stabbed into his chest, a vital spot. As long as Xiao Chen used a little more force, Xie Ziwen would die. What's going on? How did I lose? That move was clearly full of openings. At most, the saber light was a little strange. How did he manage to stab me? Xie Ziwen showed a stunned expression. He could not understand what was going on no matter how he thought about it. Xie Ziwen was not the only one who could not understand. The thousands of cultivators watching felt it was strange as well. Only one move, and Xiao Chen actually defeated Xie Ziwen. Everyone still remembered the fight between Xiao Chen and Xie Ziwen 7 days ago. Xie Ziwen had only managed to defeat Xiao Chen after 100 moves because of his carelessness. However, 7 days later, Xiao Chen used only 1 move to defeat Xie Ziwen. The entire place fell silent. Everyone stared at Xiao Chen in shock. Zhou Mo revealed a contemplative expression. He said indifferently, "That saber strike has its own uses." Ding Fengqiu said softly, "I can only tell now. It seems to be full of openings, but in reality, there are no openings at all. However, there are still some flaws in the transitions, as it is a move that he just learned." Jiang Zimo said with some envy, "I really wonder what benefits he obtained in the upper floors for him to have such strength." Shi Hailong was slightly stunned before he reacted. He smiled and said, "No wonder this fellow is so confident. I was overthinking things. I did not lose. It is impossible for me to lose." Suddenly, something strange happened. Xie Ziwen grabbed Xiao Chen's saber and retreated at lightning speed. Then, he took out a medicinal pill and popped it into his mouth. Boom! The medicinal pill melted in his mouth, and Xie Ziwen's aura suddenly soared. His clothes and hair fluttered without any wind, and a strong wind howled behind him. Bang! Xie Ziwen ignored the injury on his chest and sent out another palm strike. A huge flaming palm the size of a small mountain pressed toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. Unexpectedly, he felt a dangerous aura from this huge flaming palm. Xiao Chen did not block blindly. He pushed off the ground and retreated. But as the giant flaming palm fell, a deep pit formed by the palm print immediately appeared on the arena. Countless stone slabs exploded and shot in all directions. Shi Hailong said sullenly, "Half-step martial monarch. What kind of medicinal pill is that? How did Xie Ziwen become a half-step martial monarch in such a short time?" The situation suddenly changed. Xie Ziwen, who had consumed a mysterious medicinal pill, suddenly became a half-step martial monarch. When Xie Ziwen waved his palm, a berserk essence poured out. He launched a chain of attacks without pause, beating down on Xiao Chen until he could not retaliate. Bang! 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 Explosions rang out incessantly. Under Xie Ziwen's berserk attacks, The sturdy arena shattered, turning it into rubble. He is very strong. However, he forcefully advanced to half-step martial monarch. His aura is not stable. While his energy looks berserk, it is not very condensed. Let's wait for a while, Xiaochen analyzed calmly. Then, his figure flashed and flew towards another arena. Xie Ziwen quickly followed, not letting up. The two's figures flashed and flew to another arena. Xie Ziwen laughed and said, Xiaochen, aren't you very powerful? Why aren't you attacking? Let's see where you can run to. 1,000 flaming palms. Xie Ziwen took a deep breath and released a resplendent red light from his right palm. It was as bright as day, like a small sun. Boom! Xie Ziwen spat out a mouthful of turbid qi and shouted. Then, he sent out a palm as bright as the sun. Suddenly, a flaming palm shot out like a meteor shower at Xiaochen. With such a large area of effect attack, there was no chance for Xiaochen to dodge. Xiaochen raised his head and looked at the flaming rain falling from the sky. He muttered, "It is time to end this. A half-step martial monarch is only SOSO. The purple qi whirlpool in Xiaochen's body spun quickly. A surging, pure lightning-attributed essence circulated in his meridians and poured into his saber. Xiaochen condensed the surging energy to its limits and infused it into his saber, not letting any of it leak out. The pitch-black saber immediately flickered with a purple light. It looked very simple and plain. It was a stark contrast to Xie Ziwen's berserk energy. Xiaochen's expression suddenly turned grave. He shouted and swung his saber forward. The flaming palms flying at him immediately shattered into countless sparks. Facing the raining flaming palms, Xiaochen did not move at all. It was like his feet were rooted to the ground as he stabbed his saber at the flaming palms flying at him. Without exception, all the flaming palms that Xiaochen stabbed shattered into countless sparks and disappeared into the air. Xiaochen seemed relaxed and did not feel any pressure. It was like the flaming palms were not filled with berserk essence attacks but just tiles. Bang, bang, bang. When the other flaming palms landed on the ground, they blasted the arena into smithereens. Dust filled the air and flew everywhere. This made it clear that while these flaming palms looked small and messy, their might was not weak at all. They were definitely not tiles. However, the white-robed bladesman with a calm expression easily shattered the flaming palms flying at him amid the flaming light filling the sky. Such a huge contrast was hard to believe. Were these flaming palms really that strong? It was somewhat contradictory. When Shi Hailong saw this scene, he heaved a sigh of relief. Given this, Xiaochen had at least a 50% chance of victory. Xie Ziwen's chest tightened. He had consumed the rank 7 blood essence pill, which could raise his cultivation by 50% for the time it takes for a joss stick to burn. Chapter 491. The so-called half-step martial monarch referred to cultivating essence to the limit of a martial king. Comprehending states to the limit of a martial king. Cultivating cultivation techniques to the limit of a martial king. Cultivating martial techniques to the limit of a martial king. After reaching the limit in all aspects, there would be a qualitative change. There would be a huge difference from a martial king. After that, once one's mental energy cultivation reached a certain level, they would be able to successfully advance to martial monarch. Xie Ziwen's talent was outstanding. His comprehension of states, cultivation techniques, and martial techniques could be said to have reached the limit of a martial king. Only his cultivation was slightly weaker. However, after Xie Ziwen consumed the blood essence pill, he made up for this difference. Within the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he could be considered a true half-step martial monarch. Xie Ziwen had not expected Xiaochen to be able to break his attack so easily. He did not feel any pressure at all. Aside from the 1-meter radius of Xiaochen's feet, the arena was already in tatters. The rest of the arena was already filled with holes. It was a complete mess. 1,000 flaming flames, gather. Xie Ziwen shouted, and the countless flaming palms in the air merged together. They formed an incredibly huge flaming palm with clear lines and a beautiful luster. The palm was like a tall wall. It fell down at an incredible speed. Its shadow instantly covered Xiaochen. I don't believe that I cannot suppress you to death. Xie Ziwen formed hand seals continuously. A sea of fire surged around him. The might of the descending flaming palm continued to increase. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning, like a spear, pierced through his palm and shot out. At the end of the lightning, at the end of the electric light was an ethereal figure holding a long saber. He was dressed in white with a blue bandana on his head. He had a delicate face and a delicate face. Bang! His palm landed solidly on the ground. Without any pause, the arena silently sank more than 10 meters into the ground. The might of the palm was so great that it flabbergasted everyone. The surrounding crowd found it hard to imagine how the white figure in the air managed to break the palm with just one saber strike. Xiao! Xiaochen pointed his saber at the sky. The sharpness in his heart that had never faded surged out from his saber and into the clouds. Dang! Ding! 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 The 6-foot-long saber trembled continuously as an extremely sharp saber intent spread throughout the entire Tianwu Plaza. Among the thousands of spectating cultivators, the weapons of some bladesmen could not help but shake intensely, as if they would fall out of their hands at any moment. When Jiang Zimo, Zhua Mo, Ding Fengqiu, and the other cultivators of the same generation as Xiaochen saw this scene, they exchanged glances with each other with strange expressions. After a while, Zhua Mo said with some uncertainty, "It should be saber intent." Ding Fengqiu, you say it? You are a swordsman and have comprehended sword intent. You have more say than us. As Ding Fengqiu looked at the white figure in the sky, he felt very bitter in his heart. From today onwards, he, Ding Fengqiu, would have to look at this person forever. Ding Fengqiu sighed softly and nodded heavily. Stop guessing. That is saber intent. Actually, I should have thought of it long ago. After he cleared the hurdle of desire, his mental state reached consummation. It is only natural for the qi in his heart to turn into saber intent. Although Ding Fengqiu said that, he had not expected Xiaochen to comprehend saber intent so early. Based on his estimations, Xiaochen would need at least 2 years to comprehend saber intent. When the others received Ding Fengqiu's confirmation, they all remained silent. Saber intent was different from sword intent. It was harder to comprehend. If one could comprehend saber intent before the age of 30, one could become a powerful bladesman. Xiaochen had comprehended saber intent before the age of 20. He was already comparable to the ancient geniuses of the saber Dao. The gap between them had widened once again. Shi Hailong's mouth gaped open for a long time before he closed it again. All the worry on his aged face vanished like smoke. He beamed with joy and said, "Ha ha ha, Gong Haoyu, you are seeking your own humiliation this time. Let's see how you are going to account to your pavilion master when you return." Xie Ziwen's second martial uncle, Gong Haoyu, had a sullen expression. He struggled to say, "Don't laugh too early. It is just saber intent. It is not sufficient for a half-step martial monarch." Xiao. The qi in Xiaochen's heart surged out. His entire body felt very carefree. With the completion of saber intent, the sharpness in my heart will never be extinguished. From this moment on, Xiaochen could truly be called a bladesman. Xie Ziwen's expression changed unpredictably. As he looked at Xiaochen, whose white robes fluttered in the air and whose saber intent dominated the entire place, despair welled up in his heart. It can't be! It can't be! After I became famous, aside from the peak people of the Great Qin Nation, no one can defeat me. Xiaochen is just a cultivator from the Great Qin Nation. It is impossible for him to defeat me. I want to win. I want to win. I want to snatch away his luck and become a peak genius of the Great Qin Nation. Xie Ziwen roared ferociously, and veins bulged on his forehead. He shouted, "Dance of 10,000 flames." Xie Ziwen formed hand seals, and the sea of fire around him surged up into the sky. The temperature of the entire plaza soared. The scorching air forced everyone to circulate their cultivation energies to disperse the heat wave. "Rise." Xie Ziwen pointed at Xiaochen. Sweat dripped down his face. This move had overdrawn all his essence, causing his face to pale. If he had not consumed the blood essence pill, he would not have been able to execute this move with his essence. Thousands of arm-thick flame ribbons surrounded Xiao Chen from the sea of fire, trying to trap him. Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold. It was as sharp as a saber. He grasped his saber tightly with his right hand and swung it gently. With the support of the sharp saber intent, the saber light became extremely resplendent. Dang! Ding! Ding! The bladesmen in the plaza could no longer hold on to their weapons. They all flew into the air. Eternal saber intent, inextinguishable sharpness. Using the saber intense sharpness, Xiao Chen did not advance. Instead, he retreated. This was the first time he brought out his full strength after advancing to peak medial grade martial king. Kassiet. As the saber gleam swept past, the flame ribbons were sliced apart like noodles by the saber gleam. As the flame ribbons flew through the air, they gave off a dazzling red light. They looked very beautiful. Xiao Chen continued to descend like a hot knife through butter. Soon, he arrived before Xie Ziwen. Xiao Chen chopped all the flame ribbons into pieces. This upgraded version of the Dance of 1,000 Flames, which had given Xiao Chen a lot of trouble in the past, was broken like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Xiao. A sharp saber intent trembled in the arena. The mysterious phenomenon of flames that Xie Ziwen created using his state instantly scattered. Xie Ziwen's final move was only executed halfway before it was destroyed by such a tyrannical move. Lost. As the saber rested on Xie Ziwen's neck, Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as he repeated what he said earlier. You lost. Xiao Chen's voice was as calm as ever, there were no fluctuations at all. The saber rested on Xie Ziwen's neck. With just one move, he could end Xie Ziwen's life. The entire place fell silent. No one said anything. As they looked at Xiao Chen, no one believed that he had relied on luck to clear the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower. Xiao Chen tyrannically ended the mysterious phenomenon of the Sea of Flames. Xie Ziwen's pale face, which had overdrawn on his essence, became even paler. Xie Ziwen vomited a large mouthful of blood. His overwhelming aura deflated like a balloon. After the time it took for a joss stick to burn was up, the medicinal energy of the blood essence pill completely dissipated. At this moment, the side effects of the blood essence pill appeared. Xie Ziwen's eyes were listless. He felt completely drained of energy. His cultivation fell until he was a medial grade martial king. It would be impossible for Xie Ziwen to recover to his peak state within 3 months. This was the cruel side effect of the blood essence pill. Xiao! The evil moon pavilion's Gong Haoyu rushed over at lightning speed and grabbed Xie Ziwen. He looked coldly and emotionlessly at Xiao Chen and said, "Very good. You have thoroughly offended the evil moon pavilion. I hope you will never step into the great Jin nation again. Otherwise, no one will be able to protect you." After Gong Haoyu said this, he grabbed Xie Ziwen with one hand and soared into the sky, heading for the exit of the Tianwu Plaza. Boom! However, just as Gong Haoyu took a step into the air, he discovered an extremely sharp saber chi heading for his head at lightning speed. The saber chi contained an inextinguishable sharp saber intent. With the support of that saber intent, the might of the state of thunder in the saber chi more than doubled. Gong Haoyu's expression turned cold as he smashed his palm against the saber chi. Electricity flickered and exploded in the air. The saber light turned into a resplendent martial technique, illuminating the sky. This saber chi forced Gong Haoyu to descend. "Xiao Chen, what are you trying to do?" Gong Haoyu shouted angrily after he landed. Xiao Chen pointed his saber at Gong Haoyu. His calm face did not change as he said indifferently, "Did I say you could leave?" The 6-meter-long saber trembled continuously. A sharp saber intent spread out continuously. The saber intent pulled the weapons up into the air, causing them to tremble rapidly. When the thousands of cultivators in the Tianwu Plaza heard Xiao Chen's words, their brains short-circuited. What was Xiao Chen trying to do? Gong Haoyu was an outer sect elder of the Evil Moon Pavilion. He had already become a half-step martial monarch many years ago. Although Gong Haoyu's talent was limited and he would never be able to advance to martial monarch, he was still a bona fide half-step martial monarch. Gong Haoyu was not like Xie Ziwen, who relied on medicinal pills to forcefully advance to half-step martial monarch. There was a fundamental difference between the two. Although Xiao Chen's victory over Xie Ziwen was shocking, it was not impossible for a genius who had cleared the 8th floor. However, Xiao Chen was too crazy to make a move against Gong Haoyu. After all, Xiao Chen was still too young. He had not matured yet. There was still a gap between him and the experts of the older generation. Gong Haoyu remained expressionless as he gently tossed Xie Ziwen's body off the platform. Then, Xie Ziwen slowly landed on the ground. It looks like I'm really getting old. Youths are already so arrogant. Today you attacked me first. Even if I kill you, the Heavenly Extermination Union will not be able to say anything. Xiao Chen smiled coldly to himself. This person is really shameless. If he had not threatened me, why would I make a move against him? Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, there was no need to drag this grudge to the great Jin nation to settle. Xiao Chen was not a person who waited 10 years for revenge. If there was an opportunity, Xiao Chen would deal with the other party now. There was no need to wait until they reached the other party's territory. Chapter 492. When Xiao Chen fought Xie Ziwen, he had only used 60% of his strength. There were strong half-step martial monarchs and weak half-step martial monarchs. This Gong Haoyu was one of the weaker half-step martial monarchs. With Xiao Chen's current strength, he had at least a 50% chance of victory. Why not give it a try? Elder Shi, should we make a move to stop him? A Heavenly Extermination Union elder beside Shi Hailong asked worriedly. Shi Hailong thought for a while and remembered what Xiao Chen said to him before he went up. He said, "Let's wait and see. Xiao Chen should be free to make his own decisions. He will not fight a battle he is not confident of winning." The Gong Haoyu shouted, and the aura of a half-step martial monarch spread out. His clothes and hair fluttered without any wind. He took 7 steps in the air and sent a palm strike at Xiao Chen. This palm strike was not fancy at all. It relied on the advantage of his cultivation. He wanted to clash head-on with Xiao Chen, giving him a show of strength from the start. Xiao Chen switched from holding his saber with one hand to holding it with both hands. When he faced the palm strike filled with surging essence, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and welcomed it head-on. Bang! The palm wind and the saber light clashed in the air, giving off a startling explosion. Ripples appeared in space and spread out in all directions. Gong Haoyu took 5 steps back. Xiao Chen was slightly weaker, taking 7 steps back. Such an outcome was far from what Gong Haoyu had hoped for. Gong Haoyu originally thought that this palm strike would be sufficient to suppress Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen's powerful counterattack told him that this was impossible. 5 peaks soaring. Gong Haoyu's expression turned grave. He no longer dared to underestimate Xiao Chen. So, he executed the martial technique he was most proficient in. Gong Haoyu soared into the air and 5 mountains of different styles appeared. When they linked together, they formed a meandering mountain range pressing down on Xiao Chen. Wuxia shakes the heavens. Without any hesitation, Xiao Chen chose to clash head-on. The divine Wuxia tree appeared and carried a strong electric force as it smashed into the 5 lone peaks flying at him. Boom! The lone peak broke apart and lightning bolts raged in the sky. In the face of this powerful attack, the world immediately lost its color. War-turning mysterious peak. Gong Haoyu roared furiously. As he waved his palms, the shattered 5 mountains and rivers suddenly gathered together, forming a strange mountain peak. The mountain turned upside down, and its sharp tip pierced toward Xiao Chen like a sharp blade. Wuxia breaks the heavens. Xiao Chen's figure spun a few times in the air, dissipating the force of the earlier strike. Then he pointed his saber forward. Lightning flashed in the sky, and a bright beam of light quickly elongated on the blade. The top of the beam of light instantly broke through the mountainside of the strange peak. Wuxia shakes. The entire mountain peak was immediately split into 2 halves, turning into countless mountain rocks that fell to the ground with a crashing sound. This phenomenon was condensed from the peak of the concept of Earth. It was like a real mountain. After the mountain shattered, it fell to the ground, creating deep pits in the Tianwu Plaza. When the spectating cultivators saw the falling rubble, they quickly made their moves to dodge it. The 2 people in the air did not have any intention of stopping. Gong Haoyu continuously sent out killing moves, one after another. The two people in the air did not have any intention of stopping. Gong Haoyu continuously used killer moves, one after another. However, Xiaoqun dealt with the attacks as they came. He would break one move after another. If he could not break it, he would do his best to block. He did not fear clashing head-on. The crowd was astonished. Originally, they thought it would be a one-sided battle. Who knew that it would be so intense? Xiaoqun did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Everyone was astonished. Originally, they thought that it would be a one-sided battle. Who knew that it would be so intense? Xiaoqun was not at a disadvantage at all. The two exchanged another move. Xiaoqun relied on the support of his saber intent to force back Gong Haoyu's overwhelming aura. The two exchanged another move. Xiaoqun relied on the support of his saber intent to force back Gong Haoyu's overwhelming aura. Xiaoqun stood in the air. His white robes fluttered in the wind as he looked at Gong Haoyu coldly. His saber flickered with an electric light. Gong Haoyu was astonished. He had not expected Xiaoqun to be so difficult to deal with. He had used all his killing moves, not holding back at all. However, he still could not do anything to Xiaoqun. Xiaoqun's originally imposing morale slowly declined, no longer as sharp as it was at the start. Xiaoqun tore off the blue strip of cloth on his forehead, and the red mark on his forehead started to flicker. He unleashed the state of massacre and merged it with the state of thunder. The saber started to flicker with a strange, alternating purple and red light. After the blue strip of cloth was removed, Xiaoqun's originally delicate face gained a strange air. The saber light flashed, and an intense state of massacre surged out. The berserk lightning contained a sharp killing intent, easily breaking Gong Haoyu's palm wind. Xiaoqun turned into a beam of purple light, no longer defending passively. Instead, he launched a sharp attack at Gong Haoyu. Taking advantage of the fact that Gong Haoyu's aura was exhausted, Xiaoqun launched a frenzied counterattack. Boom, boom, boom. After merging the state of massacre, Xiaoqun brought out all his strength. Purple and red lights filled the air, forcing Gong Haoyu to retreat step by step. Retreat! 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 Gong Haoyu clenched his teeth, and his gaze turned sharp. He tried to rally his aura and charge back several times. However, Xiaoqun retaliated with even more ferocious attacks. Gong Haoyu retreated again and again in the air. His aura was completely exhausted, and he showed signs of defeat. "Little bastard, go to hell!" Gong Haoyu shouted. He no longer had the air of an expert as he launched a frenzied counterattack. "Unfortunately, I won't die," Xiaoqun replied calmly. Then, he executed listening to the sword and communicating with it. His saber turned into a heaven-ranked spirit weapon again. Xiaoqun's counterattack increased in might once again. It swept out and knocked Gong Haoyu back, causing him to vomit blood. Then he crashed into the Tianwu Emperor's statue. The Tianwu Emperor's statue had a strange power protecting it. The rebound caused the severely injured Gong Haoyu to vomit another mouthful of blood. His figure was now in a sorry state. In the air, Xiaoqun sheathed his saber and tied the blue strip of cloth back to his forehead. The state of massacre immediately vanished, and his charming face regained its elegance. He glanced coldly at the severely injured Gong Haoyu before ignoring him. Voila! Whoosh! 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 The weapons that Xiaoqun's saber intent had pulled into the air fell to the ground as he withdrew his hand. When the severely injured Gong Haoyu saw Xiaoqun sheath his saber, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He pushed off the Tianwu Emperor statue, and his figure flashed as he launched a sneak attack at Xiaoqun. "You are seeking death." Xiaoqun snorted coldly. The blue dragon tattoo on his right hand moved quickly. He instantly executed the dragon claw fist, forming a claw with his right hand. A resonant dragon roar resounded. A huge azure dragon claw appeared on Xiaoqun's right claw. The dragon claw opened into a palm and smashed down ferociously. This palm pressed the sneak-attacking Gong Haoyu to the ground. He could not resist at all. His face was on the ground, and his body was deeply embedded in it. The two from the Evil Moon Pavilion charged over in a tyrannical manner. Xie Ziwen's extremely arrogant voice seemed to echo in everyone's ears. "Xiaoqun, get out here." However, in less than 2 hours, this old man and young man were both defeated by Xiaoqun's saber. One was beaten into a weakened state, and his cultivation regressed. The other was in an even more miserable state. He was directly embedded in the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The two came in a domineering manner, yet they ended up in such a state. This made everyone sigh. As the crowd looked at the white figure slowly descending and saw his calm expression, they all thought of one word: tyrannical. Although Xiaoqun did not say any domineering words, nor did he have that kind of tyrannical aura, his actions truly made people feel a domineering aura that came from his bones. This fellow is really like the Thunder King of the past. If you are not as good as me, then don't threaten me. Who cares if you are a half-step martial monarch or have a super sect behind you? I will just fight you first. The four nations might have really produced a person who can rival the peak geniuses of the Great Gene Nation. I really look forward to the next 5-nation youth competition. I wonder how far he can go. It looks like the reputation of the white-robed bladesman is well-deserved. This is really the era of the young. The experts of the older generation need to recognize their current situation. If they still try to put on airs and flaunt their seniority, they will not have a good time. Indeed, now is the budding age of geniuses. It is best to be careful and not become a whetstone for those geniuses. Discussions broke out. Some people praised Xiaoqun's strength. There were also people of the older generation who sighed softly. When they saw Gong Haoyu's predicament, they felt sorrowful. There would always be geniuses in every generation. Each wave would be higher than the one before. However, this wave had arrived too quickly. In an unremarkable corner of the crowd, there was a person wearing a black cloak and a hood. There was a sinister scar on his face under the shadow. His entire person exuded an uncomfortable aura, and the surrounding people unconsciously distanced themselves from him. He was a cultivator with sharp eyes. A cultivator with sharp eyes recognized this person as someone from the Dark Church and took a few steps back, not wanting to form any sort of connection with him. The scarred man muttered in a soft voice, "I never found an opportunity to make a move." Now, he has actually grown to such a level. However, his cultivation is still lacking. After the scarred man spoke, he gave Xiaoqun another deep look before leaving quietly. Xiaoqun walked over to Shi Hailong and performed a cupped fist salute. He said apologetically, "Sorry, Senior Shi. I have caused trouble for the Heavenly Extermination Union." Shi Hailong had a wide smile on his face. He looked like he was bathed in the spring breeze. He waved his hand and said, "What are you saying? Just remember what I told you in the past. The Evil Moon Pavilion will not be able to cause any trouble in the ancient desolate land. Work hard and don't waste your luck. In the future, you will know how strong the luck of the ancient desolate tower is." Xiaoqun thanked Shi Hailong softly. Just as he was about to take his leave, a few strong auras quickly flew towards the Tianwu Plaza. Boo! Boo! When these people arrived, a strong aura spread out. The air was compressed above everyone's heads and started spinning. Xiaoqun frowned slightly. This aura was the same as the martial monarchs he had seen before. Furthermore, they were all locked onto him. Oh no, the Evil Moon Pavilion's hidden pawns in Desolate City have all appeared. The expression of an elder beside Shi Hailong changed. On the surface, the Heavenly Extermination Union did not allow any of the Great Gene Nation's powers to enter Desolate City. However, as one of the two centers of the Tianwu continent, it was impossible for those super sects to not have any pawns. Otherwise, they would not know if something big happened. Chapter 493. Shi Hailong's face sank. However, there was no panic in his eyes. He smiled coldly and said, "Good timing. We can pull them all out by the roots." Shio, shio, shio. 3 figures appeared in the center of the plaza. Their auras surged, and everyone immediately felt a strong pressure. The leader wore gorgeous blue robes and a jadeite thumb ring on his right hand. He looked exactly like a merchant. It looked like this person had rushed over in a hurry. He did not even have time to remove his usual disguise. However, when this person saw Gong Haoyu in the ground and the extremely weak Xie Ziwen, he sighed to himself. In the end, he was too late. The blue-robed cultivator raised his hand and pulled Gong Haoyu out of the ground. Then he checked Gong Haoyu's pulse. He was still breathing. The blue-robed cultivator casually handed Gong Haoyu over to the person beside him. Then he stared at Xiaochen. He wanted to say something but did not say anything in the end. The blue-robed cultivator instructed another person to bring Xie Ziwen and prepared to take his leave. Shi Hailong smiled coldly but did not say anything. He looked at the three with a playful gaze. Bang! The three people who had soared into the air crashed into a formless wall. The huge rebound knocked them back to the ground in a sorry state. Bang! 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 The three tried again from other places. In the end, they were all knocked back in a sorry state. No matter how much essence they used, it was useless. On the contrary, the more essence chi he used, the more serious the injuries he suffered. The expressions of the three changed greatly. They looked around but could not sense who attacked them. They did not even know where their opponents were. They overestimate themselves. Coming to the Heavenly Extermination Union to behave atrociously, one half-step martial monarch is enough. Now, 3 martial monarchs came. The trial of the ancient desolate land is such a big event. The 5 giants of the Heavenly Extermination Union will definitely be here. However, it is not convenient for them to show their faces due to their status. If they do not show their strength, these people will think that they can come and go as they please in the Heavenly Extermination Union with just a few martial monarchs. The spectating cultivators also revealed expressions of interest, as if they were watching a good show. The leading blue-robed cultivator shouted to the sky, "Senior, please be merciful. From today onwards, the evil moon pavilion will not take half a step into desolate city." A cold snort came from 7,000 meters up in the sky. Everyone could vaguely see 5 figures hidden in the boundless white clouds. Behind him, the wind and clouds surged, extending for hundreds of kilometers as they devoured and spat out a boundless grand scene. I will only say this once. My Heavenly Extermination Union will protect Xiaochen. We will not care about the fights between the youths. If he does not follow the rules and sends out the people of the older generation, the genius of the evil moon pavilion can forget about leaving the great Jin nation. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by the thousands of people present. It was as if he was speaking right beside their ears. Pucci. However, this voice was like a clap of thunder exploding in the ears of the evil moon pavilion's people. Every word was like a clap of thunder. Right after Xiaochen spoke, blood leaked out of the corners of the evil moon pavilion's people's mouths, but they did not show any dissatisfaction. After they respectfully thanked him, they quickly flew away. It is a good thing for the youths to be sharp. However, you must not be impetuous. Now that you have become famous at such a young age, don't let your fame stop you. Otherwise, not to mention becoming the second Thunder King, it will be hard for you to reach a higher level in the martial Dao. Take care of yourself. That melodious voice rang out in Xiaochen's mind. After giving him a warning, it cut off the connection with Xiaochen. The 5 figures completely disappeared into the clouds, vanishing without a trace. As Xiaochen watched the person who spoke, he felt that the figure was somewhat familiar. It was like he had seen it somewhere before. Elder Shi, who is the mysterious person who told the evil moon pavilion's people to retreat? Xiaochen asked Shi Hailong as he turned around. Shi Hailong smiled gently and said, "It is this generation's Heavenly Extermination Union's Alliance Chief. Brat, you're really lucky. I have never seen the Alliance Chief openly protect someone before." Xiaochen entered deep thought. He was now 70 to 80% sure of the white-robed person's identity. This was a banquet that never ended. The outstanding talents of the 4 nations had gathered because of the ancient desolate tower. Now it was time for them to part. Xiaochen, there is still 1.5 years to the 5-nation youth competition. We will meet again at that time to finish that unfinished battle. Zuo walked forward and performed a cupped fist salute to Xiaochen. Even though he had seen Xiaochen's strength, it did not diminish his fighting spirit. Only with a goal would he have more motivation. Xianxia nodded and said, "Definitely. Let's meet at the Great Jin Nation's wind cloud platform." The people who were on good terms with Xianxia all came forward to congratulate him. Xianxia did not show any reservation or arrogance. He treated them politely, performing cupped fist salutes in return. "If others respect me, I will respect them tenfold." This was how Xianxia did things. He would not change because of external factors. A month had passed since the trial of the ancient desolate tower. Xianxia had bravely made it to the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower. Then he defeated the second disciple of the Evil Moon Pavilion's pavilion master and the Evil Moon Pavilion's outer sect elder. This news spread like wildfire in Desolate City. Desolate City had existed for 10,000 years. There had never been a lack of legends. However, in the past 1,000 years, Desolate City had been quiet for too long. There had rarely been such an uproar. For the past month, everyone discussed this matter in their leisure time. The white-robed bladesman who came from the Great Qin Nation and comprehended saber intent at the age of 19. Many busybodies dug up this matter. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's internal strife. Even the proud people of the Holy Land suffered a crushing defeat at his hands. Xianxia toyed with the various half-step martial monarchs in the demon battlefield. He openly snatched away the peak demon core of a few half-step martial monarchs. He won 100 consecutive victories in the wrestling ring, causing Gao Yangyu, who dominated the southern islands, to go bankrupt and lose his reputation. All these things made people sigh. This person's experiences were a legend. Many people waited in anticipation to see how far Xianxia could go in the Wind Cloud Arena after 1.5 years. The Great Jin Nation had monopolized the top 10 for many years. Could Xianxia represent the 4 nations and break this stalemate, entering the top 10? There were even more people who compared Xianxia to the Great Qin Nation from thousands of years ago. This resulted in intense disputes. The main character of this storm, Xianxia, had been so frustrated in the past month that he felt like his head was about to explode. Xianxia finally knew that Desolate City lived up to its reputation as one of the 2 great centers of the continent. In the past month, countless sects of the 4 nations had extended olive branches to Xianxia, inviting him to join their sections. The benefits they offered kept increasing, flabbergasting Xianxia. They gave him as many 1,000-year-old spirit herbs as he wanted, an unlimited supply of medial-grade spirit stones, and 100 superior-grade spirit stones every month. Xianxia remained calm. He knew what he wanted, so he rejected all of them. He just wanted to find a place to cultivate. However, after Xianxia went to several courtyards, people would find him immediately. They would welcome him with smiles and politeness. He could not lose his temper and could only reject them. In the end, Xianxia had no choice but to use the shape-shifting spell to silently find a quiet courtyard. Only then did he calm down. Just like that, half a month passed. Xianxia spent the day comprehending Bai Shuihe's saber strike and the saber intent that he suddenly comprehended. Saber intent was hard to form. Xianxia knew this principle as well. However, when he fought with the shoes that day, he was not able to comprehend it. However, when Xianxia fought with the shoes, his saber intent seemed to flow naturally. With a thought, the qi in his heart gushed out and condensed into an inextinguishable saber intent. At night, Xianxia spent all his time stabilizing his cultivation. His cultivation had increased in one day. Although the mysterious light of the ancient desolate tower did not have any side effects, his foundation was still unstable. He needed to solidify it. Otherwise, he would not be able to endure a drawn-out battle. On this particular night, the moon hung high in the sky, looking as bright as a silver plate. Motes of light fell to the ground, illuminating the courtyard in silence. In the bedroom, Xianxia sat cross-legged on a prayer mat. He held 2 medial-grade spirit stones in each hand as he quickly circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 6th layer. The spiritual energy in the 4 spirit stones flowed continuously into the qi whirlpool in Xianxia's dantian. They turned into drops of purple liquid and dripped down. After 1 hour, the medial-grade spirit stones lost all their luster, turning into 4 useless stones. Xianxia calmly tossed away the 4 medial-grade spirit stones. With a flip of his palm, 4 more medial-grade spirit stones appeared in his universe ring. 4 medial-grade spirit stones for 1 hour. That was 8 medial-grade spirit stones for 2 hours. That was 48 medial-grade spirit stones for 12 hours in 1 night. If others found out about such a huge expenditure, it would be hard to imagine. Not to mention the fact that they did not have so many spirit stones to squander. Even if they did, they would not dare to expend so much. Even if they could, they would not dare to expend so much energy. The capacity of their dantian was on a completely different level from Xiaochen. They would not be able to endure such a large expenditure. This was the benefit of a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. It was something that people loved and hated at the same time. See. A trace of heat came from the room. Xiaochen's body trembled slightly as he slowly withdrew his consciousness from cultivating. It was currently close to midnight. This was the coldest time of the day. How could there be heat? Suddenly, Xiaochen opened his eyes and spread out his spiritual sense in a circular fashion. He discovered that the rooms connected to the bedroom were all burning. This fire was not ordinary. With a flip of his palm, Xiaochen broke through the roof with his lunar shadow saber and flew out. A person with a sword on his back sat on the wall of the courtyard. He looked at Xiaochen with a relaxed expression. Xiao. When Xiaochen landed on the wall, he looked suspiciously at the person who started the fire. Chu Chaoyun, what is the meaning of this? Nothing, I'm just calling you out. Xiaochen was speechless. He said, is that how you call people out? The moment you arrive, you burn down my house. A golden light flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. The blazing flames were immediately extinguished, turning into motes of golden light that entered his eyes. Convenient. I don't even need to open my mouth. I just need to look at you. You feel the same way, right? A house was not worth Xiaochen hurting himself. So he did not want to linger on this topic. Xiaochen asked directly, why are you looking for me? Chu Chaoyun placed his palm on the wall of the courtyard and gently patted it. Then he moved back and stood on the door. Do you know that you are about to die? Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, do you think I will believe you? Chu Chaoyun said, not everyone is happy to see you rise up. The people you offended might not be able to do anything to you. However, not every faction will fear the Heavenly Extermination Union. Remember what I told you before. In this world, the title of genius is useless. The one who laughs last will be the final winner. The last one is king. Chapter 494. Leave Desolate City within 3 days. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you. After Chu Chaoyun said this, he did not stay any longer. His figure flashed, and a sword of light appeared under his feet. Then, he quickly disappeared into the night. As Xiaochen watched Chu Chaoyun leave, a shadow appeared in his heart. He had already been very careful. Unexpectedly, Chu Chaoyun still managed to find him. If Chu Chaoyun could find him, then those people who wanted to cause trouble for him would definitely be able to find him as well. It looked like he could not stay in Desolate City for long. The spiritual energy in Desolate City was much denser than outside. Xiaochen had originally intended to stay for a few more days. Now, it looked like he could only leave early. Xiaochen pushed off the wall of the courtyard and left. This courtyard could only be abandoned. Not long after Xiaochen left, a few cultivators dressed in black nimbly jumped into the courtyard. When they saw the rubble, it was clear that the house had been burned down. The leader of the group revealed heavy suspicion in his eyes. He muttered, this brat is really cautious. The moment we arrived, he burned down his house and spent a lot of money to buy the information from the wind-chasing sect. Yet he wasted it. The eyes of the person at the side hid a heavy murderous intent. He said coldly, it just so happens that he is about to leave Desolate City. It will be easier for us to make a move after he leaves. The leader of the black-clothed men smiled and said, City Lord Gao is right. It would be too conspicuous to make a move in the city. It is better to leave the city. Let's return to our Holy Fire Manor branch first to discuss the details. Gao Yangyu said indifferently, there is no need. Since I agreed to cooperate with you, I will not act alone. Just send someone to inform me when the time comes. Gao Yangyu's words were filled with pride. He did not care about the holy fire manner at all. After he spoke, he left. Leng Yun looked at the black-clothed men and asked, "Uncle Qin, is this person reliable? What if he makes a move on us?" Old Qin smiled coldly and said, "Don't worry. He lost all his fortune to Xiao Chen and hates him to the bone. With Xiao Chen's current strength, he will not be able to stop him alone. He will have to cooperate with us." Leng Yun said somewhat gloomily, "However, this fellow's attitude is really unpleasant. He asked for 50% of the harvest the moment he opened his mouth. If not for father not agreeing to us making a move, how could he have the chance to speak like that?" Old Qin smiled and said, "Don't bother about him. After all, he was once an influential figure in the southern islands. Give him some face." Xiao Chen was not very interested in the spirit stones on Xiao Chen. He only wanted to snatch back that peak demon core and open his sea of consciousness to advance to martial monarch. When Xiao Chen advanced to martial monarch, he would be able to obtain as many medial-grade spirit stones as he wished. He was very clear on what was more important. As for the operation failing, that was impossible. 2 half-step martial monarchs and 10-odd superior-grade martial kings were more than enough to ensure that nothing would go wrong. The next morning, Xiao Chen walked out of an inn in Barren City. He wanted to eat something and then leave Barren City. As for where he was going, he had already made up his mind long ago. As of now, his state of massacre was still too weak. He wanted to go to the deep-sea battlefield and refine his state of massacre there. After that, he would return to the great Qin nation to settle some matters with the Xiao clan. After that, he would go to the imperial capital and participate in the 5-nation youth competition that happened once every 4 years. While 1.5 years might seem like a lot, with this arrangement, Xiao Chen felt that it was not enough. "Boss, bring me another 5 kilograms of the best wine in the inn. I do not have enough thunder ox beef. Give me another half." Just as Xiao Chen descended the stairs, he heard a heroic cry. The thunder ox was a rank 6 spirit beast. Its meat was not only more delicious than ordinary beef, but it was also more chewy. After swallowing it, the fragrance would linger in the mouth. That feeling was indescribably comfortable. The most important thing was that the rank 6 spirit beast meat still contained some spiritual energy. Long-term consumption of it would be very beneficial to the physical body. There were many benefits, but the price was ridiculously high. Anyone could afford to eat a few kilograms a day. However, eating half a head in one go was too extravagant. Furthermore, based on the tone of the thunder ox, it sounded like it had already eaten half a head. Xiao Chen could not help but look over curiously. Xiao Chen saw a stout man sitting by the window on the 3rd floor. Beside a table that was larger than a regular table sat a stout man. He was drinking wine and eating meat in large mouthfuls. This person looked very satisfied and comfortable. Xiao Chen found this person familiar. He turned to the side and looked. Indeed, it was Bai Lishi. "Waiter, why are you so slow? This old man is about to die from your dawdling. If you still don't come, this old man will go to another place." Bai Lishi was halfway through his sentence when he saw Xiao Chen's appearance. He was startled and startled. He did not even manage to chew the piece of meat properly before he swallowed it. The piece of meat was stuck in his throat, unable to move forward or backward. His expression was one of extreme pain. His earlier satisfied expression disappeared without a trace. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Why did this fellow have such a big reaction when he saw me? There is no reason for this at all. Bai Lishi gulped down a few mouthfuls of wine and smacked the meat a few times. Only then did the piece of meat sink down. Xiao Chen immediately relaxed. "Brother Xiao, you are here. Come sit. Eat as much as you want. It's my treat." Xiao Chen swept his gaze across the table. He was slightly stunned. What a fellow! Aside from the rank 6 thunder ox, there were also other rare beasts on the table. They were at least rank 5 spirit beasts. Some flew in the sky and some crawled on the ground, filling the table. Xiao Chen tore off a piece of deep purple thunder ox. The fragrant thunder ox was very tasty. He placed it in his mouth and chewed on it. Bai Lishi smiled in a fawning manner and said, "How is it? Little brother Xiao Chen, this beef is pretty good, right? Although this shop is small, in the entire southern district of Desolate City, This is the only place that dares to call itself the best. Very good, it is very tasty. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He sized up Bai Lixi's attire. He wore a pair of black open-toed gloves. On the surface, they looked like ordinary leather gloves. However, when Xiao Chen scanned them with his spiritual sense, he discovered several complicated talisman scripts. Based on the complexity of the talisman scripts, they were at least superior-grade medial-grade secret treasures. When Xiao Chen looked up, he saw a black talisman script necklace with a rhombus-shaped stone hanging at the end. With one look, he could tell that it was not an ordinary item. Bai Lixi wore a blue inner vest under his jacket. A strong spiritual qi came from it. The inner vest was at least a medial-grade secret treasure. There were 2 black tiger shoulder pads on his shoulders. When Xiao Chen looked down, he saw that the shoes he wore were not ordinary either. There seemed to be 2 leg guards on his calves. What a fellow! He had a set of medial-grade secret treasures on him. With such a large sum of resources, just the value of these items would cost him tens of millions of medial-grade spirit stones. However, high-ranked medial-grade secret treasures could not be bought with spirit stones. One would have to spend at least a few million medial-grade spirit stones to make some connections and use some connections to obtain them. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. He smiled faintly and said, "Old Bai, does your butt still hurt? I really did not do it on purpose last time." Bai Lixi smiled magnanimously and said, "It's fine. It is just a small matter. I have long since stopped minding it. My butt is thick, it is fine to kick it a few more times." Since when did he become so magnanimous? There is definitely something strange about this fellow. Xiao Chen put down his wine cup and said in a low voice, "Tell me the truth. When the all-in-all victory token was activated, the person who spent a large sum on me and forced Gao Yangyu into bankruptcy was you." Bai Lixi looked around cautiously. It seemed like he had expected Xiao Chen to ask this. He said, "It is not convenient to speak here. Come with me to the private room on the top floor." Don't. Bai Lixi casually tossed out a medial-grade spirit stone and quickly led Xiao Chen to the top floor. The two found a quiet private room and closed the doors and windows. After they verified that no one was eavesdropping, Bai Lixi told Xiao Chen everything that happened that day in full detail. After Xiao Chen heard it, he felt somewhat shocked. Even though he already had some guesses, he was still astonished. "You are too courageous. I really don't know where you got your courage from." Bai Lixi chuckled and said, "From Chenren Island to the demon battlefield, everything that happened clearly shows that as long as I follow you, I will definitely benefit. Furthermore, I believe in your strength. At worst, if I lose, I will no longer mingle in the ancient desolate land." After that, Bai Lixi said somewhat embarrassedly, "I received news that Gao Yangyu went in and out of the wind-chasing sect several times. It seems like he is trying to find you. It seems like that fellow is determined to kill you and will no longer mingle in the ancient desolate land." Xiao Chen said calmly, "It has nothing to do with you. There is no need for you to blame yourself. Even if he did not seek trouble for me, I would seek trouble for him. Tell me, what kind of existence is the wind-chasing sect?" Now, Xiao Chen finally understood why Bai Lixi had been so shocked when he saw Xiao Chen. Bai Lixi nodded and said, "I knew that you would not mind. The wind-chasing sect is a neutral organization that seeks information. As long as you can afford it, you can obtain any information from them in the ancient desolate land. However, don't worry. Even if you did not seek me out, old Bai intended to seek you out. In this desolate city, as long as you are willing to spend money, you can avoid the eyes and ears of the wind-chasing sect. It is just that the price is higher. I have already made arrangements. We will be able to leave the city by nightfall." Xiao Chen thought for a while and knew that Bai Lixi was telling the truth. This inn was the closest inn to his courtyard. It looked like it was not a coincidence that Xiao Chen met Bai Lixi here. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "Don't move for now. Let me ask you, with your current strength and this set of secret treasures, how strong are you?" Bai Lixi chuckled. Clearly, he was very satisfied with the treasures on him. He muttered, "I believe you know that there are strong and weak half-step martial monarchs. Normally, we divide half-step martial monarchs into 3 grades: small perfection, great perfection, and peak consummation half-step martial monarch. Right now, when I use my full power, I am already as strong as a peak small perfection half-step martial monarch. I should be able to deal with 5 or 6 small perfection half-step martial monarchs like Gong Haoyu in one go. Xiao Qun felt astonished. He could not tell that this fellow had relied on a stroke of luck to become a nouveau riche. Now, he was ahead of him due to a freak combination of factors. When Xiao Qun first arrived at the ancient desolate tower, his and Bai Lixi's strengths were about the same. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Xiao Qun had fought bitterly along the way. Not to mention a narrow escape, he had put in thousands of times more effort than ordinary people to get to where he was now. Chapter 495. However, when compared to Bai Lixi, the difference was immediately obvious. Bai Lixi had easily won a large sum of spirit stones in a gamble. By relying on a full set of 10-odd medial-grade secret treasures, Bai Lixi's combat prowess surpassed Xiao Chen's. When Bai Lixi saw Xiao Chen's depressed expression, his smile became even more cocky. He pretended to comfort Xiao Chen, "Brother, don't overthink. This old brother is only ahead of you temporarily. However, there is still a long way to go. In terms of future potential, I am still not as good as you." Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and said, "Never mind, let's not talk about this anymore. You should not be targeted yet. Help me ask around and see who exactly is investigating me." Bai Lixi was startled. He said, "What are you thinking of doing? I already made arrangements. I guarantee that you will be able to leave desolate cities safely tonight." Xiao Chen muttered, "Just do as I say. There are some grudges that need to be resolved in advance. Otherwise, you will end up creating trouble for yourself in the future. If I cannot find you, your friends and family might fall into their hands. I do not want to leave behind unforgettable regrets." Bai Lixi thought for a while and still disagreed with Xiao Chen's thoughts. He said, "Gao Yangyu is not easy to deal with. He became famous in the southern islands long ago. He has already become a great perfection half-step martial monarch." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Because of this, we need to make a decision early. Once he becomes a martial monarch, he will be even harder to deal with." Seeing Xiao Chen's insistence, Bai Lixi did not have much to say. Although Bai Lixi had a rough character, he felt that what Xiao Chen said made sense. However, he was worried that Xiao Chen would be rash. After Bai Lixi left, Xiao Chen found a room in the inn to stay in and continued to stabilize his cultivation. He was like a divine weapon. The outline of the weapon had already been formed. He still needed to polish it, making it sharp and filled with spirituality. Bai Lixi left for 2 days. The room in the inn was very spacious. After 2 days, Bai Lixi pushed open the door and sat down at the tea table in the hall. Xiao Chen slowly opened his eyes and pushed open the door. When he saw the somewhat fatigued Bai Lixi, he asked, "Did you get what you wanted?" Bai Lixi took out a stack of information from his bosom. He smiled and said, "Brat, you have been extraordinarily popular recently. There are so many people looking for you. I collected at least 100 sets from the 4 branches of the wind-chasing sect." Xiao Chen nodded in thanks and said, "Lixi, thank you for the trouble. I will give you the money." Bai Lixi chuckled and said, "Let's not talk about money. Right now, I lack everything but money. I'll be leaving first. If you need anything, just call me. Don't act rashly by yourself. Brother, I will be there at any time." This Lixi to de Xiao Lixi to. Lixi to he chen chen chen. Lixi, he lido chen. Chen. Bai, he to. There was a small pile of information on the table. There was a detailed introduction of the backer, strength, and personal information of every person looking for Xiao Chen. The detailed information taught Xiao Chen a lesson. He now understood why he was always the first to be found. The extremely detailed information really taught Xiao Chen a lesson. He now somewhat understood why he was always the first to be found by others. For hours later, Xiao Chen finished reading all the documents on the table. Then, he spent another hour categorizing them. The first type did not pose much of a threat. They were the various sects that had not given up yet. They still wanted to extend an olive branch to Xiao Chen. The second type was more interesting. Many youths wanted to challenge Xiao Chen. They wanted to use this opportunity to become famous. There was no need to bother with these two types. They did not have any malicious intent towards Xiaochen. However, the third type made Xiaochen wary. The Holy Fire Manners Qin Yu had spent a lot of money 3 times to track down Xiaochen's whereabouts. The Holy Fire Manners Qin Yu had spent a lot of money 3 times to track down Xiaochen's whereabouts. The final record was for the wind-chasing sect to keep an eye on Xiaochen and inform him when Xiaochen left the city. Xiaochen thought for a while and remembered who this Qin Yu was. It was the Holy Fire Manners inner sect elder whose peak blood demon's demon core Xiaochen snatched away from him in the demon battlefield. It looks like this fellow is waiting for me to leave the city to ambush me. He is also a great perfection half-step martial monarch. He will not be easy to deal with. Xiaochen continued reading and finally found Gao Yangyu's record. He had gone together with Qin Yu. Xiaochen frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, 2 great perfection half-step martial monarchs worked together. This would not be easy to deal with. Xiaochen looked down and saw the wind-chasing sex analysis. His eyes could not help but light up, and a smile appeared on his face. Unexpectedly, Gao Yangyu did not stay with the Holy Fire Manor. Xiaochen had not expected such a good opportunity. However, there was no record of Chu Chaoyun in all the information. This made Xiaochen suspicious. If this person did not go through the wind-chasing sect, how did he find him? Unable to figure it out, Xiaochen could only put it aside for now. He destroyed all the information and called Bai Lishi to his room to explain his plan. You want to take the initiative to attack and kill off Gao Yangyu. After that, you will destroy the Holy Fire Manners branch in Desolate City. When Gao Yangyu heard Xiaochen's plan, he could not help but be startled. Xiaochen said calmly, "That's right. We cannot give him a chance to work together with Qin Yu. Otherwise, we will not stand a chance." Bai Lishi remained silent for a while. Then he laughed loudly and said, "Brat, only you have such boldness. A old Bai will do it with you. That group of people is still waiting for you to leave the city. They probably never dreamed that you would take the initiative to attack. Just tell me what you want me to do." Xiaochen looked at Bai Lishi calmly and asked, "Are you not afraid?" Bai Lishi chuckled and said, "I am a bachelor. What is there to be afraid of? Now that the age of geniuses has sprouted, when the great age arrives, who will be the main character? I, old Bai, have set my mind on you. If I make the right bet and you become the main character of this age, the benefits I will gain will be greater than what I have to pay." The age of geniuses had arrived. The great age was coming. A martial emperor would definitely be born. As long as Bai Lishi made the right bet, he would gain the friendship of the future Emperor Wu. This benefit would be thousands or even tens of thousands of times better than any natural treasure or spirit pill. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "I do not care who the main character is. If you help me, I will definitely remember your kindness." After the two finished their discussion, Bai Lishi made his move again. He wanted to find Gao Yangyu's residence at all costs. As for Xiaochen, he started to make his final preparations. Xiaochen took out the remaining half of the Wutong spiritual wood from the universe ring and closed his eyes. Then he started to recall all sorts of things worth carving. After a while, the image of a rank 10 frost flood dragon was deeply imprinted in his mind. Opening his eyes, Xiaochen already had an idea in his heart. If we are going to play, let's play it big. 3 days later, Xiaochen found out where Gao Yangyu was staying. Everything was ready. When the sky turned dark, Xiaochen and Bai Lishi immediately set off. Barren City was a city of water. There were countless rivers and lakes everywhere in the city. In a small lake in the northern district, there was a huge lake. In a small lake in the northern district, there was a pavilion in the center of the lake. Below the pavilion was a winding wooden path that extended to the shore. In a hidden spot by the lake, Xiaochen was somewhat astonished. He said, "Who said that this fellow went bankrupt? Even cultivators would not be able to live in such a large house by himself." Bai Lishi smiled embarrassedly and said, "A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. This fellow has been operating in Wrestling City for half his life. He definitely has a few backup plans." Xiaochen said indifferently, "Let's go then." Bai Lishi picked up the huge axe on his back and a ruthless expression flashed on his face. He said, "I'll make the first move later." The two withdrew their auras and walked silently on the winding plank path, heading for the pavilion in the center of the lake. Break for this old man. When Bai Lishi was 100 meters away from the pavilion, he suddenly erupted. His huge axe quickly enlarged. He shouted and hacked down at the pavilion. Bang! 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 A burst of light flickered above the pavilion and collided with the huge axe blade, creating a crackling sound. Pillars of water shot up from the surface of the lake. Unexpectedly, there was a simple defensive barrier in the wooden pavilion. However, Bai Lishi was not surprised. The talisman scripts on his black leather gloves slowly lit up. Break! Bai Lishi shouted again and chopped down with the huge axe, which had already grown 100 meters long. The barrier around the pavilion shattered with a ka-si sound. The axe chopped down unobstructed, chopping the huge pavilion in half. The axe landed on the lowest floor of the pavilion, giving off a melodious clang. Bai Lishi wanted to pull his axe back, but he felt something clamp down on it. He could not pull it out no matter what. Boom! The two halves of the pavilion fell towards the lake. Gao Yangyu stood on the water and a strong aura spread out. He used one hand to clamp down on Bai Lishi's axe. Dang! Gao Yangyu snorted coldly and struck the axe with his palm. The axe immediately shrank back to its original size. On the winding path, Bai Lishi could not help but take a few steps back. When Gao Yangyu saw Xiaochen beside Bai Lishi, his gaze immediately turned cold. His face turned frosty as he said in a cold voice, "I did not look for you, but you actually came to look for me. You are really bold." Bang! Gao Yangyu stomped heavily on the water, and a semicircular screen of water appeared behind him. His figure flickered. Boundless ripples spread out from his palm. It was like a gushing waterfall appeared in the night sky. Gao Yangyu used the might of the waterfall to smash at Xiaochen. Boom! 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 The sound of the waterfall reverberated in the surroundings. It was like a real waterfall. The other party's momentum was surging. Xiaochen chose to dodge for now. He pushed off the ground and his figure immediately drifted away. Put, put, put. The gushing waterfall in the sky gathered into Bai Shuehe's palm before exploding. The winding path under Bai Shuehe's feet immediately shattered, and a huge pillar of water shot up from the lake. Bang! Bai Lishi broke through the pillar of water and hacked at Gao Yangyu with his axe. There was nothing fancy about this move, it was just a horrifying force. When Gao Yangyu swung his axe, the air was like thin paper. It seemed to have been chopped in half, and an indistinct crack appeared. But Gao Yangyu's right palm moved back and forth in front of him. A wave of water swam around his palm. The water-attributed spiritual energy on the lake quickly gathered there. When the axe arrived before Gao Yangyu, he smashed it with his palm. The surging steam exploded, and the huge force knocked Bai Lishi back by 100 meters. When the wave fell, a figure flashed. It was Xiaochen attacking again. He clenched his right fist tightly, and the blue dragon tattoo on his arm swam about. Chapter 496. A resonant dragon roar resounded on the surface of the lake. A dragon head appeared on his fist, roaring ferociously. "You overestimate yourself. How dare you attack me?" Gao Yangyu did not panic. He circulated his essence and sent out a palm strike. The dragon head vanished, and Xiaochen somersaulted 3 times in the air, dissipating the force. Then his left hand turned into an azure dragon claw. Another resonant dragon roar resounded. Gao Yangyu dodged to the side and arrived at Xiaochen's left side. Then he flew forward and sent out a palm strike. Roar! The dragon roar resounded endlessly. Xiaochen clenched his right fist and merged his vital qi and essence, clashing head-on with Gao Yangyu. Bang! The instant the fist and palm met on the calm surface of the lake, waves rose 100 meters high and filled the sky with raindrops. Gao Yangyu, who had remained motionless all this while, finally took 3 steps back from this palm strike. However, Xiaochen was in an even more miserable state than Gao Yangyu. He took 10 steps back before he could stand stably on the water. Ha! Before Gao Yangyu could stand stably, Bai Lishi quickly stepped on the water. With every step he took, a pillar of water shot up into the sky. Gao Yangyu's face sank slightly as he forcefully suppressed the fluctuations of his qi and blood. Then he sent out 2 palm strikes. Palm winds howled and the sound of a waterfall resounded endlessly. The 2 huge impacts instantly neutralized Bai Lixi's ferocious attack. Bai Lixi took 2 steps back on the water and chuckled, "Old man, why do you not have any strength left? Receive another attack from me." Gao Yangyu raged in his heart. These 2 people were not a match for him. However, when they worked together, Gao Yangyu did not have a chance to catch his breath. Without giving him a chance to catch his breath, he felt a wave of powerlessness. He had to get rid of one of them first. Gao Yangyu looked around and made up his mind. He stomped heavily on the water, and a crack appeared on the surface of the lake. The water parted just like that. Bai Lixi missed a step and fell into the crack. He felt extremely depressed. Gao Yangyu ignored Bai Lixi and snorted coldly. Then he charged at Xiao Chen at lightning speed. "I've been waiting for you." The dragon head on my right hand and the dragon claw on my left hand spread open. A blue dragon shadow flickered behind me. And Xiao Chen shouted and a complete dragon image appeared behind him. Then he punched at Gao Yangyu, who was flying over. The roar of the heaven dragon resounded across the surface of the lake. The azure dragon's shadow left its body and a supreme dragon's might spread across the lake. On the surface of the lake, the water rippled, stirring up layers upon layers of waves. Gao Yangyu's expression immediately changed. He waved his palms and the lake water beneath his feet formed a water shield in front of him. The dragon head smashed into the water shield and with a "kasi" sound, the water shield split apart. Then, the dragon tail swung and sent Gao Yangyu flying. "Motherf *Ker, how dare you let your grandfather drink water?" Bai Lixi, who had sunk to the bottom of the lake, broke out of the water and headed for the descending Gao Yangyu. The black leather gloves on his hands glowed with a blue light, increasing the explosive power of his axe to its peak. Boom! Caught off guard, Gao Yangyu, who had just eaten a mouthful of water, was struck into the water by the axe. He tumbled for a long distance before he stopped. "Did you really think that I would come and find you just because I had some confidence?" Xiao Chen said expressionlessly to Gao Yangyu as he walked on the surface of the lake. Back in the wrestling ring, this fellow had repeatedly caused trouble for Xiao Chen. He probably did not expect such a day to come. Gao Yangyu stood up in a somewhat sorry state. When he saw the 2 approaching, he roared ferociously and charged over again. Bang! 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 The 3 of them clashed once again. Without a doubt, Gao Yangyu's strength was stronger than either of the 2 of them. However, Xiao Chen and Bai Lixi were exceptionally patient. They did not make any mistakes and worked together to wear him down. After one person finished fighting, the other would immediately take over, not giving Gao Yangyu any chance to catch his breath. Time slowly went by. The injuries that Gao Yangyu suppressed became increasingly severe. The pressure on him increased. If he could not suppress his internal injuries and erupted, he would be in grave danger. On the other hand, Xiao Chen and Bai Lixi had a better chance to recover. There were no hidden injuries in their bodies. The more they fought, the more valiant they became, refusing to let go of Gao Yangyu. "No, if this drags on, we will really die here." Unexpectedly, in just a short 1 or 2 months, this brat managed to grow to such a level. Gao Yangyu did his best to execute a big move, causing the water to surge continuously, forcing back Xiao Chen and Bai Lixi. Gao Yangyu wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips. He smiled coldly and said, "If the 2 of you work together, I am indeed not a match for you. However, if I want to leave, you will not be able to stop me. Just wait for my rage." As long as there was life, there was hope. Gao Yangyu was not someone who did not know how to adapt. If he left first and worked together with Qinyu, he would not have to fear these 2. Indeed, at their cultivation realm, it was easy to defeat the other party. However, it would be difficult to kill the other party. Unless one had an overwhelming advantage in strength, it would be hard to keep the other party here. As Xiao Chen watched Gao Yangyu leave, his expression did not change much. He casually tossed a wooden sculpture to the bottom of the lake and quickly formed hand seals. "Life bestowal spell." Bang! Xiao Chen shouted, and a huge whirlpool appeared in the center of the lake. All the water in the lake quickly surged toward the whirlpool. A dragon roar came from the whirlpool, and a flood dragon burst out of the water. All the water in the lake soared up. Gao Yangyu felt that something was wrong, so he turned his head back to look. He saw a 200-meter-long frost flood dragon less than a meter behind him. The huge dragon head felt like it was right in front of him. But before Gao Yangyu could react, the frost flood dragon spat out a beam of cold qi at him. The cold qi quickly froze at a visible speed. When it struck Gao Yangyu's chest, the hidden injuries that he had been suppressing for a long time erupted. Puxia. Gao Yangyu vomited a large mouthful of blood and fell heavily into the water like a broken kite. The frost flood dragon sent out an attack, and Xiaochen quickly cancelled his spell. A wooden sculpture descended, and he opened his hand to pull it over. Cracks appeared on the wooden sculpture. It looked like it would shatter at any moment. Xiaochen frowned and said, "Using Wutong's spiritual wood to materialize a rank 10 flood dragon is too much. It probably won't work even if I use it one more time." "Xiaochen, how should we deal with this fellow?" Bai Lishi asked as he carried the heavily injured Gao Yangyu like he was a toy and walked over to Xiaochen. Xiaochen put away the wooden sculpture and glanced at Gao Yangyu. Then, a horrified expression appeared on Gao Yangyu's face. Xiaochen stretched out his finger and placed it on Gao Yangyu's forehead. A strand of purple flame shot out, and a bloody hole appeared in Gao Yangyu's head. Then, his body went limp and fell over. Xiaochen removed Gao Yangyu's spatial ring and tossed it to Bai Lishi. Then, he said casually, "Let's go to the Holy Fire Manor's branch." The Holy Fire Manor was considered a first-rate power in the Southern Islands. The Manor Lord and a Supreme Elder were martial monarchs. With 2 bona fide martial monarchs holding down the fort and 12 half-step martial monarch inner sect elders, they were indeed very strong in the Southern Islands. However, when considering the entire ancient desolate land, such a power was not sufficient. This was clear from the Holy Fire Manor's branch in Desolate City. The Holy Fire Manor occupied only 100 acres of land. Compared to the Thousand Sword Pavilion's branch, it was much smaller. Although the Holy Fire Manor was small, it had everything: fake mountains, flowing rivers, pavilions, corridors, and flower racks. However, the Holy Fire Manor was much smaller. Looking down from above, it was only the size of a palm. It would be quite cramped with so many buildings. Leng Yun and Qin Yu leisurely played a game of Go in a secluded hall with simple and unadorned decorations in the courtyard. There were 15 lanterns at the side. 15 flames swayed gently, illuminating the hall like it was daytime. "Uncle Qin, that fellow has been hiding in the inn recently. Does he not want to leave Desolate City?" Old Qin smiled faintly and placed down a Go stone. He said, "Xiao Yun, be more patient. Although we have the Connecting Chains talisman to avoid the eyes and ears of the sages, it is still too conspicuous in Desolate City. Let him live for a few more days." Leng Yun glanced at the messy Go board and said in frustration, "This fellow snatched away my Extreme Een Flame's origin flame. If father finds out, he will strip me of my status as a legitimate son. I will not be able to rest until I get it back." However, Qin Yu smiled coldly to himself. "Who asked you to covet that peak demon core back then? Even if you are not capable, you still went to join in the fun. Serves you right for this retribution." However, Qin Yu's expression did not change at all. He smiled and said, "Young Manor Master, don't worry. If he does not leave the city in half a month, we will contact Gao Yangyu and kill him. With our strength, dealing with him together will not be difficult." "Is that so?" Suddenly, cold laughter came from the hall. The flames of the 15 lanterns swayed wildly, and a killing qi appeared for no reason. Qin Yu's expression changed. He looked straight at the door and said, "Do you not know where this is? How dare you come here and cause trouble?" At the same time, Qin Yu gestured to the right and instructed Leng Yun to go out the back door to call for help. "Stop calling for help. Only the 2 of you are left in this courtyard." Bang, bang, bang. The corpses carried surging energy as they smashed the door to the side hall into pieces. Then, they landed heavily in front of the group. The corpses all died in the same state. A bloody hole appeared on their foreheads. Their eyes were wide open, and they died with grievances. When Leng Yun and Qin Yu saw the familiar corpses on the ground, their hearts immediately sank. Who was so powerful? To think that they managed to silently kill all the guards in the courtyard in such a short time. Don't. Outside the open door, Xiao Chen and Bai Lishi walked in with their heads held high. They looked at the two coldly. It's you. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, feeling extremely astonished. He had not expected that when he did not go looking for Xiao Chen would take the initiative to kill his way over. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Old Qin, we meet again." Qin Yu remained expressionless as he said in a cold voice, "Good. Instead of living for a few more days, you actually dared to take the initiative to send yourself over. This saves me the trouble of looking for you." Bai Lishi tossed out Gao Yangyu's corpse and said, "Gao Yangyu said the same thing. Unfortunately, he is dead now." The moment Gao Yangyu's corpse appeared, Leng Yun's expression immediately changed. Even the calm Qin Yu's expression turned unnatural. "Uncle Qin, help me hold on for a while. I'll go find someone to help." When Leng Yun saw that the situation was bad, he quickly fled, heading for the back door. Bang! When Leng Yun arrived at the door, a strong figure blocked his way. Bai Lishi smiled and said, "Why are you running? Let me play a few moves with you." Chapter 497. When Qin Yu saw Bai Lishi leave Xiao Chen, he found an opportunity and attacked at lightning speed. A pale white flame burned on his palm, and the surrounding air instantly turned cold. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. This person actually has an extreme Yin flame as well. If I collect it well, my lunar true flame will grow stronger. Even though Xiao Chen thought this, his hands did not slow down. He sent out a palm strike as well. A purple pure Yang true flame burned on his palm. Bang! Yin and Yang countered each other. The instant the two palms clashed, they produced a strong explosive force. A shockwave surged out, tearing apart half of the side hall. Even Bai Lishi and Leng Yun, who were fighting, received a significant impact. The shockwave knocked them back a few steps. Leng Yun was in an even worse state. His complexion was pale, and blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. However, old Qin did not care about that. He stood firm and charged at Xiao Chen again, intending to deal with Xiao Chen as quickly as possible. Xiao Chen dealt with Xiao Chen calmly, not panicking at all. After 10-odd moves, he was only knocked back 100 meters. He did not suffer any substantial damage. Qin Yu felt depressed. He thought back to a few months ago, when he could crush Xiao Chen as easily as crushing an ant. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen had grown to such a level in such a short time. After exchanging 10-odd moves with Xiao Chen still did not completely crumble. Xiao Chen glanced at the fight between Bai Lishi and Leng Yun. It was nearing its end. Xiao Chen's expression became even more relaxed. He no longer clashed head-on with Xiao Chen. All he needed to do was delay him and not let him leave. After a while, a miserable shriek rang out. Leng Yun finally died at Bai Lishi's hands. This was within expectations. Given Bai Lishi's strength, which was equivalent to a half-step martial monarch's, being able to last for so long was already very impressive. Retreat! After Leng Yun died, Qin Yu knocked back Xiao Chen with one move. Then he decisively retreated, wanting to leave this place. You want to leave? It's not that easy. If Xiao Chen let this person leave and notified the Holy Fire Manor's headquarters, two martial monarchs would be a great threat to Xiao Chen and Bai Lishi. Gotcha! Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber at his waist, and a sharp saber intent surged out. A resplendent purple saber chi immediately blocked Qin Yu's path of retreat. Ding! Bai Lishi's attack soon followed. With the two of them working together, they completely blocked off Qin Yu's path of escape. There was not much suspense in the remaining battles. Qin Yu was weaker than Gao Yangyu, so how could he be a match for Xiao Chen and Gao Yangyu? After holding on for an hour, Xiao Chen slashed his throat with his saber. Then Xiao Chen extracted the origin flame of the extreme Yin flame in his body. Then he and Bai Lishi quickly left this place. According to the original plan, the two of them left the barren city overnight, and only stopped after traveling for a full 10 miles. At the Heavenly Extermination Lake, Xiao Chen said gratefully to Bai Lishi, "Many thanks for your help. If not for you, the operation would not have gone so smoothly." Without Bai Lishi's help, Xiao Chen would not have been able to eliminate the two hidden dangers so smoothly. Be it Gao Yangyu or Qin Yu, they would not have been easy for him to deal with. Even if Xiao Chen had used all his trump cards and obtained the final victory, he would have suffered significant internal injuries. It would not have been like this, where he had only exhausted a large amount of essence without any major problems. Bai Lishi chuckled and said, "I found it very exciting as well. You have given me all the gains from the two half-step martial monarchs. Now we are even." "That's right, what do you plan to do next?" Bai Lishi asked after a pause for a while, looking at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen answered honestly, "I plan to make a trip to the deep-sea battlefield to temper myself and refine my killing qi." Xiao Chen had obtained the state of massacre from the Scarlet Throne. In the end, it was not his own. When he used it, he felt that it was still lacking. Hence, he had to go to the deep-sea battlefield. Bai Lishi laughed loudly and said, "What a coincidence! I am going to the deep-sea battlefield as well. The East Shallow Sea's third-grade battlefield is about to open. I was planning to go with a friend. If you do not mind, we can go together." Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. He said, "Such a coincidence?" Bai Lishi smiled and said, "If not for going to the deep-sea battlefield, why do you think I bought so many secret treasures?" Xiao Chen thought for a while before agreeing to the other party's invitation. Coincidentally, there were many things that he did not understand. With Bai Lishi's guidance, he could save himself a lot of trouble. In a port city in the easternmost part of the Great Chu Nation, merchant ships entered and left the bustling port. Xiao Chen and Bai Lishi stood at the shore of the port. However, they were not in a rush to board the ship. Naturally, the East Shallow Sea was in the east of the continent. If they wanted to save time, they could only go to the Great Chu Nation in the east. After leaving Desolate City, Xiao Chen and Bai Lishi traveled at full speed. After 7 days and 7 nights, they arrived at the port. Speaking of which, Bai Lishi, who exactly is the friend you mentioned? Even now, you are not willing to tell me. Is there a need to be so mysterious? After leaving the ancient desolate land, Xiao Chen and Bai Lishi relaxed. No matter how strong the Holy Fire Manor was, they would not be able to reach the Great Chu Nation. When they chatted, they did not have any misgivings. Bai Lishi smiled and said, "You will know when you arrive. It will definitely be a pleasant surprise for you." Xiao Chen had asked Bai Lishi a few times, but the other party gave him the same answer every time. So, he could only give up. Xiao Chen's curiosity was completely piqued. What kind of person could give him such a pleasant surprise? "The last time we went to the Rank A battlefield, there were about 10 people. However, only the 2 of us survived," Bai Lishi said with a drawn-out sigh. Xiao Chen asked, "What kind of place is the deep-sea battlefield? Can you tell me more about it?" Bai Lishi muttered to himself, "It is time to tell you. There are demons coming out of the spatial crack in the boundless sea at every moment. However, demons are also divided into ranks. Just like humans, they will gather together if their strength is similar. It is just like how martial monarchs will not mix with martial saints. It is impossible for them to mix together. According to the strength of the demons, the factions of the boundless sea divide the regions where the demons live into 6 ranks. Once the number of demons in a certain region reaches a certain number, they will gather all the cultivators in the world to surround and suppress them." Xiao Chen thought for a while and understood what Bai Lishi meant. He continued to ask, "Has the 6th rank battlefield ever opened?" Bai Lishi smiled and said, "It is best not to. Once the peak rank battlefield opens, all the martial sages in the world will rush over. Furthermore, based on history, once the 6th rank battlefield opens, the demonic calamity will not be far away." Dong, dong, dong. Just at this moment, soft footsteps came from behind the 2. Bai Lishi did not turn around. He smiled and said, "The person we are waiting for is here." Xiao Chen turned his head to look and saw a middle-aged bladesman in azure with long hair draped over his shoulders. He exuded a sharp aura and a set of facial features. The bloody bladesman, Sun Guangchun. When Xiao Chen saw this person's face clearly, he exclaimed softly in astonishment. He had met Sun Guangquan once before. Sun Guangquan was one of the 10 great bladesmen of the ancient desolate land. He had comprehended saber intent many years ago. The rumor about Sun Guangquan's strength was that unless a martial monarch appeared, no one could defeat him. Back on Qianren Island, Xiaochen had not seen Sun Guangquan make a move. However, he could clearly sense that Sun Guangquan was much stronger than the others. That was the intuition of a bladesman. Xiaochen had not expected that the friend Bai Lishi mentioned would be Sun Guangquan. To him, this was a pleasant surprise. Sun Guangquan had comprehended saber intent many years ago. Xiaochen had only comprehended saber intent recently. With this person's guidance, he would definitely improve rapidly. Sun Guangquan sized up Xiaochen and immediately sensed the buzzing saber intent in Xiaochen's body. He was slightly stunned and guessed Xiaochen's identity. Bai Lishi smiled and said, "Old Sun, you must have heard of Xiaochen before. This time, he will be coming with us to the deep-sea battlefield." Sun Guangquan nodded and smiled softly. Who in the world of bladesmen does not know the name of the white-robed bladesman? Xiaochen smiled embarrassedly and said, "Before Senior Sun, how could I dare to be called a bladesman?" When Sun Guangquan heard what Xiaochen said, he waved his hand and smiled. "Don't call me senior, I don't dare. Our strengths are about the same. Let's talk as equals. If you don't mind, you can just call me Old Sun like Old Bai does." The bloody bladesman Sun Guangquan could be considered a true bladesman. With such a humble attitude, Xiaochen's impression of Sun Guangquan improved significantly. Xiaochen no longer felt restrained. He said, "Big brother's son is too polite." Bai Lishi looked at the two of them interacting with each other. He smiled and said, "I say, the two of you, stop being so polite. Quickly board the ship. If not, we will have to wait another day." The merchant ship set sail and headed for the true depths of the boundless sea, embarking on a long journey. Even with the help of the ocean currents, it would take at least a month to reach the true eastern shallow sea. Naturally, Xiaochen could not waste such a long time. Aside from his usual cultivation, he would seek out Sun Guangquan every day to discuss his experiences with the saber. As a senior, Sun Guangquan did not hide anything from Xiaochen. He answered all of Xiaochen's questions in detail. There were some things that Sun Guangquan did not dare to be certain of. He would discuss them with Xiaochen before coming to a conclusion. When they had nothing to do, the two would find an opportunity to compare notes with each other. With such a senior, Xiaochen had benefited a lot along the way. Using this opportunity, Xiaochen started to practice the four-season saber technique that Bai Shueha passed on to him. Back then, in the ancient desolate tower, the spot of light that Bai Shueha shot out was the secret manual for the four-season saber technique. The four-season saber technique was like the Wuxia saber technique. They were both peak earth-ranked saber techniques. However, the four-season saber technique focused more on intent and not form. Hence, it was much more difficult to comprehend. As Xiaochen fought with Sun Guangquan, he continuously perfected his four-season saber technique. As a fellow bladesman, Sun Guangquan could keenly point out the inadequacies of Xiaochen's saber technique. After traveling for many days, they were no longer far from the eastern shallow sea. On this particular day, the three gathered together and started chatting. Then, Xiaochen thought of a question. He said, "Big brother's son, I have some doubts. Why are you known as the Bloody Bladesman and the ancient desolate land's 10 great bladesmen? Why have I not heard anyone mention them in Desolate City?" When Sun Guangquan heard this, he could not help but smile. He said, "The ancient desolate land's 10 great bladesmen were known by that name many years ago. Everyone knows their own limits. Now, there are too many geniuses. This is the budding era of geniuses. Everyone is very low profile, afraid that they might end up as stepping stones." Bai Lishi added, "That is true. The experts of the older generation all value their reputation. They are all in closed-door cultivation. No one mentions their previous titles, like the 4 great bladesmen and 4 great swordsmen of Desolate City anymore." Chapter 498. Xiaochen did not expect this to be the reason. He could not help feeling a little awkward. Sun Guangquan laughed heartily and said, "I'm not talking about you. In fact, I don't like people who take advantage of their seniority. They don't dare to face the truth and still insist on putting up a strong front. They deserve to be slapped in the face and used as a stepping stone. When I was young, I did a lot of these things. As for why he's called the Blood Bladesmen, just as Sun Guangquan was about to explain, the merchant ship suddenly came to a stop. With their cultivation bases, they were naturally unaffected by this extreme change in speed. However, the ornaments in the room were not so lucky. It fell to the ground, and some of the porcelain was smashed into pieces. Bai Lishi said doubtfully, "Strange, why did it suddenly stop? Furthermore, it stopped in such a rush." "Let's go out and take a look," Sun Guangquan suggested. Dong dong dong. Just as the three of them were about to take action, there was an urgent knock on the door. The door opened and an attendant said in a fluster, "The three of you must be cultivators. Please gather on the deck quickly." Xianxia asked, "What happened? Did you run into a pirate ship?" The attendant squeezed out an ugly smile and said, "It's even more troublesome than a pirate ship. It's a warship of the Black Dragon Society." Black Dragon Society. Bai Lishi and Sun Guangquan could not help but exchange strange glances. "Could it be that you want us to help you resist the Black Dragon group? That would be difficult." The attendant said, "No, it is the Black Dragon group's request. All the cultivators who are preparing to participate in the third-grade battlefield must gather on the deck." The Black Dragon Triad was the largest force in the Endless Sea. Its fleet cruised the seas in all directions. 5,000 years ago, after a fierce battle with the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace, the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace occupied half of the islands in the Eastern Shallow Sea, making it the overlord of the Boundless Sea. Back then, the Divine Dragon Palace was like the sun in the sky. It was the leader of all the factions in the four seas. The old Dragon King's prestige was extremely high. With a single order, countless sects in the four seas would listen to him. But in that battle, the Divine Dragon Palace still lost. The old Dragon King died in battle, and the four shallow seas no longer had an alliance leader. After that battle, the Black Dragon Triad became a god. From a force in the outer seas, it became the overlord of the four seas, controlling all the trade routes in the sea. On the way to the deck, Bai Lishi gave Xianxia a simple explanation of the Black Dragon group, causing Xianxia to feel astonished. Who would have thought that in the boundless sea, far away from the mainland, there would be such a colossus as the Black Dragon Triad? Before this, there had never been any news of it on the mainland. Sun Guangquan said, "But now, the Divine Dragon Palace's strength has increased greatly. The Black Dragon Group's edge in the Eastern Shallow Sea is no longer as great as before. So don't think too much about it. Let's go to the deck and see what kind of tricks they're playing." Hundreds of cultivators stood on the wide deck. Their cultivations were not low, they were at least superior-grade martial kings. When Xianxia looked around, he discovered 2 or 3 half-step martial monarchs. 6 huge black warships stood on the surface of the sea in front of the merchant ship. The ancient demonic energy cannons on the warships were open and flickered with a cold light. The ancient demonic energy cannons were very mighty. When filled with inferior-grade spirit stones, they could severely injure a martial saint in one shot. When filled with medial-grade spirit stones, they could easily injure an inferior-grade martial king. If filled with superior-grade spirit stones, even a martial monarch would be on tenterhooks and would not dare to clash head-on. With the deterrence of several dozen ancient demonic energy cannons, the many cultivators on the deck all showed cautious expressions. They did not dare to be too impudent. Don't. Just at this moment, footsteps came from the ship's hold. Another cultivator came out. Xianxia turned his head and saw that this person had an exquisite figure and voluptuous curves. She wore black leather armor and carried 2 short swords on her back. She wore a half-mask that covered her face. Her black eyes were very deep and mysterious. Unexpectedly, Shi Feng was on the ship as well. Xianxia was very curious about this person. He had always wanted to know why she knew Qingyun Peak's 9 secret techniques. However, when Xianxia saw the unapproachable aura of Shi Feng, he gave up on the thought of greeting her. "Xiao, After everyone arrived, 5 cultivators wearing black battle armor flew over from the warship. Their auras were incredibly dense. The person leading them was very strong, a half-step martial monarch. That person had a straight face, short hair, and spirited eyes. He looked very capable. He smiled faintly at the crowd and said, "Let me introduce myself. I am an insignificant captain of the Black Dragon Group's 9th Legion. My name is Xianxia." One of the half-step martial monarchs said somewhat impatiently, "Just speak directly. Why are you stopping us? Cut the crap." Even though Xianxia was interrupted in front of everyone, he did not get angry. He continued, "There is no rush. It is nothing major. Aren't you going to the 3rd grade battlefield for experiential training? You can participate through my Black Dragon Group as well. Furthermore, the reward is double that of the Divine Dragon Palace." The moment Xianxia said this, a commotion broke out. Double the reward, this temptation was not small. However, some of the people who had been to the deep-sea battlefield smiled coldly to themselves. Their expressions did not change. Bai Lishi said softly, "Don't listen to him. The Divine Dragon Palace controls the main junctions of the 3rd grade battlefield. The Black Dragon Group only controls a small corner. Furthermore, it is not the main area of activity for the demons. No matter how high the reward is, it is useless." Xianxia continued, "As long as you agree to come with us, we will give you 10,000 medial grade spirit stones when you board the warship. When you return, we will give you another 100,000. If you kill more demons, the reward will increase." A commotion broke out in the crowd. Some of the cultivators who came to the boundless sea for the first time were tempted. 10,000 medial grade spirit stones was not a small sum. After the mission ended, they would be able to obtain at least 100,000 medial grade spirit stones. If they did not die, it would be a large sum. "I am willing to go." Immediately, someone who came to the boundless sea for the first time thought about it. He felt that it was profitable and agreed to the other party's request. Xianxia immediately tossed out a few boxes of spirit stones and handed them to that person. He smiled and said, "You made the right choice. Get on the warship." That person gently counted the spirit stones and revealed a happy smile. Then he leaped up and landed on the warship in front. "I am willing as well." "I am willing as well." Seeing that someone actually obtained the spirit stones, the number of people who agreed increased. Soon, most of the people on the warship left. Only 10 odd people who knew the inside story did not waver. These people were all peak martial kings. A few were like Sun Guangquan, some were even half-step martial monarchs. 10,000 medial grade spirit stones did not interest them. What they sought was a true experiential training, where they could disregard life and death. However, in the face of the limits of their lives, they needed to continuously stimulate their potential and advance their cultivation. The Black Dragon Group would not be able to satisfy them. After the group of people who came to the boundless sea boarded the Black Dragon Group's warship, Xianxia looked at the crowd and smiled, "Many thanks to everyone for not giving me any trouble. You are all true elites. You are all very clear on the situation of the deep-sea battlefield. Your treatment is even better than that group of people earlier." Bai Lishi mocked, "What do you mean? You make it sound like we agreed to go with you. I don't think we said we would go with you." However, Sun Guangquan sent a voice projection to Xiaochen, "Prepare to abandon the warship and head west. That is the area controlled by the Divine Dragon Palace. Do not sink to the bottom of the sea. The sea monsters there are very difficult to deal with." Xiaochen's heart sank. It looked like this experiential training involved the internal strife of 2 peak powers. It would not end peacefully. The other half-step martial monarch said, "In this boundless sea, your Black Dragon Group is not the only one who can do whatever you want. Now that we are in the Divine Dragon Palace's territory, there is nothing you can do to us." Xianxinan's face sank. He smiled coldly and said, "Do you think you can get there? I will say this. Whether you want to or not, you will still have to go. Let's go." The remaining 10 odd people on the deck were all astute and decisive people. When they saw that the situation had reached a point of no return, they did not hesitate to abandon the warship and leave quickly. Xianxia immediately jumped off the warship and headed west. His figure flickered, and in a few breaths, he had traveled a kilometer. Jianchenan's expression remained calm. He was not too surprised. When he returned to the warship, he waved his hand and said, "Blast them all. Leave no one alive." Boom. The ancient demonic energy cannons on the warship, which had already been filled with spirit stones, immediately lit up. Horrifying spiritual energy poured out and shot resplendent beams of light at the scattered cultivators. Xiao Chen had his spiritual sense spread out. He instantly felt 10 beams of light heading for him. If they all struck him, even if he did not die, he would be skinned alive. A bolt of lightning flashed. Xiao Chen executed lightning evasion and instantly moved 100 meters to dodge. Miserable cries resounded. In an instant, 4 or 5 peak superior-grade martial kings fell from the warship. Boom, boom, boom. The 6 warships did not give the cultivators any time to hesitate. They soared into the air and fired their cannons again. The remaining people used cloning techniques to dodge the might of the ancient demonic energy cannons. Some directly attacked, weakening the might of the ancient demonic energy cannons. Others used ingenious movement techniques to nimbly dodge. However, the 6 warships were not in a hurry. They chased after the cultivators like venomous snakes, trying to kill them all. As the cultivators dodged the attacks of the ancient demonic energy cannons, they inevitably slowed down. The distance between the warships and the cultivators shrank. Sun Guangxuan said to Xiao Chen, "Split up. Old Bai and I have our own ways to protect ourselves. We will think of a way to regroup when the time comes." Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. This was the only way for now. If they stayed together, they would be too big of a target. The 6 warships had a total of 60 ancient demonic energy cannons. The resplendent beams of light in the air did not stop for even a moment. Xiao Chen pushed the blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits. He used it continuously in the air. Be it the warships flying or firing the ancient demonic energy cannons, they all exhausted a large number of spirit stones. The cultivators would definitely not chase after them endlessly. As long as they persevered to the end, they would be able to shake off their pursuers. However, this was easier said than done. Of the 10-odd cultivators, only 7 or 8 remained bitterly holding on. At this moment, the gap between the cultivators and half-step martial monarchs became clear. Chapter 499. The 3 half-step martial monarchs were at the very front. As long as they held on for a while longer, they would be able to escape the range of the cannons. What made Xiao Chen flabbergasted was Bai Lishi. This fellow relied on his strong physical body and the 5 or 6 defensive secret treasures he had. Bai Lishi completely ignored the bombardment of the cannons and endured a few attacks. Unexpectedly, he managed to walk in front of everyone. Xiao Chen's chest tightened. If these people walked out, the remaining cannons would focus on them. The situation would become even more dire. I cannot drag this out. I have to use all my trump cards. Otherwise, I will not even have a chance to use them. After Xiao Chen made up his mind, he no longer hesitated. The silver warship came out from his right eye, and Xiao Chen quickly hid in the hold of the silver warship. Bang! Bang! In an instant, a few beams of light struck the body of the silver warship, causing it to tumble uncontrollably in the air. Xiao Chen quickly lowered his feet and stabilized the direction of the warship. Then he quickly flew to the west. With the warship as a buffer, Xiao Chen did not have to worry too much. He no longer had to dodge and his speed increased significantly. However, the warship did not have any defensive formations. Soon, cracks appeared on it. Xiao Chen ignored the cracks on the warship and charged forward with all his might. The blood flame shoes on Xiao Chen's feet glowed. He could use the secret technique at any time. Bang! Finally, the silver warship could no longer hold on. It shattered into countless motes of light and returned to Xiao Chen's right eye. Xiao Chen did not panic. The instant the warship shattered, he activated the secret technique of the blood flame shoes. His speed immediately reached Mach 4. Xiao Chen turned into a beam of purple light and moved far away in the blink of an eye, leaving the beams of light behind him. He was still 500 meters away from the range of the ancient demonic energy cannons. However, he had attracted too much attention. Furthermore, the half-step martial monarchs had already fled. The next wave of attacks would be even more ferocious than before. I'm going all out. Xiao Chen's expression turned serious. He placed his right hand on the hilt of his saber and closed his eyes. With the sweep of his divine sense, he saw the light beams coming from all directions. Xiao Chen's mind, energy, and spirit gathered into a line. The state of thunder and saber intent brewed silently. Break! Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes and shouted. The lunar shadow saber turned into a bolt of lightning as he drew it. It was like Xiao Chen had eyes on the back of his head. He sent out 12 saber chi containing boundless saber intent and the state of thunder, clashing with the resplendent pillar of light. Bang bang bang. Intense explosions rang out continuously in the void. As the shock waves surged, even space itself began to ripple. For the 12 strands of saber chi, Xiao Chen exhausted 3/4 of his essence. This was the strongest he could burst out with in one breath. After Xiao Chen swung his saber 12 times, he felt like he was about to collapse. Sweat appeared on his forehead. However, he managed to block the 9 peerless beams of light. On the deck, Jian Chanen watched the white figure break the 9 ancient demonic energy cannons. He had an astonished expression on his face. This was the first time Jian Chanen saw a youth erupt with such strength in such a short time. Even some of the older generation cultivators would find it hard to do so. No matter how dense one's essence was, if one's explosive power was not strong, it would be hard to say who would win in a real fight. When Jian Chanen saw that Xiao Chen had already escaped the range of the ancient demonic energy cannons, he asked the cultivators from the Tianwu continent, "Who is this person? Do you know him? He seems to be the great Qin nation's white-robed bladesman. However, it is not him." "It is hard to be sure," someone whispered. The white-robed bladesman, Jian Chanen, frowned. He shook his head and said, "I hope he is just an ordinary genius. Otherwise, if we let him go, we will be in big trouble." Surging seawater stretched as far as the eye could see. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the surface of the water, following the waves as they surged forward. He held 4 medial-grade spirit stones in his hand as he quickly recovered his essence. He had exhausted too much of his essence. If he did not replenish it quickly, he might end up in the stomachs of the fish in this seemingly peaceful boundless sea. After 1 hour, the 4 medial-grade spirit stones were completely exhausted. Xiao Chen's essence barely recovered by half. However, this was enough to protect himself. Xiao Chen casually tossed aside the spirit stones and looked into the sea. The deep seawater could not obstruct his vision. At a depth of more than 100 meters, Xiao Chen saw a strange black fish. It was about the size of a palm and covered in sharp scales. There were so many of them that it was flabbergasting. With a rough count, there were at least 1,000 of them. No wonder Sun Guangquan had instructed him not to sink to the bottom of the sea no matter what. If he did that, he would be able to avoid the attacks of the ancient demonic energy cannons. However, if he were to face the attacks of thousands of these strange fish, he would die even faster. Xiao Chen stood up and looked around. The earlier rush had already separated him from Bai Lishi and Sun Guangquan. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and discovered something that was somewhat difficult to deal with. Above the vast sea, the scenery was exactly the same everywhere. No matter which direction he looked from, it was all the same, endless seawater. The sky was dark again. He could not see the sun or anything to use as a point of reference. He had no way of determining his direction. Xiao Chen revealed a helpless smile. He had already survived through wind and rain. Unexpectedly, he was stumped by such a small problem. Since he did not know the direction, he should not move around randomly. Otherwise, he might end up getting more and more wrong. He should be able to determine his direction by looking at the stars at night. However, it was only a matter of a few hours. There was no need to panic. He would wait for a while. Since there was nothing to do, there was no need to waste time. Xiao Chen drew his lunar shadow saber and quietly practiced the 4-season saber technique on the surface of the sea. The 4-season saber technique had only 5 moves: spring, summer, autumn, winter, and cycle of seasons. However, each move was ever-changing. There was nothing special about it. It depended on one's control. Xiaochen infused the various scenes of spring, summer, autumn, and winter into his saber techniques, forming his own unique mysterious phenomenon. For example, Bai Shueha comprehended the scene of spring's water turning from warm to cold. The corresponding scene was water. However, the scene that Xiaochen comprehended in spring was thunder. The first thunder of spring, the cries of 10,000 beasts. In Xiaochen's original world, the people called the first thunder of spring thunder. During the long, cold winter, all the beasts of the world would enter hibernation. This spring thunder was the bell that woke them up. As the thunder roared, the lifeless winter was silent for a long time. The cries of hundreds of beasts announced the arrival of spring. This was the state of Xiaochen's saber technique. It took the meaning of spring thunder and commanded all the beasts in the world to cry. Winter passed and spring came. The cycle of heaven and earth was unstoppable. As for summer, autumn, and winter, Xiaochen was still pondering them. He did not have a clear idea. Sun Guangquan had also given him a lot of advice, broadening his thinking and making him more cautious. On the calm surface of the water, Xiaochen continuously perfected this move. However, every time he was about to explode, he would stop. This was because Xiaochen felt that something was missing. If he just exploded out like this, he would not be able to achieve the effect he wanted. Just like that, Xiaochen tirelessly practiced on the surface of the sea. As he swung his saber, he would always stop at the last moment and start again from the beginning. This repeated countless times. Without realizing it, Xiaochen completely immersed himself in the saber technique. Xiaochen forgot where he was and his purpose in coming here. He even forgot who he was. There was only this saber in his mind. Xiaochen did not know that a pretty black figure was watching with interest from a kilometer behind him for a long time. However, after a while, that woman watched as Xiaochen's exquisite saber technique always got stuck at the last moment and had to start over again, repeating this process over and over again. She felt extremely depressed. Such an exquisite saber technique had attracted her attention at first glance. She wanted to see how earth-shattering it would be at the final moment when it erupted. However, this guy in front of him was extremely brainless. Every time when the audience was most excited, he would get stuck and start all over again. This happened over and over again. Finally, that person could no longer hold back her anger. Speaking of which, can't you just erupt a little? Every time you get stuck at the most crucial moment, it makes me very unhappy. Do you know that? The sudden voice startled Xiaochen out of his trance-like state. He sheathed his saber and turned his head to look. He discovered that Shifeng had arrived behind him at some point in time. Xiaochen smiled bitterly and said, "I want to erupt as well. However, I still lack inspiration. If I force it, there will be a huge flaw in this move." The four-season saber technique was very different from regular martial techniques. It focused on the intent, the form was secondary. If one forced it out, the intent would not be complete. The might of the saber technique would be greatly reduced. Once it was fixed, it would be very difficult to change. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter were all linked together. If the first link was not grasped well, it would severely affect the next three links. Hence, this first spring thunder, 10,000 beasts cry together had to be completed in one breath, allowing it to reach its most perfect moment before erupting. The masked Shifeng said, "In that case, you are really extraordinarily bored. Since you know that the inspiration has not arrived, why are you still standing here like a fool? Why are you not rushing to meet up with the Divine Dragon Palace's people?" Xiaochen shrugged his shoulders and said, "I'm lost and cannot find my way. I can only wait until it is dark before making my move. In any case, I have nothing better to do." Shifeng shook her head and said, "I really don't know what you are thinking. To think that you did not even make such preparations before coming to the boundless sea. The waves are very strong at night. Come with me, I have a tracking tool." This was somewhat surprising. He had not expected Shifeng to be so easy to talk to. Xiaochen thanked her. Xiaochen followed behind her, heading west on the calm sea. Along the way, Xiaochen took some time to ask, "I have been very curious. Who taught you the 9 secrets of Qingyun Peak?" Those are the secrets of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Qingyun Peak. When Shifeng heard this, she paused for a moment. Then she said, "My adoptive father taught me. However, he did not say that they were the 9 secrets of Qingyun Peak. This is the first time I heard you mention them." Xiao Chen